Hello everyone. Now I'm introducing myself, and I invite my colleagues to do the same after I speak, as we say a few remarks to open this symposium. My name is Wanda Balzano, and I'm the founding chair of the Department of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Wake Forest University. So I would like to welcome you all to the Interdisciplinary Student Research Symposium on Gender and Sexuality. So this year, which has been quite a year, and actually our hearts go especially to those targeted by racial violence, xenophobia, white supremacy, and gender violence. The Student Symposium has developed around the theme of representation, resilience, and renewal. And I think it's an appropriate title, not only because of the many challenges that we know to social justice and global health everywhere, but also because in many ways it reflects the strong desire for students to have their voices and research heard year after year. And I'll just say something about the history of this very briefly. We began around 10 years ago in partnership with the Divinity School of Wake Forest. And at the time, there was the renowned Phyllis Strieble lecture series that featured prominent biblical, feminist, and womanist scholars from across the globe, presenting cutting-edge lectures on feminist and biblical topics, ranging from the arts to sustainability, to body and health, to interfaith feminism. So many students were inspired by these feminist lectures that with colleagues in the Divinity School, we decided to try to facilitate a student symposium. We have had much success with it over the years. And this year, after about a decade from its inception, we thought that we were ready to go international. So in many ways, this is an opportunity to overcome the challenges that we have had with social distancing in the past 12 months. So there are positive things coming out of challenges as well, and using technology, we can come together on a virtual platform for this global event. Excuse me. For this reason, we have partnered with the Sant'Anna Institute on the other side of the pond in southern Italy and sent out a call for papers that all of the participants have answered from various universities in the United States and also from other continents. Now we are all on different time zones, physical locations. It is exciting in all this diversity, but we are also united by a single purpose: to advance social justice. And what I wanted to say also is that I'm excited for what is to come today, and I'm here to give thanks and acknowledgements to the speakers and moderators and to our partners at the Sant'Anna Institute, and also to our supporters at Wake Forest, the School of Divinity, the Anna Julia Cooper Center, the Humanities Institute, with support made possible in part by a major grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Zachary Reynolds Smith Library, the Undergraduate Research and Creative Activities Center, and also I would like to thank Alex Birch of the Department of Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies and all my colleagues in the department, and also the technology gurus with whom we work. I'm especially indebted to Barry Davis, who is here, he's multimedia and digital production service coordinator, and also Preston Neal, the multimedia technician of the Wake Forest Information Systems at Wake Forest University. And so without further ado, I'll pass the word to my colleagues.
Thank you, Wanda. Thank you, Wanda. My name is Marino. I am the academic director at Sant'Anna Institute in Sorrento. I'm really happy to be here today with all of you, our colleagues, Wanda, of course, in primis, and obviously our students as panelists. Wake Forest is one of our most prestigious partners, specifically the Department of Women and Gender Studies, led by Professor Balzano. In particular, Sant'Anna was extremely honored to participate in the organization of this symposium and to give our contribution to internationalize the event and involve other American universities, also from our network of schools we work with for our study abroad programs in Sorrento. Moreover, we particularly value events such as this one, where students, including the undergrad, are invited to practice their research skills and to be prepared for their next career after the graduation. It's actually one of the core activities we organize in Sorrento, Sant'Anna. Now I'm pleased to give the floor to our president, Cristiana. You are there?
Yes, I am. Buongiorno, everyone. I'm Cristiana Panicco, and I'm the founder and president of Sant'Anna Institute. It is an honor to be a part of this symposium on gender and sexuality, and I would like to thank Professor Balzano for giving us this amazing opportunity to be involved in this very important event. I would like also to thank Sant'Anna Academic Director Marino for his hard work and his passion. Sant'Anna has been proud to partner with Wake Forest University on study abroad initiatives since 2015 and to work together in our commitment to gender studies, not only with today's event, but also with the 2 gender studies colloquia that we organized in 2020, also in collaboration with Wake Forest. And the title was Rethinking Marginalized Identities in Pandemics. It was very successful. Gender studies has also been a growing part of our curriculum here at Sant'Anna, with the addition of our introductory course in women and gender studies, as well as internship opportunities, both here on site in Sorrento and the virtual options also this year with international organizations. As a businesswoman and a female entrepreneur in the south of Italy, I'm from the north of Italy, I'm from Torino. I moved to Sorrento 24 years ago. I have personally encountered the many gender stereotypes and play in both these professional and cultural context. It continues a challenge that has empowered me to become probably a better leader, and has also given me the inspiration to empower others, especially my students at Sant'Anna. So a very special thanks to you all, the student researchers, for your important contribution to today's event. And may you continue to be inspired by this subject and share your knowledge on it with the entire world. Thank you very much e buon lavoro.
I think the word is for you for the introduction of the symposium.
Thank you.
Jieun. We need to have the introductions and our colleagues.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Annual Student Research Symposium on Gender and Sexuality. We are very happy that you could join us today from all different places. So this year, we are making the symposium virtual, but also transnational in partnership with the Sant'Anna Institute in Sorrento, Italy. So my name is Jieun. I'm an assistant professor in Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies Department at Wake. I'm currently on research leave, but will be back teaching this fall and looking forward to it. I'm so grateful to welcome everyone today for such a wonderful event. A note of thanks to the symposium committee members, Dr. Shannon Gilreath, Dr. Wanda Balzano, Dr. Cristiana Panicco, and Dr. Marino, who have organized this symposium. So we are also very excited to have all the undergraduate, graduate student presenters and chairs from local, regional, and international institutions who will participate in a number of intellectually stimulating panels examining gender and sexuality. The annual Student Research Symposium at URECA has been and is a critical and interdisciplinary gathering where students and faculty members share their feminist thoughts on gender and sexuality. So the papers presented by students grow out of their classes and discussions with their professors and classmates and engagements with our campus and communities. So from presenting at this symposium, some students have found their academic and activist path intersecting with women's gender and sexuality studies. And others have told me that the symposium furthered their ways of thinking and motivated their interest and commitment in gender and sexuality related topics and feminisms. So the annual Student Research Symposium on Gender and Sexuality continues in this vein of inspiring our students to speak up and speak out, and in so doing, find their own voices about issues vital to them. So sharing your thoughts is also a way to communicate with communities on a local and global level. So this in turn provides opportunities to create and fortify networks in all their diversity. As always, every year, we are here for this meaningful event. For so long, systemic racism and heteropatriarchal sexism, different kinds of systems of oppression have affected lives of women and men, people of color and queer people, people without secure finances, health, legal status, and people with mental or physical challenges. So feminists have fought this multiple marginalizations and have envisioned and thus achieved social justice to bring it into the home, the workplace, art, politics, and elsewhere. However, these unprecedented times of worldwide pandemic have greatly aggravated inequality and discrimination, spreading hatred. Amid of this pandemic, domestic and partner violence has soared. Women with children have been doubly burdened. Asians and Asian descendants have been targeted for racial crimes. Worldwide extremist political currents are still growing. Injustice and inequality are unfortunately still with us. Consequently, this year's symposium is particularly significant because of this challenging period. This year's theme is representation, resilience, and renewal. These three words are loaded with potential. They also put forth the seeds of action. In order for us to have representation, we need to take action. You cannot wait for representation to come to you. You need to go out and claim it. Resilience is your potential of recovering from adversities. However hard you may fall, you still need to pick yourself up and keep going. And renewal is your power of regenerating your ideals and mission. All three words make us think about other words with prefix re. Research, rewrite, resist, reclaim, renew. The prefix re means back from a point to reach it and back to the original place or position. It holds a sense of being sentimental and past-oriented, but when applied to a verb, engenders a forward-moving action. This is not to state that we shouldn't remember, but we should remember in order to rethink, reevaluate, redress. It is therefore high time to find our representation, imagine resilience, and renewal. It is high time indeed to reimagine the world at this dawn of recovery. This moment beckons us as feminist thinkers to reconsider our times, to reinforce our prior practices and reassemble new futures. On this note, your papers, your participation, your thoughts, and your commitment in examining inequality, discrimination, and oppression as you engage with feminisms are among the most needed actions for today, at least. And your paper topics on Black feminism, Asian feminism, LGBTQ activism, sex work, gender-related policy, citizenship, mixed race, gender violence, feminist artworks, and praxis are all indicators of how feminists are vital actors in struggles for social change and all forms of justice. At this time of pivotal change, and when social justice is again very much in the center of our concerns in the United States of America and in the rest of the world, I believe that this year's Student Symposium will highlight the possibilities for community engagement, sustainable coalition building, movements for justice, and feminist strategies to address the pressing challenges that we all face. So today is your time to speak, and remember, your time to shine is always now. So thank you for being here today.
That is a very energetic introduction. So we're all ready, but I have a few notes just to see how to tell you how this is going to work. And sorry to take a few more moments for this, particularly after Professor Yenlik has given us, you know, so much energy and hope.
Thank you, Jieun. Thank you very much.
So just we have asked each presenter to speak for 10 minutes, and there will be an additional 5 minutes for questions and discussions. We won't have to take it all necessarily, but it's nice to have you know, those 5 minutes at the end. And then there will be a second presenter with the same format, and then at the end there will be 15 minutes that we can use so that we don't have to rush for the next link, because remember that this the first session is in this link, and then we will move on to a second link. The presenters, this is a webinar, so the presenters are the only ones that are going to be visible, and the audience we encourage to you know, to have from the audience questions. And in fact, even I was you know, I was thinking that already after Professor Lee's introduction, there would be someone who wanted to talk and say something. But so when you have the presenters, you know, and you have questions, put them in the chat, and then the moderators will see them, and then that's how the questions are going to be conducted. So for now, so I will say that what time is it? 20 minutes. So maybe we can stop our videos and mute ourselves until 9:30, because remember, this is the link. You're fine, and then we will resume at 9:30 in order to start our first session on home identity politics and reform. Coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wanda. See you later.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alessandro Buffa, and I'm the moderator for this session. And the title of the panel is Home Identity, Politics, and Reform. And I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Chynar Amanova from Northern Illinois University. And Chynar, he's an international doctoral student from Turkmenistan, a country in Central Asia. She's an EDD candidate for the doctoral program in education, and a teaching assistant at Women, Gender and Sexuality Studies, the Department of Higher Education and Student Affairs program at Northern Illinois University. The title of our presentation is Finding Home. Where does Central Asian feminism belong? And I think we have for this talk a pre-recorded video, right?
Hello everyone, my name is Chynar Amanova. I am an international doctoral student at Northern Illinois University. My topic is Finding Home, where does Central Asian feminism belong? Central Asia is the southern part of the former Soviet Union, comprising of 5 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. All Central Asian countries share the same Russian and Soviet imperial past. Historically, they have also shared Islamic traditions. Soviet Union colonized Central Asia. However, Central Asian cultures sustained the Islamic culture in the region despite strict rules imposed by the Soviet regime. Islam served as a socio-political glue that connected the people of this region together. Islam actually helped them reinforce social bonds among people, which Soviet regime tried to destroy. Soviet ideology used Marxist feminist ideas to colonize people of this region. However, Soviet feminism did not emancipate women in this region. Instead, it gave the rise to femicide and other forms of violence against women. So women had to pay high prices just for attending these classes, because on the way to their classes they were either killed, tortured, or raped. So as you can see that women actually were not empowered by this kind of education. They were disempowered due to these changes brought by the Soviet regime. Due to many forms of violence, Central Asian women started to show some resistance. Russian attempts to change women of Central Asia failed because women showing great deal of resistance. They started, for example, keeping traditional dresses to protect themselves from the racist gaze and over-sexualized images of the Oriental women. As mentioned before, in 1920s, women were not exactly empowered due to the Soviet feminism, so they had to reconstruct traditional practices and gender relations. As you can see in this picture, women are still wearing traditional dresses, and this picture is taken in 1960s when the Soviet Union was flourishing. So even in the capital city of Turkmenistan, women still wore traditional dresses in order to show some kind of resistance to the existing regime. If we look at Central Asian women's problems, it seems that post-colonial feminism might serve as a good framework because it focuses solely on the experiences of non-Western women in the post-colonial world. And it also argues that women living in non-Western countries are misrepresented in scholarship and therefore they should be fairly studied. However, Western feminist scholars' analysis of Central Asian women's problems from the perspective of post-colonial feminism was limited, and it did not properly address the region's experiences with the Soviet feminism. There was some cultural exchange between Western feminists and women from Central Asian countries. However, Western feminist scholars were selective about whom they talked to, and they were seeing Central Asian women as oppressed and weak, which was not true. Therefore, they started collaborating with Russian women so that they can explain them the Central Asian women's problems. But unfortunately, Russian feminist scholars were lacking that kind of knowledge because they could never really understand, even in the Soviet time, the Central Asian women's problems. In the Soviet time, many programs were developed, but those programs were just practicing the Soviet ideologies, and they were not exactly beneficial for improving the lives of women. So as you can see in this picture, those women's programs were reporting back to the government. The same kind of tradition, unfortunately, was continued even after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But those programs do not consider the real problems of the Central Asian women, and women do not exactly benefit from the implementation of those programs. Therefore, a famous Uzbek feminist scholar, Madina Tlostanova, says that gender discourses on a state level do not give any hope for a possible communication with power. Therefore, she suggests that we should rather speak of resistance to and criticism of the state initiatives. And that is true in many cases, because many women NGOs, non-governmental organizations in Central Asia, they collaborate with the government, so they just go along with the mainstream discourse because of their financial dependence on the grants provided either by the government or by Western donors. And this leads to the perpetuation of the vicious cycle. As I mentioned before, post-colonial feminist framework is not exactly acceptable for examining the issues of Central Asian women. For example, driven by post-colonial feminists framework, United Nations agreed to allocate funds for gender equality and women's empowerment in Turkmenistan to reach the targets of Sustainable Development Goals in April of 2016. However, as you can see, some of the targets are not exactly relevant to Turkmenistan or to the issues of Turkmen women. So I highlighted which one is not exactly relevant. For example, abolishing child marriage is not exactly relevant to issues of Turkmen women or children, because we do not have child marriage to begin with in our country. And the other one can be preventing female genital mutilation, which is not practiced in Turkmenistan, and as far as I know, it has never been practiced even in pre-Soviet time. So this kind of shows that post-colonial feminist framework is not relevant to studying the issues of Turkmen women. Middle Eastern feminism is not acceptable for studying the issues of Central Asian women as well, because the revival of Islam does not pose threat for Central Asian women. Instead, the reinstatement of cultural norms within public life may negatively influence, as they give rise to conservative attitudes towards women, such as limited access to higher education, especially for women in the rural area. So which framework should we use then? Some feminist scholars, especially Central Asian feminist scholars, they suggest some strategies such as decoloniality, listening carefully to women's lived experiences, or Central Asian scholars make suggestions such as sharing their experiences of alienation turning them into theoretical and methodological empirical questions to be investigated to serve the community they study. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I don't do we have questions for this, or I don't know.
For the if there are, it's you can't answer them. So I think that there might be remarks.
Yes.
I would move on. In this case, I would move on to the next to the speakers that we have here, and we can. The speakers themselves and all of us, we might refer to some of the connections that there will be.
Well, okay, so we have our second panelist, and I think she's here, right? And her name is Yenlik Dairova, and hello, hi. And the title of her presentation is Gender Identity Policies in Kazakhstan, Reviews and Recommendations. And Yenlik, she's an undergraduate sociology major at Nazarbayev University. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to share the screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Yenlik Dairova. I am a third-year sociology major student at Nazarbayev University. Today, I'm going to present my paper, Sex, Gender, Identity Policies in Kazakhstan, Reviews and Recommendations. We wrote this paper with Dr. Michael Ryan, who is a sociology professor at Nazarbayev University. So this presentation will examine the history of sex, gender, identity policies in Kazakhstan, taking special note of the transitional period after the breakup of the Soviet Union. It will then provide analysis of current policies and conclude with policy recommendations to help further Kazakhstan's role as a leader in adopting more minority-friendly laws and policies in the Central Asian region. So the agenda is based on the aforementioned abstract. So firstly, we're going to discuss this history of sex, gender, identity policies, then proceed with process of gender affirmation procedure, and close with policy recommendations. So let's start with history, since the roots of sex, gender, identity laws of Kazakhstan were formed by the ones that were developed in the USSR period. So prior to 1983, the question of gender identity was mostly synonymous with homosexuality, and trans people were often diagnosed with schizophrenia and sent to mental wards. But in 1983, the term transsexualism appeared in the document that was issued by Ministry of Health of the USSR, and it was termed as some kind of form of personality disorder and or sexual perversion. There was a big step in 1991 when methodological recommendations for sex change was issued by the Ministry of Health of the USSR. And it was an important step because it was the basis for gender affirmation procedures in post-Soviet countries. And after the collapse of USSR, the question of gender identity and sexual identity and transitioned from medical to more of a political discourse, because it was discussed not only by medical professionals, but by politicians and policymakers as well. Next, we have here the sex gender affirmation procedure that was issued by methodological recommendations in 1991 in USSR. The first one was an attempt of gender reconciliation when psychiatrists conducted sessions and some kind of therapy with trans individuals. And in case of it not being successful, they diagnosed the patients with the most extreme form of transsexualism, which was called nuclear form. for which legal change of documents and 1-year trial period was prescribed. So the second step. During this 1-year trial period, a person was accommodating to his or her or their gender identity. And in case of them accommodating to it well, psychiatrists decided on the necessity of surgical intervention. And they prescribed surgical intervention only in the case of hormonal therapy not being successful. And that happened if person's bodily tissues are not responding to hormonal treatment. So next we have gender identity laws issued in Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan gained independence in December 1991, the last one of the post-Soviet countries. In 2003, the first law, it mentioned a 30-day medical examination, while gender affirmation surgery or hormonal therapy was not mandated, and it was not even mentioned because the law was not clearly developed at the point. Next, in 2009, sex and gender affirmation surgery and hormonal therapy were recommended, but not mandated yet. Next, in 2011, there was a major step backwards in terms of gender affirmation surgery and hormonal therapy becoming compulsory. So first, a person had to go through the surgery, hormonal therapy, and sterilization in order to legally change their gender identity. In 2015, there were specified measures for 30-day medical examinations. And basically, there were no new initiatives there. There were just mentions of some new doctors for medical commission, and that was that. And the latest in 2020, another step back in terms of refusal to reduce the age at which sex gender reassignment is allowed from 21 to 18, because Ministry of Health proposed to reduce the age, but Ministry of Justice denied the request. So as of 2020, the steps of sex gender affirmation in Kazakhstan is the following. Firstly is 30-day medical evaluation at which psychiatrists, neurologists, all kinds of doctors are reviewing a patient, and they are deciding whether a person can obtain necessary procedures to go through with gender affirmation procedure. So procedures include hormone therapy, surgical genital interventions that include total sterilization, and this is non-negotiable. These procedures are necessary to obtain legal change of documents. And I want to highlight how this is different from the USSR gender affirmation procedure of 1991, where legal change of documents was the first thing necessary, and then the procedures were kind of like psychiatrists decided on the necessity and was not mandated. Of course, apart from psychological, physical costs that a trans person has to bear in order to go through gender affirmation procedure, there are huge economic costs. So here's the bar chart. For example, the cost of male to female affirmation procedure is $3,600, and female to male is $7,200 in comparison to the salaries. The minimum of $100 a month and $500 a month on average. As you can see, the prices of gender affirmation procedures in Kazakhstan are astronomical in comparison to the salaries of average citizens. So conducting all of this information and analyzing the laws, we came up with policy recommendations. First of all, it's to depathologize gender diversity and remove the requirements for psychiatric evaluation, since the question and gender identity is not a medical question. It should not be a mental disorder, and it should be citizen right. Secondly, lower the age of providing assistance from 21 to 18 and providing assistance for those who wish to go through with gender affirmation who are younger than 18. This is necessary since people of any age have the right to affirm their gender identity legally. Next, provide sex gender affirmation surgery, hormones, and other medical services under the publicly funded healthcare plan. As you have seen the economic costs for the procedure and the average salaries, you can see that an average citizen and an average trans person in Kazakhstan cannot afford it, and many trans people refuse to go through gender affirmation procedure because of the costs. And without the surgery, they cannot legally change their identity. So here's a logical problem. Next, allow identity to be self-determined, because it is a natural human right to be determine one's self gender identity, and should not be this right should not be given to medical professionals or to judges. Next, remove sterilization requirement, which is a clear violation of human rights and bodily integrity. And as given in Yogyakarta principles, in principle 3, no sterilization, no gender affirmation surgery or hormones should be necessary in order to go through with gender affirmation procedure. Next, remove barriers to full and equal participation in civil organizations, since in Kazakhstan, trans people cannot serve in the military or participate in law enforcement. And of course, this bars them from participating in social life and their rights as equal citizens. And last but not least, pass anti-discrimination legislation to protect LGBTIQ citizens, because even after going through with gender affirmation procedure, trans people in Kazakhstan face severe discrimination in healthcare, in education, in employment, in various forms of social life. They face harassment and violence. And with these laws, with these legislations, people, LGBTIQ citizens, can gain a right to a normal life as any other citizen. So that was all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. And 10 minutes, you say really in time. So thanks for that. And so if
5 minutes, more or less, if someone has something to say.
Some questions, and
I have a question that I always am curious to know, and I always ask my students, you know, when we have issues that we see clearly, and then we are presented with new strategies, and also we want to envision a future that is where we, you know, we should go with this. You have recommendations there, and so, you know, when you have the recommendations for change in policy, how do you think it is possible for change to come about? What do you think needs to happen to allow for change? Because we need to have hope that things change, but also we need to have concrete steps. And you know, for your knowledge, what do you think should change? And thanks very much for this presentation, because really it's you know, it's eye-opening.
Thank you. In terms of necessary steps to carry out these policies, well, I think first of all, there should be like some kind of awareness in citizens, and like trans awareness should be more available to people, and they should become more visible in order for people, first of all, to care about people of different gender identities. And in terms of policies, I don't know, maybe there should be some petitions that people could sign in order for the government and policymakers for them to gain attention. I guess.
Other questions, comments, or follow-up? Okay, just a curiosity. It's more. It's not just. It's not a real question, but more because you are an undergraduate student, right? And do you plan to expand your research? I don't know, in future studies, MA or something like that. And also because this is something really new. Generally, we talk about identity in sociology or other fields, especially from very Eurocentric ideas. You know? So this is something new. And I was wondering also how, if you, for example, if you're familiar with the studies in other parts of the world in this issue of identity policies and transgenders and so on. So
prior to writing this paper, I conducted a literature review, of course, reviewing different gender identity policies and reports in different parts of the world. But mostly I concentrated on Central Asia, and found out that there were little information on gender identity policies in Central Asian countries, and especially in Kazakhstan. But of course, I would like to conduct a more thorough research about other countries. And regarding further, yes, the topics of gender and sexuality are of keen interest of mine, because I've always I was interested in a topic since I was 15 years old. And if I will get a master's or PhD, I think I could probably research those topics. Yes.
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
As we listen to everyone, maybe there will be other questions that everyone each one of you will be able to assist. Okay, so maybe we can go to next talk, which is also we have is recorded, right? So the presenter is not here, and it's a paid bond.
Yeah, correct. So for Payton, we have another video. Barry?
Yes, we have a video, yes.
Barry is working on that.
And from Earth Talk will be on the do you need a model? Do you need a sex worker experiences under decriminalization in autorea? Sorry, this is a Maori word. Maybe we can learn more about that. Payton, she's originally from Virginia in the United States, where she received her BA in Leadership and Public Policy from the University of Virginia in 2016. She moved to Dunedin in New Zealand in 2017 and received her master's of politics from the University of Otago in 2019. Payton is currently in her PhD, first year PhD in gender studies at the University of Otago. Her current research focus on factors, on what factors may have impact on the indoor of sex workers' workplace in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So this presentation is based on our project, on our master degree project. So we can now see the video.
Hi, my name is Peyton Bond, and I'm joining you today via recording from New Zealand at the University of Otago. So I'm going to talk to you today about the Dunedin model, which is what I call the results of my research around Dunedin sex worker experiences under decriminalization in New Zealand. Due to time constraints, I'm going to kind of zip past this background part. But I think that the main important thing for you to take away from this is that the Prostitution Reform Act of 2003 was made New Zealand the first country in the world to decriminalize sex work, and it represents a best practice model for sex work legislation, and that the passage of what I will call the PRA began with the formation of the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective, or NZPC. My research question was kept distinctly broad. What are experiences of Dunedin sex workers under decriminalization? This developed a snapshot of the Dunedin indoor sex work industry in 2018. Dunedin's a small city located at the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand. Approximately 25,000 out of 130,000 residents are students. At the time of this research, there were 3 parlors. I use parlor rather than brothel because that's what participants in Dunedin said. At the time, 2018, the 3 parlors made a sort of a triangle if you trace them on a map. They're a couple blocks from the city center, and they blended very discreetly in with restaurants, the casino, thrift shops, and bars. I received ethics approval from the University of Otago, as well as receiving support from the NZPC to conduct this research. After I received both of those supports, I began the distribution of my information sheets, as well as getting in touch with a community contact who worked in proximity to Dunedin sex workers and was able to pass along my information to participants. My methodology. So the framework of feminist standpoint theory lends a lot to the legislation that the language that I use around legislation and the actors in this research. I refer to the Prostitution Reform Act as socially situated legislation, and NZPC and sex workers as socially situated persons. Because standpoint theory gives weight to knowledge provided from people in specific and marginalized social situations, I discuss occupation as a potential standpoint and refer to the legislation, sex workers, and NZPC as socially situated. I use qualitative, responsive, and semi-structured interviewing, and then I use transcription coding to identify trends and patterns, which I call indications, to pick out experiences and themes from the interviews. Although my sample size was small, my participant demographics were fairly diverse. The ages ranged from 21 to 60 years old, with differing gender identities and a large range of time in the industry. So my results and conclusions before I jump into them a bit more in depth. For a model of decriminalization that properly supports workers' rights, which I call a successful model, the managers will adhere fully to the provision of the PRA and NZPC guidelines. Sex workers will be confident and knowledgeable about their rights under the legislation, and councils will not introduce bylaws that contradict the provisions of the PRA. This picture at the top is a photo of the NZPC celebrating 30 years since their inception. So first, management. A main theme of the interviews was the positive managed style of then management Claire. People had been unhappy with prior management and felt that the current management had their rights as workers respected. However, after I completed my dissertation, some of them did say that looking back, there were favorites and that their experiences might not have been universal, which brings me to what one of my participants, Ella, summed this up very well. Businesses in this industry change massively depending on who is in charge. What this means is that while a positive management system that respects workers' rights is incredibly important, it's also incredibly important that workers' rights do not simply hinge on the whims of the management. The Dunedin model, which is a snapshot, as I said earlier, shows what happens when management respects workers' rights, and it's an important player in a post-decriminalized region. Just popped a couple quotes in here that I'll just read out loud. Ella said about management, she's very supportive and non-judgmental. Poppy said, she's really great. She's such a good resource. She's awesome. And Tammy said, our manager at the moment's really good. Hopefully she'll stay around for a while. This is a rather long quote from Claire, so I'll sum it up. After I'd completed the interviews with the workers, I interviewed the manager. I told her that our management style had been a key part in participants having a satisfactory workplace, and she essentially said that she managed based on the Prostitution Reform Act and about not exploiting people. Workers' rights. Rights such as the right to work and not to work, as well as not being fined for missing a shift or being late, are all extremely important. It's also important that workers know that these rights exist and feel that they have the support systems in place to advocate for themselves as well as others. In Dunedin in 2018, workers felt both confident and knowledgeable about their rights. They cited their own community support, the existence of the NZPC, and the positive management for ensuring they knew their rights. Although the community support and NZPC are pretty consistent factors in decriminalization, participants did speak of being less able to assert themselves concerning their rights under different management. The dependency of workers' rights on management is concerning at the very least. This is just a screen grab from the NZPC website about the new worker pack, which gives a manual that isn't available to the public, that's just for sex workers to use with tips and tricks of the trade. I picked one quote out, there's so many, but time. Nick said, I think if you start off working here, Dunedin, you know what your rights are, and that's really the thing. Like, people don't know what their rights are necessarily in other places. So people credited their confidence with their rights to starting work in Dunedin. Other people who said that they'd worked in other places with other people noticed that other workers didn't feel as confident about their rights as people they had encountered in Dunedin. This is another screen grab from the NZPC website that has resources both for brothel operators, for the managers, and for sex workers. So last but not least, the local councils. So bylaws are defined as any rule or regulation which is made by any local authority by virtue of any act now or hereafter to be enforced, and which is termed a bylaw in the act by virtue of which it is so made. So that very likely, that very wordy account of bylaws basically means that local and regional councils can make rules around sex work, which often can contradict the intents of the PRA, but it was allowed in the PRA if it is likely to cause a nuisance or serious offense to ordinary members of the public, or is incompatible with the existing character or use of that area. Nearby Queenstown and Christchurch have some of these bylaws, which essentially reduces the real estate enough to force brothels either out of the city or out of the town completely, which completely goes against the point of decriminalization. Dunedin has no such bylaws. This is one of the reasons that I chose Dunedin to look at. I've bolded the nuisance or serious offense and existing character because I feel that these are very broad in the power that they provide to councils, as well as being quite stigmatizing, which the Prostitution Reform Act specifically was working against. Participants on local councils. So Ella, who sometimes did touring, said, I found the place I was most scared to travel to was Queenstown, because you can't operate a brothel within the city center or like anywhere within residential areas, which is the entirety of Queenstown. We were very, very nervous, like that we would get caught and blacklisted or publicized for what we were doing, which is something I've never felt in Dunedin. So my conclusions. Once socially situated legislation is in place, it should not be changed by outsiders, i.e. bylaws. If further advice or instruction is offered by the socially situated group, it should carry similar weight to the legislation itself, by which I mean the advice offered by the NZPC on how to operate a brothel. Listening to marginalized groups concerning what is best for them legislatively and systematically should not be a question, it's best practice, like the PRA. Workers' rights cannot exist only at the whims of management, and an illustration of the environment that may exist under decriminalization when three key requirements are met is good, but the changeability and fragility leaves room for improvement. I'm just going to reiterate quickly the three main things. The managements will adhere fully to the provisions of the PRA and NZPC. Sex workers will be confident in knowledge about their rights under the legislation, and councils will not introduce bylaws that contradict the provisions of the PRA. I call that the Dunedin model. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope that the rest of the program goes fantastically.
Okay, so our next speaker will be Sophia Lissam.
Yeah, Sophia is here with us,
yes,
right?
Yes, yeah, I can see her. Hello.
Perfect.
And Sophia, she's from Impol in Manipur, and currently she's enrolled in an MA in Women Gender Studies at the Indira Gandhi National Open University in New Delhi. And she has completed an MA in sociology from Punjab University. And besides, she's completed MPhil in sociology from the Center for the Study of in Social Systems at the School of Social Science in New Delhi. And her areas of interest are gender studies, cultural studies, gender folk objects, aesthetics, deconstructions of socially constructed ideas of women's beauty. And her presentation, the title of her presentation is on representation and inclusion, tales of life Adibi and its makers. Please,
Thank
the
you so
floor
much
is yours.
For the fine introduction, and a very good evening from India to everyone from different time zones. My name is Sophia Lissam, and this presentation, I want to share PPT. Shall I? Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. The presentation entitled On Representation and Inclusion, The Tales of Life Adibi and Its Makers discusses a tangible cultural thing commonly known as Life Adibi. Life Adibi is a traditional doll of the Meitei community of Manipur, northeast of India. In many significant ways, Life Adibi as a tangible cultural thing determines the gender of an individual in the Meitei society. Now I shall introduce the Life Adibi to you. Life Adibis is the traditional dolls of the Meiteis. Traditionally, Life Adibis are handled only by women since making, selling, and using of this folk object is mainly conditioned as women's role. The primary trading point is the Ima market, which is situated in Imphal, the capital of Manipur. And Ima market is considered as the largest all-women run market in Asia and maybe in the entire world. Now coming back to the origin of Life Adibi, the earliest myth mentioning the origin of Life Adibi is found in Sendreng Pakhangba from Balon Puya. Puya are the ancient texts of Meitei written in the archaic Meiteilon. Meiteilon is the language spoken by the Meiteis. So according to this Puya, the Meitei god king Kaubru Taibang planned a Lai Harauba festival during the occasion of his coronation. In Meiteilon, goddesses are called Lairembi. A Lairembi named Simari proposed all the other Lairembis, goddesses, to offer the god king something made out of a particular cloth called Charaifi. And Simari also ordered a competition between the embroidery goddesses and the weavers goddesses. So the weaving goddesses won the competition and the embroidery goddesses defeated. So only the gift offered by the weaving goddesses were offered, and the disappointed embroidery goddesses store away their gifts. In order to console the embroidery goddesses, Simari asked embroidery goddesses to make a lie that is got from the fadi, that is the torn cloth, and offer to the god king. Then their prayers will be fruitful. They followed what Simari ordered and met the idol of the lie, that is god, and from the fadi, out of fadi, which is the torn cloths, and it began to be called as Laifidabi. So hitherto, the Meitei used Laifidabi in their sacred flag and everyday ritual. This signifies that Meiteis are the ancestor worshipper, and they still remember their origins to the god king Taibang Mapu. Moving on to the Laifidabis in everyday life of the Meiteis, there exist different types of Laifidabi. Meitei girls use particular Laifidabi, which is called Ita Laifidabi, and which is used as a plaything. And here Ita refers to a female friend. In Meitei calendar, there are a few inauspicious days. If death happens on these days, Laifidabis are used for closing the mythical grave door. But, yeah, the mythical Laifidabis are used for closing the mythical grave door. And also Laifidabis are also, they are considered as the goddesses. I'm so sorry, there's something technical happened. Can you please bear with me? Laifidabis are also used in magico-religious rituals. I shall show you the picture of Laifidabi. These are the Ita Laifidabi. And here I also mentioned that Itas referred to a female friend. So this is the front view of the Laifidabi, and this is the back view of the Laifidabi. And this forked object is used as a plaything for the Meitei girls. And these are the Laifidabis which are used in religious rituals. And in death ritual, the Laifidabi on the left side is used for closing the mythical grave door. And this on the Laifidabi on the right side is used for the sacred flag, and which is also mentioned in the origin of the Laifidabi. And all in all, Laifidabis are considered as the protector among the Meitei beliefs. And these are the ritual space of the Meiteis, and you can also see Laifidabis hanging around on the sacred flag. You can also see Laifidabis here. And these are the sacred flag, which is called Satra, and every Meitei household has this kind of flag in their house compound, and you can also see Laifidabi hanging here. And here, this is the titular king of the Meiteis. And you can also see in the umbrella of this, the king, the Laifidabis are on the edges. This also signifies that Laifidabis, the dolls, traditional dolls, are the, signifies the protectors. So I have one main research question for this paper. That is, how does Laifidabi as a toy or a tangible cultural thing represents endangered exploration of gender identities, from aesthetics to the appearance to social roles and various rituals, as well as the folklore. Moving on to the methods, for this study adopts a qualitative research method. The conversation analysis tool is employed to collect first-hand data from the Laifidabi makers, sellers, and consumers, and unstructured interviews of scholars of Meitei culture and Meiteilon literatures were conducted, and tales from the common people were also collected for this research. And for the findings of this study, 4 key concepts were analyzed, that is, on representation, on inclusion, and tales of Laifidabi and tales of Laifidabi maker. Let's start from the first key concept on representation. So today, women artisans engaged in making Laifidabi are called Laifidabi sabis. As this tangible thing is attached only with women, this also play a significant role in representation of their community, the women's community amongst the Métis, like the women weavers, the women market. This craft also play a companionship for the Métis girls in their childhood. However, this paper analyzed representation of facial anatomy, the costume and body structure of the ita laifidabi, that is the plating used by the girls, to understand the cultural expectations and connotations associated with this traditional doll. Usually the face of the laifidabi, the doll is round in shape and it's completely made of white color cloth. The black, straight and long hair and red color lips, thin and long neck covered with white colored cloths might be indicating that women who have these features are appreciated and adored in the society. From the shoulder till the navel area of the doll is covered by a translucent cloth. This indicates that this area of a woman should be covered, and this might be indicating the sanitizing of eroticism and the moral ethics associated with women's body. Another interesting feature of this doll is the breast. The breast area is flat and lies under the translucent cloth. Women who have larger breasts are mostly prone to be mocked in the Métis society. The area from the shoulder to the navel is made up of dry straw. Below the breast, there is a flat stomach and finely curved waist. This may be an indication that skinny women are considered more beautiful. The lower part is represented with a wrap-around dress called potloy, which is used by the bride when the marriage ceremony. It might be suggesting that Métis considered the lower half of the women's body as profane to be exposed in the public. Moreover, women are considered a cultural carrier of society and owner of the family. Therefore, the cultural metaphor of women's beauty and the Métis cultural expectation of how a woman should look like and should be is expressed through this traditional doll, which is played by the Métis girls. And now moving on to the inclusion, despite the significant role in the—
Sorry, you have 1 minute, 2 minutes left, please.
I was trying to sort it out, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, on representation, this Laifidabi lacks the inclusivity of the gender intersections, taking into consideration the taboos of gender and sexuality within the Laifidabi making and playing. Most of the time, the traditional doll play is always associated with womanhood, motherhood, and sexually expected good, beautiful, and ideal women. And boys are not allowed to play Laifidabi. If they play, they are often considered as effeminate and their sexualities are questioned. Coming on to the tales of Laifidabi, within the folk tales of Laifidabi, there exists a plurality, and in the oral tradition, then in the written ones. The plots are similar, but the embedded narratives are added according to the interpretation of the narrator in the oral tradition. And coming to the tales of Laifidabi maker, the Laifidabi seller in Imam Market informed that the demand of original Laifidabi is reducing now. Instead, the plastic dolls with Laifidabi paraphernalia are more in demand. And for gathering more information, tales from Laifidabi maker, I visited a well-decorated handicraft shop in Imphal, a handicraft store. And when I inquired from where the Laifidabis are collected to the shopkeeper, but see neither know the identity of the maker and nor the whereabout of the original maker. Then I later visited a Laifidabi making place to a Laifidabi Sabi, and they also have their store, but the buyers seldom come to buy directly from them. Therefore, the makers remain poorer and than the seller. So look at the condition of the store of the original Laifidabi makers, and as compared to the store which the well-decorated and tourists come to this kind of shop and they are buying from this kind of shop, but the original makers' condition are always remained like this. And these are the Laifidabis which the paraphernalia of Laifidabis is infused to the plastic dolls, and these are the frieze magnet which most of the tourists used to buy, but these are poles apart away from the original Laifidabi in the authentic. And coming to the conclusion, The analysis suggests that there exists a societal and cultural boundary on gender that is witnessed in the existence of traditionally conceived functions associated with this tangible cultural thing. Thus, life to be as a symbolic body may be inducing heteronormative normalization in society. Henceforth, it is indispensable to discuss in more in-depth questions of gender and sexuality attached to this tangible cultural thing called life to be. Thank you so much and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, my laptop was hanged. So
don't worry.
No problem, Sophia.
No problem. So questions, comments?
If we might wait and someone from the audience might write
yeah.
question in the Q&A in the chat. But I find you know, your talk fascinating. I did not know of this tradition, and so I would like to know a little bit more. So, for instance, are there dolls that are? I mean, I can see even in the picture that there are. I mean, they're fabric, but it's. Oh, you said it. Is it always white? And is there a sign of change in? You know, what is the beginning of the tradition? And it seems that what has changed is a little bit the commercialization of it and the plastic. But is there something that, in terms of gender values, has been, you know, has changed? And not only gender values in the meaning of or the representation of this doll, but also in the use, in who buys it, who and who makes it, in any kind of, it seems that, you know, again, you showed us pictures of the shops, the two different kinds, and there are two women in the pictures, and again, it seems that there isn't much profit again for women who make it in by hand and not by, you know, in terms of plastic, and also the woman there probably is not going, the other woman in the fancier store that is not going to make the profit herself. Maybe it's, you know, other companies are making the plastic. So in terms of the representation, and maybe you can say a little bit more of the values for people now and how you think it might go into the future with this doll, if you think that it's still valuable, or maybe in the end, you know, it's in danger of dying, this tradition, and if you can think of a way in which tradition will be blended more with, you know, with knowledge of, you know, body image, or, you know, gender issue, gender values and everything, and moving into the future. And what's your research going to be about this, then moving into the future? And I know more or less you said it, but I would like for you to expand a little more.
Yes, ma'am. So on representation and gender values, I have done a pilot study on this same topic, and I still found out that you know, the making, selling, and the use is still confined to the women only. So I haven't seen any of the men, you know, involved in this, you know, art, you know. The making of life at the bee, all are still women, and then those who are still training, you know, for this art are also women. And the gender values, yeah, I am trying to, you know, look from the appearance and the aestheticism, because here in the Ita life at the bee, which is a plaything for the girls, and most of the Meitei girls, they still have the life at the bee with them, and their childhood they spend with life at the bee, you know. Life at the bee is always a companion to the Meitei girls, even though it is replaced with the Barbies and then new plastic dolls, but still they call them as Ita life at the bee. Ita refers to the female friend, you know, in our language. So still then if I go to the gender value, then still the Life-Adabis are wearing, the paraphernalia is of a bride, Meitei bride. So, and most of the theme the children play with Life-Adabi is, based on the womanhood, the motherhood, and then the, married, and then why I am trying to connect the color of the cloth they used for the face, and then the lips color, and then the eyebrows, and why the long hair, that is, the discrimination comes from there, the rooted in that the fair skin obsession is there in my society, and based on the skin color, people are bullied, and then the body size, that the curvy waist and all, this is the all the representation comes from this, and then children get to internalize that, okay, this is the symbol of beauty, that the skinny body, the white complexion, the red lips. And even when I remember when I talked to the Life-Adabi Sabi, which I went and took the photo of her store, when I asked why we always use the red color thread for the lips, then she said, everybody has red color lips. See, look at you, you also have red color lips, but I don't have. That people internalized, that this is the beauty, the most, ultimate beauty has to be the red lips, the fair complexion. That's what I am trying to show from using the metaphor of Life-Adabi.
It's fascinating. Certainly, I have to find out more. I'm going to go on the internet and find out more.
And I'm also planning to do a more broader, study for my PhD in the same topic.
I like the idea, though, of this kind of protector or friend. So there are certainly these positive values, and certainly during the pandemic, we could use a few of them around for health, mental health. So there is something certainly positive, but it's interesting how representation becomes, a value that one has to contend with and reflect on, and in terms of identity and in terms of identity politics as well.
Yes, yeah. Regarding identity politics, if a boy child, even touch the Life-Adabi and then even wants to if interested to play also, they are always assigned to effeminate. And then people, the society, used to question their sexuality from that oddly. If a boy have interest in playing Life-Adabi, so it is only confined to the women.
Okay, sorry, we have a question on the Q&A.
Yes,
and,
yeah, we have a question from Chynar. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe Sophia can read the question. Sophia, are you able to read the question?
Yes.
Oh, sir,
You can
where to find the question?
Yeah, on the Q&A, you have to click on the
okay,
on the yes.
Yes, let me. Can I stop the presentation so that I can see the?
Yes, of course.
I mean, they have been met since the ancient times. Why they chose white complexion, I would understand if it were met in modern time, because of the obsession of Asian culture with white. Yes, I am from northeastern region of India, which is, very, very less represented by the media to the world, because we have this Mongoloid face, but still we don't have that very fair complexion, But we have a mixed, that people in my society, some people have, very fair complexion, some have darker complexion. So it has always been, from this evidence that it has always been adored, the white complexion, Even since I have dark complexion, I was also bullied in school, in my school days, that, okay, this girl is dark and she is not like too much, how do I put it? Yeah. So those dark complexion are considered ugly in my society. That's what it is. Also an evidence, I think, from the ancient times.
So you're saying, because I think I seem to understand from the question that it seems this obsession with lighter color skin seems to be an obsession of modern times, but you're saying that in ancient times as well, there was this obsession.
Yeah, modern times more, intense, maybe because we are colonized by the British. So maybe that heightened more, but the colonial hegemony, but this exists, I think, since the ancient times, the beauty standard of Métis, that a woman should have, very straight, black and long hair, and then, yeah, I have also mentioned about the red color lips, and that in the same way, yeah, they also adored and considered white complexion more beautiful.
Definitely seems that, certainly in colonization, that it makes it, makes the point to the extreme. Okay.
Yeah, any more questions?
Okay.
Wanda, maybe we can check if Barry is ready with
Yes.
the patterns video. Barry, you are there?
Oh, thank you. And so, Wanda, what do you think? Should we have more time for general questions, or you want to move?
A few minutes just before. Yeah, we can have a couple of questions because 10:45 is our time is when we start the next panel. But just it seems that there are some overarching ideas, certainly about identity politics and also about policy and reform. And one question that seems to be across with the last presentation and Yenlik's presentation is about the management of policies. And also what I hear is that changes can occur, and it connects to what we were saying before. Changes can occur, but also it's important to know that things will change according to who is in charge. And how can we progress in the future, and is always depending on that as well. And also the other thing that that I wanted to point out, and it's not really a question, but it's just a reflection, that certainly the knowledge of the rights of workers and also the rights of the workers, the sex workers in one sense, but also knowledge of what, of the policies. And often, there is some fear, there is some invisibility that is very painful because, as Yenlik, you were pointing out, I mean, there is, there is stigma, there is, mental health, there is people who, want to protect themselves and, not coming forward. It's not like information is available for everyone and you can freely, it's already hard sometimes for information that a policy about policies to be doing this. And so I wanted to just underline and stress, or these 2 points. And I don't know if you would like to add anything, but it seems to me that there is some areas that we can work on to protect this areas, invisibility, and that if we make it visible, then the protection is not there. But also you want to be able to go head high and try to advocate for change. And so sometimes these things are in conflict. But change, sometimes real change, we know this with politics, the real change can come when.
Sorry, Wanda, Barry and I, we move to the next session, okay?
Yeah. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I wanted to add something. Oh, sorry. Or are we finishing?
Just 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah, if you have just
some.
I wanted to reiterate the point about the conflict, in the policy making and in the management of policy making. And what came to my mind is that, at least in Kazakhstan, younger people should be appointed to to be the policymakers and governing body structures. And there is like a major conflict, yes, between those who want for the change to be and those who are more traditional. And I think appointing more younger people would help, because they are the ones that analyze for the changes in the world and look for like certain tendencies, and are I'm not saying that older people are less I don't know, analytical in this sense, but they are less prone to conservative views, I guess. So that would help, like the mix of people with experience and the mix of people with vision. That's what I wanted to add.
Excellent.
Okay. So, Sophia, if you don't have other comments, maybe we can, say goodbye to everybody, and thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this panel. Personally, I really enjoyed. So thank you very much. And Wanda, do you have other comments?
We'll go to next panel.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You're
Thank you
brilliant.
so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
Enjoyed.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Psychologist, Margaret is particularly focused on healing trauma through body-based practices, as well as exploring the inherent wisdom and emotions contained within the body. Her creations are often centered on amplifying marginalized voices while celebrating stories, experiences, and identity. Currently, Margaret is on a post-baccalaureate fellowship year through Harvard's Frederick Sheldon Traveling Fellowship, during which she is photography and conducting interviews with mixed-race individuals on the topics of family, race, and identity. She will be discussing her paper, The Mixed Race Project, exploring the identity and experiences of mixed-race individuals. Next, we will hear from Marina Sito. She studies philosophy at New College of Florida with Professor Aaron Edidin. Her paper is The Metaphysics of Social Kinds, Consequences of Race, Gender, and Natural Kinds. Last but certainly not least, we will hear from Amari Gray Johnson, who will not be here, but will be sharing a video with us. Thank you, and let's give a silent applause to all of our speakers. I will pass the microphone over to Margaret Kennedy to share about the Mixed Race Project.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. And I can share my screen, can I? It's saying it's disabled, unfortunately. Is there a way to give me access?
Can you try?
Okay, perfect. Sweet, thank you. All right. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Well, good morning, and I'll be presenting the Mixed Race Project, which is exploring the identity and experiences of mixed race individuals. Okay, now, oh, perfect. First, I'll go over a background of the study, go over the current study and the current project, some preliminary thematic analysis, and then future directions. So mixed race individuals are defined as people who identify with more than one racial group. Another term for this is biracial, multiracial, multi-ethnic, etc. Currently, over 9 million people in the US identify as multiracial or mixed race, and this rate is growing at 3 times higher than the normal population. It's estimated that by 2050, as many as 1 in 5 Americans might identify as having a multiracial or multi-ethnic background. But despite this growing population, there is a relative lack of qualitative research exploring the mixed race experience. And that's kind of where this project comes in. The current study has 3 primary purposes. The first is to identify common themes of experience associated with being mixed race. The second is to understand how these themes are similar or different from the existing literature. And finally, it's also to amplify mixed race voices and form a community. This project exists online in a very live and growing space. And so it's not only a study, but it's also a community formed. So the method, individuals who are 18 or older who identify as mixed race, biracial, or multiracial can be a part of the project. I currently have 14 participants, and it is an ongoing study. So hopefully getting more participants. The study design is a long form, semi-structured interview style. And so I have a certain amount of questions I ask each individual. And then if they are going into a story or an experience I want to hear more about, then I ask them about that. Each interview is 30 to 45 minutes, and the questions are primarily focused on family, upbringing, identity, discrimination, etc. There are 5 emerging themes currently, and I'll go into each one a little bit more. These themes include racial ambiguity, dissonance between self and how others perceive them, discrimination and racism, appreciating multiple perspectives and uniqueness of identity, and a conflicting relationship with whiteness. So the first, racial ambiguity, is this idea that a lot of mixed race individuals don't feel like they are ever correctly identified. They feel like they can kind of cross this line between racial identities. There's this question that people get asked, what are you? And so this is a quote from one of our participants. Every time I go to the store or to grab a coffee from Starbucks, there's somebody who's going to ask me, and that's at least a couple times a week. And when my classes were still in person, it was a couple times a day that people would ask me. And so this is kind of a huge part of how mixed race people introduce themselves. It's like, oh, my name is this, you know, I'm studying this in college. And then the person might ask, well, what are you? Or where are you from? But no, where are you actually from? So a lot of individuals talk about this. And then several participants talked about this guessing game that they kind of play with this person, or the person plays with them, where the person might be like, oh, wait, I know exactly what you are. You're half Moroccan. And then it's, you know, some extreme guess, and they're like, oh, no, but, you know, you can keep guessing. And that has sometimes it's a positive connotation for the participants, but oftentimes it's negative, where, you know, they just kind of want to live their lives and not have to answer this question every single time they meet a new person. There's also the theme of this dissonance between their self and how others perceive them. So they never really completely feel like a part of either racial group that they're a part of. And this comes from both people inside that racial group, but also people outside of these racial groups telling them that they don't belong or that they can't claim this identity. One of the participants said that some days I feel like both meaning both racial groups, and some days I feel like neither at all, which is really interesting. And I feel like a lot of monoracial people may never experience this or may never relate to this because they've never been questioned about their authenticity as, you know, their race. And so this is something that a lot of mixed race people deal with every day. One of the participants also said, quote, I'm not considered a real Japanese person. I've been told that by friends, not maliciously, but they'll make a joke and be like, well, yeah, but you're not actually Asian, you're a wannabe Asian or something, which is, you know, someone questioning your family and your identity. And so that is, you know, a lot of things to grapple with, and to grapple with that your entire life growing up is really difficult. There was some discrimination and racism that was discussed, and these acts of discrimination came because they were both a person of color and a mixed race person. One of the participants said they were, quote, doubly a person of color because they claimed the identities of 2 marginalized groups in America. And then there was this kind of sub-theme for mixed race women and mixed race girls of this hypersexualization and exotification. One individual talked about being the token ethnic girl in her sorority, where she and the other people that were chosen for the sorority looked ethnic, but not too ethnic, because the sorority still wanted their composite pictures to have mainly Eurocentric features. And this was only really brought up within the context of being a woman and how other people perceived you as a mixed race girl. Another participant said that there was this idea that in her high school, mixed race girls were hot and like they were so attractive. And so you're getting this, you know, kind of like all these people watching you and like, you know, tracking your every move, not only as a woman, but as a woman of color, and as a woman, a mixed race woman. Another theme that emerged was more positive, where they appreciate the multiple perspectives and uniqueness of their identity. So some of the themes that came out of that, those positive themes, were uniqueness, ability to adapt to different social environments, expanded perspective on race and the world at large. One of the participants said, quote, "The biggest thing about being mixed race is being able to have two different cultures. Mixed people are gorgeous. I think it's amazing. I find it so special." And then finally, there was this conflicting relationship with whiteness within individuals who identified as half white. And so their entire lifetime, they kind of didn't know how to feel about their white identity. Sometimes it was pride, but many times it was embarrassment, shame, or even hatred. While also acknowledging the privilege that they received because of their Eurocentric features and having a white parent to help them, you know, just come into the world and to see the world. One of the participants said, quote, "The white race has a really bad rap. They're colonizers. When have they done good things? I'm more embarrassed of my white side. And that's why I'm constantly wanting validation from other Asian people that I'm Asian, because I don't really want to be associated with my white side. I have this disdain for white culture, but I am white. And so that's a big clashing. How can I like my white side when it's so bad? It's reckoning our whiteness with our wokeness." Yeah, and so that's just a conflict that a lot of half white individuals have growing up, because they're, you know, this individual symbol of this whiteness and this, you know, clashing with other minorities, especially in America. So as you can see, there are a variety of themes and sub-themes that are coming from these interviews. And a lot of them support the past literature, but some of them diverge, including the proximity to whiteness and the hypersexualization. I didn't see too much in the literature about that. And all individuals who I've talked to so far see their identity as both positive and negative, which is great. And yeah, like I said, this is a continuing project, and you can find it at themixedraceproject.com. And if you would like to be involved and know anyone who would like to be involved, please feel free to send me an email. Yeah, thank you so much for listening, and happy to take any questions.
You know, if there are questions, we'll see in the Q&A, but, you know, it's open for us as, you know, moderators and panelists to also ask questions. And I do have one. We will, one by one, we will have questions, and then we'll move. And then at the end, if there are common questions, we will ask. And I find it fascinating and certainly worthwhile and positive. I see that, you know, your project is to celebrate, to have a framework to celebrate and find a place, because sometimes it's hard to find a place, right? It's everywhere, but it's to find a place where people can share stories. But as you were saying, in the mix, there will be positive connotations, but also negative ones or experiences, negative range or positive ranging, you know, negative, no, I don't like that, or even, yes, I want to feel like the quotation you, so the phrase, I want to feel excited about my white side, but I'm embarrassed. and I don't know what to do. And it shows we actually need, it seems to me that we need today that kind of sophistication where often issues in general, even though it's painful, but sometimes they're not, we can't cut them with a knife and say they're black and white and we can separate them. We need to go in and sometimes get hurt in order to come out and have some kind of knowledge, understanding, and a redemption from it, because ultimately that's where we're going. So in the question, in the question of your, sorry, in the project, you said that you have 14 participants, and I'm curious to see, are you open to anyone who comes to you? Is there a particular location for this project, or is it open, is it only an American one, or how are you thinking? Because I think it can go, if you go viral, you have a problem.
I totally agree. Thanks for asking that question and for the comments that you made. I definitely agree. It's not a black or white issue. This is a very nuanced experience, and like really getting into the nuance of race and identity and how that is inside one person. But yeah, no, this is open to anyone. I have a lot of currently early 20s, late 20s people, but I would love to expand beyond that age range. I think it would be really interesting to get multiple generations. And I am based in Los Angeles, so when the interviews are in Los Angeles, we do socially distanced interviews, but I have interviewed a lot of people over Zoom. And I think that kind of a silver lining of, finally using this online Zoom platform is I can reach a lot of people for sure. So definitely not staying within the bounds of the US either. Happy to do international work as well.
I also, I just wanted to add one little thing that, this question is so important, not only because, the race, and often it's not only a matter of having two races, there are more, and then it gets really confusing with the guessing game. But it's also sometimes for some people a question of color and shades, that not necessarily race, it's just that it gets confusing. Ethnicity is another one, and even though it's not as complicated as when it comes to race, then I find it fascinating, and I just want to say, report, even in my experience, I come from southern Italy, and I live in North Carolina, and in North Carolina we have a large population of Latinx people, and therefore they often ask, they often don't ask because they assume I'm Hispanic, and the accent and everything, but sometimes when they ask, they actually say, oh, I know you are Latinx. And so even though it's not about race, it's about ethnicity, it's and it's a whole thing gets confusing when it's not even it becomes, we are all perceived in our identities by others, and that issue comes not only how we feel, but it's also the other part of it, how we are perceived. Exactly. And so the negotiation between the two becomes political. It's in a political arena. So, exactly. Okay. Thank you. It's a very rich topic. Khadija, you can introduce.
I had one question for you, Margaret. You talked about this guessing game and how it's usually a negative experience for mixed race people. Is there a polite way to ask someone's ethnicity, or is it never appropriate?
That's a really great question. I think it's only annoying when people so one of the participants and I were talking, when someone is genuinely curious and seems like a good person, and it's not coming from a place of sometimes it's seen as this weird curiosity, like, oh, I am like a thing that I've never seen someone like you before, and I need to know like what you are. And like that is kind of like, okay, you're only asking because you're curious about this like very superficial part of my identity, which is what you can see, as opposed to wanting to know more about me or etc. So I think it's totally fine to ask, especially like someone you're closer with, but always coming from a place of like listening and empathy for the other person, is if that makes sense. Yeah, like it's definitely fine to ask, and I'm happy to share. But when it's like the first, like if someone comes up to me, doesn't even ask my name, it's like, hey, where are you from? Like, where are your parents from? Like, what are you? Then it's like, no, I'm not going to answer that question. Yeah, but thanks for asking, for sure. That's it's definitely okay to ask. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Marino, who will be discussing her paper, The Metaphysics of Social Kinds, Consequences of Race, Gender, and Natural Kinds.
Yeah, hi, I'm just gonna go ahead and share my screen. All right, so thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Marina and I go to New College of Florida. I'm currently an undergraduate student and I study philosophy and sociology. And I'm going to be talking about my paper, The Metaphysics of Social Kinds, Consequences of Race, Gender, and Natural Kinds. So the main two questions that I have in this essay are, what are race and gender, and what are the consequences of that conclusion? So we're going to be taking abstract concepts like race and gender, and we're going to be creating practical solutions. And in doing so, we're going to be able to better understand the objective of the anti-racist and feminist movements in order to better challenge inequality. So in order to understand what race and gender really are, we have to know what is the difference between a natural and a social kind. So a natural kind exists as a structure of the natural world, existing independently of the human mind, while social kinds require human concepts to exist. And in order to better explain the difference, I'm going to be using a couple examples. So the difference between being a mammal and being a professor. So being a mammal is a natural kind because there are certain criteria that something has to have in order to qualify as a mammal, and it doesn't require any human concepts. Whereas on the other hand, being a professor requires human concepts like teaching, and it also depends on like social and cultural context. So who and what qualifies as a professor is going to depend on social practices, and in that sense, it's a social kind. So other examples are a little more ambiguous, like being a child or being a parent. So as an example, being a child is a natural kind in that there are certain biological criteria someone has to fit in order to qualify as a child, like being young, for example. But the difference between being a child or being an adolescent and being an adolescent and an adult isn't necessarily clear. For example, there is no biological significance in the difference between being 17 years old and being 18 years old, but there is a social significance in that a lot of cultures put social significance on turning 18, and in that sense, it's partially a social kind. And then we can compare this to how it applies to the sex versus gender dichotomy. So we can consider sex a natural kind in that there are biological criteria that are used in order to classify someone as a certain sex. For instance, what reproductive system someone has. Whereas gender is a social practice. And even though it is based off of sex classification, it's the social significance given to that sex classification. And the significance of being a member of a certain gender is also going to vary depending on context. So in that sense, it's a social kind. So I'm going to go a bit deeper into the context for gender classification. And one paper that I really look into is that of Sally Haslinger, who defines gender as a social class. So she says that gender relies on the historical subordination of women and that it's imposed on women. So gender has become socially significant in order to classify males and females as two distinct social groups that are supposedly different in socially significant ways. And then we can also look at the way that this classification system has been imposed on transgender and non-binary individuals. For example, transgender individuals are expected to act in accordance with their the gender that they associate themselves with, and there are typically social consequences for someone who doesn't act in accordance with their gender. And then in the same way that we looked at gender classification, we can look at how the history of race and racial classification. So race is based on essentially arbitrary physical features. There's no way that you can use science to test what someone's race is, and it's based on how someone is basically perceived by other people. And then we can ask the question, why is skin color socially significant, but hair color isn't? So we have social groups like white and black, but we don't have social groups, for instance, for blondes and brunettes. So we ask the question, why is skin color socially significant? And essentially Sally Haslinger is going to say, well, it's not socially significant. And then race relies on the historical subordination of people of color. So we can actually look back in time to the invention of race during the colonization of the Americas, where race was essentially used to justify actions upon indigenous and African peoples in order to create like distinct social groups to separate white Europeans from people of color in an attempt to justify their actions. And in that way, race was imposed or claimed. And now that we have a better understanding of the history of race and gender, we're going to look at two proposed solutions to this problem. So Sally Haslinger argues that the ultimate goal of feminism and anti-racism should be to get rid of these categories altogether. So we shouldn't have these binaries such as white and black, and we shouldn't have men and women. And she's going to cite the commonality problem. So an example of the commonality problem is the question, what do all Black people in North America have in common socially with all Blacks in any other country besides their subordination? So what makes this group socially significant, whereas they can be considered like a coherent group? And Haslinger says, well, there is nothing socially significant, so we should get rid of these groups. They're only harmful. And then Chyke Jeffers is going to propose an alternate solution. He says that while race was originally based on the racial hierarchy, that significant cultural groups have been produced out of this, and that simply by shifting the meaning of race, these racial groups can continue to exist beyond the existence of a racial hierarchy. And my paper actually proposes a third solution in combination of Jeffers and Haslinger's approaches. I say that I agree with Haslinger that it's important to erase socially significant differences between these groups. They shouldn't create barriers between groups of people. My approach is to eliminate race and gender at the institutional level and broaden it at the individual level. So what does that mean? We can broaden gender and race by, instead of having two gender groups, we can have more than just this binary. And we can also expand our meaning of race to allow people to claim for themselves what race they want to associate themselves with, and for people to be able to identify with a certain gender group based on their own perception of their personal identity, and use it as a form of personal expression instead of it being imposed onto people. And in this way, we're no longer subordinating one group, and privileging the other, but instead allowing people to interpret for themselves what their race and gender is and what it means to them. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
It's funny because I was thinking about the individual versus the institutional, and usually this conference would be, you know, in an institution physically, and now we are in our individual spaces.
Right.
You know, and it's I'm intrigued by this idea of the, you know, how can really be that we eliminate the institution. I understand the absolutely the top down, the need to limit this top down approach that institutions obviously have, but how can it really be possible to institutionalize the individual experience? That part is not clear to me. How would that happen? And then that might be a very difficult question, but that's what I was thinking.
I guess my approach to it is that simply on the institutional level, like people won't be categorized into these social groups at birth, which is something that happens. You know, people are like categorized into gender groups and then racial groups as well based on the race of their parents. And then what that means for them is like immediately determined at their birth. And specifically with gender, we can kind of see how that's changing, but at an institutional level, it's very difficult for people to not identify with the gender binary. And so at the individual level, if we start to understand how people can fit in different ways within the gender binary, then we can implement that understanding at the institutional level.
It's a big change, but it's I can see, you know, that if we don't work towards change, nothing ever happens. And maybe we are at a point when we are asking ourselves the questions, particularly in gender. I don't know about race yet. Maybe there is some awareness, but I agree with you that somehow this, I like the way you went with gender and race at the same time, that, you know, it's intersectional, you can't leave one behind. And if you talk about change, it will have to happen in that way. Do you have questions?
I guess I have more of a comment, or I'm just, you know, thinking about what you were talking about. This was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Like I can totally see it, as Dr. Balzano said, with gender, but it's a bit harder for me to see this with race, just because, like you said, there is so much history and historical significance behind these different racial groups, and now there's like so much meaning to being, you know, XYZ race. How would we go about, you know, transitioning that and transitioning these ideas of race?
Yeah, so I myself also had a bit of a difficulty applying this concept to race as opposed to gender. And in reading Chynar Jeffers' approach to this, I'm not sure that race is even the best term for what would come out of this, because he's essentially saying that instead of like political racial groups, we could have cultural racial groups. So I guess he says that we could shift the meaning of race, and whether or not it would still be called race in the future, you know, that's up for debate. And essentially we would be shifting them to more of a cultural group instead of a racial group. And how we would actually go about like eliminating the racial hierarchy, that's something that I really don't know. But basically what I'm talking about is like, what could it look like after we eliminate the racial hierarchy? But eliminating the actual process of eliminating the racial hierarchy is something that I don't have an answer for.
Thank you.
There's also maybe the question of that some of the categories that, you know, sometimes it's hard to think about social versus natural versus social kind, because you mentioned the hair, and you know, sometimes even the color, never mind the texture, you know, even that can be, you know, in between. Everything is socialized and, you know, for various purposes. So that would be also something that we need to frame, right? To try to see how can we, at the end, the idea is to reach progress and to reach a acceptance, embracing of races and genders. And so how can that happen when we look at, you know, at natural or social kind, and do we need to separate them, you know, in a way that we create other kinds of separations, and, you know, and not unity or you know, of purpose, at least. So I maybe I'll try to see if we can go and I can share the video. I hope it will work, and I'll do my best. Let's see. If it does, maybe Khadija can introduce the speaker. Let me just first try. Oh, I think I'll have to stop sharing. I have to do something to make sure that the, yeah, share sound and optimize for video clip. Okay, let me see if you hear that, if it works.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here.
Do you hear? Is it working? Is it working?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Khadija, would you like to introduce?
Well, thank you, Marina, for that great presentation. You gave us all a lot of questions to wrestle with. All right, we will watch a video from Amari, who is an undergraduate student of language translation and visual studies. Their work explores Black meta-language, queer semiotic techniques, and virtual futurisms. Their upcoming piece in the Columbia Journal of Literary Criticism, Black Twitter, Digital Semiotics and Identification, explores digital anatology in the publicly racial discursive plane. And the video will be on their paper, Abolition of the Human, Black Propaganda and Aesthetics of the Black.
Unfortunately, I could not be there live with you right now, but I'm very excited to be presenting today. Shout out to the other speakers, and thank you to the organizers of the symposium. The title of my presentation is Abolition of the Human, Black Propaganda and Aesthetics of the Black. The topic of investigation is Black liberation and Black power propaganda of the 1970s and 80s. And starting from the lens of Afro-pessimism, I'm rethinking the position of the Black person through linguistics and semiotic theory, and approaching art pieces, print materials, video, and sounds of the era as sensory extensions of a Black vernacular, and thus a reflection of the socio-ontological position of Blackness and the movement's intended desire to subvert that. As a response to state censorship and white supremacist discourse, Black power movements have frequently utilized the tradition of movement propaganda to invoke a discursive Black aesthetic that collapses temporal linearity and the limitations of the physical. Paul C. Taylor understands the Black aesthetic tradition as the practice of using art, criticism, or analysis to explore the role that expressive objects and practices play in creating and maintaining Black life worlds. So the pursuit of a Black life world by aesthetic visualization reflects a desire to heal the ontological disconnection facilitated by the transatlantic slave trade. The social death of the slave subordinates Blackness to the inhuman, and reading the Afro-pessimist social death as a process of social and literal verbal silencing reveals language with a big L as a proxy for human. Because disconnected from speech communities and familial networks, the slave was disabled from accessing the self-realizing plane of conversation, while forced to assume the white grammar. So inscribing whiteness onto the linguistic void of social death in the imposition of English attempts to order the entropic state to which the slave is reduced. Social death not only effaces the human from the body, but renders Blackness into a state of fungibility, a fundamental instability, available to be transformed, requiring transformation lest it unravel. The confinements of the structures of whiteness facilitated by big L language restricts the potentialities of Blackness into an uneasy equilibrium, enforcing a non-threatening legibility. The slave, rendered inhuman or non-language, is then reconstituted as subhuman, dialect, disempowered but interpretable. Blackness, nevertheless, emerges as an unspoken or post-spoken strategy. Evinced by the diffusion of slave dialects throughout Black English, language is a porous cage. Unable to fully confine the combative forces negotiating the condition of social death, language destabilizes, such that Blackness is fungible to itself. So the slave engages a practice in which, despite linguistic barriers, communication occurs through the exchange of semiotics, forming a social plane that becomes metalinguistic. And Black consciousness began to arise in social organizations such as the slave church that transformed language into a sensory experience, conjuring a type of soul force with significatory impact. The double consciousness through which this is employed, first the act of the semiotic and then the awareness thereof, makes Blackness a metalinguistic experience, a plane that allows a sense of presence and connection that language intentionally destroys. And around the flux of social death's equilibrium, a Black frequency forms that mobilizes a discursive agency despite and beyond the imposed white grammar. So as language becomes coterminous with race and Blackness avows a post-linguistic experience, the disavowal of Black English reifies the constitution of social death, and limiting analysis to the linguistic or objectifying the matter through translative frameworks attempts to expel Black meaning into legibility. Channeling techniques of experimentality utilized by Black queer artists and designers across campaigns for AIDS awareness and queer liberation, propaganda and Black power of the 20th century invoked a transformative capability to escape the contemporary manifestation of slavery, the carceral system, the prison industrial complex. Not only did the aesthetics of propaganda take up questions of the body and freedom, but the act of making asserted an authorship distinct from abolition movements of the 1800s, in which white politics and artistic decisions presented emancipation to white publics, intimating queerness through assertion of agency, the formation of the body. Black propaganda aesthetics disrupt the colonialities of gender, sex, and race, while as a linguist-central frequency, destabilizing the experiential confines of language. And in disrupting the criminal positionality imposed by white grammar, Black aesthetics attempt to escape the plane of the inhuman, not only its status, but its role in the creation of the human. By queering the body, the language, and the notion of content meaning itself, Black aesthetics approach a spatial experience of reality, a liminal experience, not just bodily autonomy, but an abolition of the body and material. Through photographic and audiovisual material relevant to Black power, civil rights, and abolition, particularly presentations of images within anti-slavery publications, I'm contextualizing the aesthetic understandings of Blackness as a body and a discourse within slavery propaganda, encompassing a breadth of propaganda messaging while illustrating the complexities of Black aesthetics. And in delineating this period as an invocation of authorship in the Black propaganda tradition, I'm positioning these surfaces as a plane for reinventing a Black bodily and social reality through literal and metaphorical representations of flesh, land, space, and movement. Moreover, I will compare the strategy of films of Marlon Riggs and queer media to reinforce an underlying queer politics, and through analysis of Black queer magazines and imagery, illuminate the intrinsic nature of queerness and Black liberation. Reading these archives through the lenses of public discourse in the works of Abby Arthur, Patricia Bradley, Nicholas Kennedy, Crystal A. Smalls, I hope to place the metalinguistic social plane of Black propaganda into an evolving tradition, from the abolition materials of slavery and the Civil War, through Black power, and into the formation of Black aesthetics in digital space. Smalls' understanding of metalinguistic digital socialities offers a view of the role of agency in indexing language within a context that indexes those indexing language, evoking the sense of gaze, opening a paradoxical feedback loop indicative of the model of ontological identity. We create the self as we create others, and others create themselves as they create us. Yet, the digital context of the metalinguistic exchange as well aids or makes this creation. So language and metalinguistic communication have played an active role in offering commonality, allowing distance from confining labels, fueling linguistic provisionism, and affecting the production of culture. Metalinguistic socialities effectively create a distinct chronotopic figuration, cognitive, and a narrative understanding of the time and space of Black semiotics. The survival of linguistic influence and metalinguistic socialities in the present maintains access to a cultural, quote-unquote, past that really is our present. The proliferation of this phenomenon across the diasporic Black languages and arts continues into innovations of racialized digital space in which Black users gather to suggest this communal and ancestral reality and begin to speculate on its evolution and futurity. The function of the meme and articulations that take advantage of the particular possibilities of digital communication and social media, and specifically Black contexts, continue this genealogy of image making as bodily deconstruction. These moves continually subvert the grammar of language as a plane of colonial violence, in which the existence of AAVE, a Black particularity against a grammar of whiteness, itself represents a survivorship of ancestral oral traditions. In the formation of a Black digital vocabulary and multimedia lexicon, the development of AAVE, our oral tradition, extends into virtual space. The ability to disrupt time and presence, distance, and access, articulated through Black visuality, preface these capabilities in the digital, in which the internet engenders a cross-temporal and a transnational sense of connection. Not only does abolition literature and imagery manifest a sense of Blackness that digital propaganda extends or complicates today, but Blackness, as discourse, becomes an underlying component of the digital. The possibility of transformative linguistic capabilities ultimately speculates on Afrofuturism, linguistic ontology, and radical praxis as realms of meaning. The evolution of faculties within language, and particularly through digital dialects, begins in Afro-imagination to view the future of language as the future of liberation and the growth of meaning as a growth of truth. This process in the digital sphere, however, is an effectively public one, whose effects impact the discourses of racialization beyond a sectionalized Black Twitter or Black internet. Ultimately, I'm considering the public sphere of the internet and the presence of state organization within, premised on Blackness as a material digital resource, an interactive construction, and the potentialities of a Black frequency expanded by the virtual. Thank you for watching.
Wow. So thanks, thanks, Mary Gray, and let me see, going to see if we are joined now, but thank you all for this presentations. Obviously, I just have a question that, and maybe it starts as a reflection. All of you have somehow embodied what this last presentation also was about. And it seems that, and I'm excited about as well, in the very visually, we have visualized the image, again, this identity, but also there is throughout the whole video, this wire, the kind of the wire that we see when in prison, and so we see it interposed on different levels. There is the wire that comes first, so we see between us and the image, we see this net, are we in prison or the other, who is who is on the other side of liberation, who's on the other side of this prison. And then the idea is really that we are normally confined within these languages and that are imposed on us, whether it's a format that we are imposed, an institutional format. And I'm thinking that generally women's gender and sexuality studies, there is a certain difficulty for a discipline like women, gender, and sexuality studies with all the intersectional categories of, race, ability, etc., to function in an institution, because the idea of the discipline is in itself to disrupt, to criticize, to critique, to be in a place of non-power towards questioning power. And so, but still, in order to do that, it has to be in an institution. And so still, Amari Gray was using language, but in a different way to communicate. And so we saw all those images. We saw, you know, the philosophical concepts, which would be like the narratives of, you know, the white narratives, right? The, you know, in philosophy, and yet, you know, the breaking, the impetus, the push to break that narrative, to create something that is not there. Whether, you know, Margaret was talking about, you know, how is the idea of mixed going to be an identity? How can we present that? And Marina, you were saying, well, you know, there are all these various components, but in some ways, the idea is not to be unified and say, let's do things in an institutional way. And so it seems that you know, it's like we're ending with the fireworks of saying, we need to break the narratives we've been given, and we need to create our own, whether it's you know, Black internet, Black, I love that at one point, even you hear the sound, the disrupting sound behind, that we need to pay attention in order to listen and see what they're saying, because, you know, because it's not a given. Even this format of the conference needs to be, we need to communicate, but how we communicate is important. And so I appreciated that. I just wanted to say, because it seems that all of you have been doing this, you know, in trying to assert a formality, right, in what you're doing, and be recognized for what you do within an institution. And as we all work within institutions, whether to get grades, to get stipends, etc., but also to form your thought. But the thought can be independent and needs to be independent, and breaking barriers, breaking through this wired, you know, prison, you know, to find some form of liberation in how we deal with gender, how we deal with race, but still trying to work within the confines of an institution and constantly negotiating against that. That's what seems to me. I don't know if you felt the same, and if you recognize some comparisons with this presentation or with each other. There was a lot just thinking about it, but certainly the other thing I appreciate is the visualization, and also the different scope and different platforms you're all using. We are in 2021, and a project like Margaret you're doing, I mean, you know, I don't know, like 20 years ago, maybe it would have been not feasible or not thinkable. And so I think that the idea of using languages and using formats to do your investigation and academic investigation and research is really, it has opened up a lot of barriers, and it's exciting moving towards the future. What do you all visualize or envision moving towards the future for your own research, where you're going to be with it, or even where society in the end, even if you don't want to continue on this path, where do you think we will be? Can you see it? Or, you know, are you positive?
Well, it seems to me, just hearing y'all talk and hearing, just reflecting on what you were just saying, that language is so does not, it's so limiting. It's so limiting for the experience of so many people, and to identify, to identify with like the boundaries that language puts us in is so limiting for our humanity. And it just seems like we have to surpass that, be it, you know, surpassing race and gender as these like social groups, or surpassing language itself and like using different mediums and forms. It feels like, there's a lot of potential and opportunity, but also a lot of growth that needs to be had.
How we are going to do it is going to be relevant, because in these discourses, politics always is mixed in. And so I think if we can really, the barrier we really need to break through is politics, because ultimately it's such an obstacle that we are all imprisoned, you know, by that. And I think if we can really value even the difference, valuing difference also means valuing, you know, the person who has different opinions on that, right? That's the hard truth about this. But if we can solve this, I like to take that to start with what we started, the idea of mixed race and the idea of even mixed thoughts, mixed languages. As you are all paying attention to, and I have an accent, you know, we have accents, etc. And so, you know, that going through, trying to pay attention, it's not the accent, it's, you know, the aspect, we're all mixed. And so ultimately, it seems the more we present that there is a unified thing and we are colorblind and, you know, blind to many things, it's not going to do anything to resolve where we are. But the more we talk about what we are doing now, either in class or in, you know, I think education seems to be a good model to go through. But also social media and the projects that you're all doing. Do you have, you know, we are exactly 15 minutes before. Do you have other reflections or thoughts or questions? I'll leave it to Khadija because I'm to conclude, because I don't want to put myself in your position.
Well, thank you for both of you guys for coming here and presenting today. I thoroughly enjoyed both of you guys' presentations. Thank you for all the attendees that came with us today, even though it was virtual. And I guess this will conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you. That was exciting. Bye.
Thank you so much for hosting this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. Thank you, students. Thank you, panelists, for joining this session. Thank you, Rosa, Sara, and Anne. Thank you all. Thanks to our audience, of course. My name is Marco Marino. I am the academic director here at Sant'Anna, in Sorrento, and here I am the moderator of this session 2B, titled Resistance and Resilience. And the first panelist in this session is Rosa Cordero Cruz. Rosa Cordero is an undergraduate history of the American students from the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Pedras campus. She is a Mellon Mays undergrad fellow, a member of her university's honors program, and she has participated for 2 summers in the Leadership Alliance's Summer Research Early Identification Program. Her current work explores the changes in Puerto Rico laws dealing with the sexual violence during the territory's transition from Spanish rule to US control, 1880-1920. The title of her presentation is Negotiating Power, Women, Sexual Violence, and the Law during Puerto Rico's Colonial Transition, 1880-1920. Thank you, Rosa. You can start your presentation. I remember all our audience that After each presentation, they will be able to type their questions on the chat. Thank you, Rosa. Please.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Sure, we can.
Perfect. It says that I can't share my screen. So I can't show my presentation. It's saying that the host disabled a participant screen sharing.
Oh, Barry, can you allow?
Now?
You should be able to now.
Okay.
Now it's fine?
Yes, perfect. Can everybody see okay?
Sure, we can see.
Okay, so hello everyone. I hope everyone's doing super well. Since we only have 10 minutes to present, I'm just gonna dive right in and start talking about my project titled Negotiating Power, Women's Sexual Violence and the Law During Puerto Rico's Colonial Transition. So when Puerto Rico went from being a Spanish colony to finding itself under US control in 1898, the archipelago underwent a political transformation that resulted in the establishment of a new penal code in 1902 that reformed laws on sexual violence. Consequently, this study, based on previously unexplored rapto, estupro, and rape cases filed in the District Court of Arecibo, seeks to understand the changes in Puerto Rican laws dealing with sexual violence during the territory's colonial transition, with the interest of studying the impact that the new reality had on the lives of working class women. While simultaneously spotlighting the limitations of the documentation, this project builds upon the idea that it is with these records that readers can access the oftentimes unnoticed views of everyday people during times of political unrest. This way, the invisible flow of gendered, racial, and legal constructions of sexual assault occurring between colonial officials, elite Puerto Rican court personnel, and the popular classes can reveal the ways in which these offenses shaped everyday life on the island. Additionally, by studying sexual assault through an analysis of changing legal practices, the colonial motivations behind the legal interventions on the treatment of women's bodies work to reveal the political, cultural, and social processes occurring in Puerto Rico during the island's transition. This study also calls attention to the moments of dissonance caused by the changing legal codes by examining how local understandings rejected or adopted imposed understandings of sexual assault. By combining both the analysis of US and local legal and racial dynamics, the moments of discord and agreement between competing understandings will better portray the complicated power dynamics and their effects on people. Before answering how the legal transition influenced the administration of justice in Puerto Rican courts or the impact it had on the lives of working class women, it is important to first understand why the US colonial government changed laws regarding sexual violence in Puerto Rico. Since the United States intervention during the Spanish-American War was justified as an anti-imperialist gesture, the new imperial power needed to defend its acquisition of Puerto Rico. To do so, Puerto Rican sexuality was presented as a problem and US intervention as its solution. It then became the United States' duty to relieve the stricken people by transforming the island's legal practices into ones that mirrored the US court system. Unfortunately, much to colonial officials' disappointment, this was not always the case. As will be explored in the next section, 19th century Puerto Rican ideas about race and honor still influence legal struggles, especially in such sensitive arenas as cases involving sexual assault. However, by attempting to restructure local domestic dynamics so that they mirror American family values, officials hope to influence the population by administering gendered interactions and appealing to local audiences to Puerto Rican elite understandings about womanhood, family, deviance, and racial difference. So Maria del Carmen Baerga, in her research about racial difference in 19th century Puerto Rico, argues that because the stain of enslaved ancestors was considered indelible and children's appearance could differ from that of their darker skinned predecessors, racial differences on the territory were marked through a cluster of other attributes like education, behavior, occupation, and reputation. For women, sexual behavior was particularly important when determining their racial identity. Infidelity, concubinage, bad public conduct, and the procreation of illegitimate children were understood as behaviors of women of color. Simultaneously, similarly to what US colonial officials said about poor Puerto Ricans, aggressiveness, perversion, and violence were attributes associated with Black and brown men. Considering that Puerto Ricans remained the court's main actors, even after US colonization, 19th century Spanish colonial ideas still influence the administration of justice. As a result, the analysis of discussions surrounding the sexual history of women and girls involved in sexual violence cases and court officials' search for documents detailing family ties and the particularities surrounding the women's births take on new meanings when applying Puerto Rican colonial constructions of race. For example, when domestic workers Adriana and Guillermina Rivera filed a violación rape case against Domingo Feliciano, discussions about Guillermina's parentage likely point out to a connection between her unfavorable legal outcome and local racializing practices. On July 20th, 1905, a scribe wrote down how Adriana had found out that her sister Guillermina, an orphan of 13 or 14 years, had moved in with Domingo under the promise of marriage. With Guillermina being under the age of consent, and the Penal Code clearly stating that the marriage of parties involved would suffice to prevent any process of infringement of the law, this was the only legal avenue that the Rivera sisters could employ to secure the best outcome. Unfortunately, officials discovered through the civil registry that Guillermina was 16 years old. This discovery, the uncovering of her social standing as the illegitimate daughter of a widow, and her refusal to have the vaginal exam ordered to determine her status, put in question the accuracy of her statements. Eventually, the 16-year-old confessed before a judge how she had willingly left Domingo because she was an orphan and had no home. Domingo was immediately released on June 22nd of the same year. Why did Guillermina initially collaborate with her sister, but later changed her declaration so that it benefited Domingo? Probably because she knew that once her defense started weakening, that it was better to live in concubinage than lose the male protection and economic stability provided to her by Domingo. Life was not easy for a 16-year-old illegitimate orphan. So when the possibility of a legitimate marriage was taken away from her by the court's investigation, she chose what would give her the most freedom under her circumstances. In the beginning pages of the documentation, Guillermina looked to be headed to the altar because of her sister's strategic testimony detailing Guillermina's supposed 13 years and status as a defenseless orphan daughter of two known parents. After the official documentation revealed that she was 16, the illegitimate daughter of a widow, and that her paternity was of unknown origin, Guillermina suddenly found herself in a terrain of racial ambiguity. Who was her father? What was his ancestry? What does this behavior say about Guillermina's mother? With her circumstances exposed, Guillermina was left with no choice but to accept her informal union with Domingo, another move that would maintain her disadvantaged racial status, but would provide her with more comfort than she had as a single orphan. Thus, even when race is not explicitly mentioned, it is still subtly being discussed. These symbolic constructions about people of color's behavior left racialized women vulnerable to sexual attacks and Black men more susceptible to legal punishment in cases of violación. Similarly, it became equally important for white women robbed of their sexual integrity to prove their honorability and maintain their public standing. Clearly, Puerto Rico's colonization and the legal transformation that came with it was not as linear and harmonious as initially portrayed, despite the US's promise of equity, positive change, and progress. Not only were 19th century Puerto Rican racial dynamics influencing the administration of the law, but there were discrepancies between what the official colonial legal system stated and the ways that Puerto Ricans navigated court proceedings. So to conclude, I find that in transforming Puerto Rican legal structures, the United States colonial government only amplified local courts' interpretative nature by adding to how poor women and women of color argued their cases in front of court personnel. These women, who were very much aware of their disadvantages within the colonial realities, used their knowledge about official legal procedures, 19th century cultural expectations on female behavior, and local structures of power to insert themselves into colonial, male, and elite discussions about the protection of their bodies. Unfortunately, most rulings on violación cases ended up reinforcing men's power over women's bodies, since the youth and sexual history of women involved remained a decisive factor. Additionally, other social circumstances that created doubts about their whiteness and consequently their honorability, such as their economic standing, birth legitimacy, and lineage, negatively influenced their defenses by putting into question the validity of their statements. Regardless, highlighting working class women and women of color's willingness to go to court and refusal to tolerate abuse is central in this study about Puerto Rican laws against rape during the territory's colonial transition. Instead of perpetuating historical representations that portray Puerto Rican women as passive receivers of abuse and change, negotiating power shows how they strategically defended their claims and assumed pivotal roles within the colonial change despite their disadvantaged circumstances. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Rosa. Thank you very much for your really interesting presentation. Now we can check if we have some questions from the other panelists, or maybe questions in on the chat from our audience. Let me check right now. Of course, questions or comments, obviously, if you have. Anna, Sarah, you have any questions for Rosa in her presentation? Curiosity or comment?
I thought that was very interesting. I don't have any particular questions, but I had never heard of these cases, so I found it to be a very insightful presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Sarah, you?
I also found it very informative and insightful. Thank you so much, Rosa. I just had a question on your research process. Where did you search for this information in these documents?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the way that this all came about was that I was working as a research assistant for one of the professors at my institution. So I was already going to the National Puerto Rican Archive and looking into cases when I started running into these estupro, rapto, violación cases and really like gaining interests on them. So once I started seeing this transition and seeing how it was reflected through these cases, that's kind of where all of this just kind of came about and started forming and transformed into what it is now.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Sarah, for the question. Rosa, I have a question for you. My curiosity was, you have a chance to check or to explore the policies and regulations and laws of other territories under the American administration, for example, Cuba, under the US administration, or the Philippines or Guam, if they received the same treatment, the same policy actions than Puerto Rico?
No, I still haven't checked on it. By checking into like the Spanish reality in Puerto Rico, I indirectly also checked Cuba's, because both islands shared a penal code during the last years of Spanish colonization.
Also because the period was the same, right? So.
Yeah, but like in regards to when the US came in, I've only checked its reflection on the Puerto Rican penal code. But one of my goals for grad school is to expand my project and kind of look at it through a comparative lens.
Perfect. Thank you, Rosa. If we don't have more questions to Rosa, I think we can pass the second panelist of the session. She's Anna Watson. Anna is a senior undergrad at Elon University studying political sciences. with a specific focus in feminist theory. After graduating in May 2021, she plans to attend graduate school for a master's degree in gender studies. The title of her presentation is The Injustice in Intersectional Gender Violence. Thank you, Anna, for joining the session.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening. As said, my project was The Injustice in Intersectional Gender Violence. This was a paper that I wrote for a class and did a lot of research on, and I'm happy to share it today. So to start, my project was based on the liberal paradigm of John Rawls' theory of justice. And to put this in a little bit of context, a lot of institutions internationally are still based in liberal paradigms and address social justice issues accordingly. So I wanted to examine the ability of the liberal paradigm to address intersectional gender violence. So to start, I just want to touch on Kimberly Crenshaw and her idea of intersectionality in the context of intersectional gender violence. She says, violence against women, this illusion of difference in identity politics is problematic fundamentally because the violence that many women experience is often shaped by other dimensions of their identities, such as race and class. So as I said, this is something that is internationally a problem. And as mentioned this morning, it has become increasingly more pressing in the last year with the increase in domestic violence around the world. So to start, I just want to read a summary of the idea of Rawls' theory of justice. He says, central to this theory is a hypothetical thought experiment. The original position is used as a methodological tool for generating the principles of a just society. As an agreement between free and rational persons, participants formulate these principles behind what Rawls calls the veil of ignorance, a mechanism intended to prevent knowledge of how advantaged or disadvantaged one's social position is. Since the thought experiment is organized according to the laws of pure procedural justice, Rawls claims that participants will unanimously agree upon his two principles of justice. These will produce the just society by ensuring the basic liberties of individuals and balancing social and economic inequalities respectively. So with this idea as the basis of my paper, I start in part one by addressing the ways these two principles of justice either support or don't support intersectional gender violence. So I first looked at his first principle, which says, each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive scheme of equal basic liberties. And he includes in this freedom from psychological oppression, physical assault, dismemberment, in general, the integrity of the person. When I look further at the second principle, after seeing some promise in this first principle, I noticed that it is based on social and economic inequalities, and these are to be arranged to everyone's advantage. The issue with this, I found based on the literature, was that it's rooted in a distributive paradigm, in that it aims to even out inequalities in a systematic and patterned way. So I turned to Martha Nussbaum to explain this point, and she notes that this focus on wealth and income disregards the state of one's body, which is obviously an incredibly concerning point of his idea of the liberal paradigm, which is what his entire theory of justice is based on. So Iris Marion Young argues that structures of society create the conditions within which individuals are advantaged or disadvantaged. And this idea of the distributive paradigm fails to acknowledge this. So at this point in my paper, I go and look at what I previously touched on, known as the original position. He uses the veil of ignorance in the original position to effectively render parties blind to their specific circumstances. In this way, parties are functioning from an impartial point of view, one that fails to acknowledge the reality of injustice. And this proves to be particularly problematic. Iris Marion Young notes that theory should start from the particulars of society, from domination and oppression, since the theorist is always situated. And this idea of starting from lived experience is ultimately where I move with this paper, and I move away from Rawls at this point. So in the second part of my paper, I construct an alternative paradigm based on literature surrounding people who argue a different way of addressing intersectional gender violence. So in line with Jung's assertion that theory must start from lived experience, Michel Foucault and Nancy Hirschman argue that theorists must attend to the particulars, since particularities speak volumes about the structures that they comprise. So this idea of starting from the reality is where this new paradigm, or the paradigm that should be addressing intersectional gender violence, it's where it needs to begin. So in the section following, I talk a little bit about intimate justice. And this is kind of based in Shatima Threadcraft's idea that theory needs to start from the intimate sphere, rooting back a bit to the divide in the public and private sphere, arguing that the intimate sphere simply needs to be addressed. So central to this part is the idea of discourse analysis. It's key in this respect, as Foucault notes. He advocates the study and tracing of discourse and the methodological placing of these contingencies in the context of social formation. Similarly, Nancy Hirschman also advocates tracing, and she says, discourse analysis is key to understanding how patriarchal power operates politically in particular contexts to restrict individuals with particular group identities and social characteristics in specific material circumstances. So this idea of having a methodological tactic or strategy rather of tracing the particularities of experiences offers a larger picture of the structures that ultimately these particulars are comprised of. So with this understanding, we can more easily see barriers to positive and negative liberty. And this idea of positive and negative liberty is one advocated by Nancy Hirschman. Ultimately, she argues that the context of intersectional gender violence can be challenged by women's participation in the creation of context. She says, freedom entails not only the making of choices, but also the degree to which she can participate in creating the options from which she must choose. So at this point in my paper, I kind of went into some ways in which this can be put into action. For example, I found it particularly interesting. There's this idea Patricia Hill Collins offered that the blues music of women of color, they spoke about sexuality in a way that reclaimed it. And it was this idea of interjecting into discursive formations in a way that potentially changed the context, hopefully within which intersectional gender violence might occur. So the implications of this theoretical research, I think, are incredibly significant. And I think they need to be fleshed out further. This is something I'm interested in studying in graduate school, to find better ways of interjecting into the social injustice of intersectional gender violence. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation. Really interesting also in this case. Again, we can check if you panelists have questions for Anna, or maybe some questions arise from our audience in chat. Let me check. In the meantime, maybe if Sarah and Rosa have questions for Anna, please don't be shy. Let me check if we have questions from the audience. Again, I invite all of our attendees to type their questions in the Q&R section. In the meantime, maybe Anna, I have a question for you. The concept of intersectional violence is really interesting and innovative, I think. But can I ask you why you chose just this specific topic for your work, just this specific area and side of violence, and not other ones?
So you're asking why I chose the justice. I have done a lot of research in other classes about women of color specific experiences with oppression, lived experience. And in doing that, I've encountered a lot of research that points to the ways in which intersectionality, it illuminates ways in which these women are prone to more instances of violence. And this was something that I just wanted to dig into more, and I found it really relevant in a lot of the literature that I've read, women of color feminism.
Thank you for your answer. But also you have questions for Anna, or maybe comments, obviously, or remarks?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment that I like that transition that you make from the original theorists that kind of talk about universality and just general ways of life without taking into consideration individuals' disadvantages, and how then there's that transition where it's now being stated that there must be a focus on particular experiences. I think that's very important. And now I've noticed like kind of that colloquial shift, maybe that academic shift has always been there, but that colloquial shift where people are now saying like, we need to stop talking about universal experiences and start focusing on individual lives and experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you also for your comment. Sarah, you have something to add to the...
Yeah, no questions on my side, but thank you so much, Anna, for sharing your work with us. It's very, very interesting and inspiring.
Thank you all. Okay, we have no questions from the audience, so I think we can pass to the third panelist in our session. Her name is Sarah Hay Spencer. Sarah is a current graduate student at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, MIIS, in Monterey, California. She will earn a master's degree in international policy and development, as well as a specialization in Arabic language in the spring of 2021. In the fall of 2020, as part of an international course at MIIS, Sarah completed a policy brief titled Gender-Based Violence, GBV, in the State of Palestine. The title of her presentation is Addressing Gender-Based Violence in Palestine. Thank you, Sarah, for joining the session. Please.
Wonderful. Can you all see my screen?
Barry, can you check if Sarah is able to share her screen at the moment? Yes, you are.
Working. Okay.
Thank you, Barry.
All right, everyone. Well, good morning and good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. And it's really an honor to speak here and listen to such groundbreaking research. Today, I'm going to talk to you about a policy brief that I completed as part of my graduate program. It's titled Addressing Based Violence in Palestine. And the goal of the project was to ascertain the scope of GBV in Palestine, as well as recommend some possible solutions. So on our agenda today, I'm going to start off with a brief introduction to gender-based violence and what it means, then followed by an overview of the Israeli occupation, an explanation of the GBV problem in Palestine, the current outlook, and some recommendations and a call to action. So according to the European Commission, gender-based violence is defined as violence directed against a person because of that person's gender, or violence that affects persons of a particular gender disproportionately. And although GBV is inflicted on any and all genders, it is most commonly observed as being inflicted against women and girls. And it is defined as physical violence, psychological violence, verbal violence, sexual violence, and socioeconomic violence. And typical forms of GBV that you may or may not already be aware of include assault and sexual assault, female genital mutilation or FGM, forced and early marriage, online violence, forced abortion and forced sterilization, as well as verbal harassment. And at the very extreme side of GBV, we have femicide, which is where women and girls are actually murdered based on their gender. So although GBV inflicts an immense cost on psychosocial health and livelihoods and well-being, it also comes with an economic price tag. It has been estimated that the cost of violence against women and girls amounts to USD 1.5 billion annually. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, due to restrictions on movement and difficulties in accessing healthcare, GBV has skyrocketed so much that it has been deemed the shadow pandemic. And unfortunately, GBV is largely underreported. Less than 40% of survivors end up seeking assistance. So numbers that we have on GBV are likely much lower than they are in reality. And according to the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA, for every 6 months of lockdown due to COVID-19, an estimated 31 million additional GBV cases will be observed. So in order to get an idea of the context in the Palestinian territories, it's first important to understand the Israeli occupation of Palestine. As you can see by this map, the land attributed to Palestinian people has shrunken drastically over the years. From 1947, the UN had a partition plan to separate the territory into 2 states. And as you can see in the present day, the amount of land actually given to Palestinians is much smaller. And the Israeli Defense Force enforces this, the occupation by land confiscation, illegal settlement, and military occupation. This has led to a very complex system of checkpoints and travel restrictions in the Palestinian territories, which makes it very difficult for Palestinians to navigate within the territories. And in some cases, many cases, they can't even leave the section of the territory that they live in. So as you can imagine, this really affects livelihoods and can in some cases prevent individuals from accessing needed care, as well as essential services such as water and electricity. And importantly, it really impacts the ability of Palestinians to achieve meaningful employment and achieve an income. And according to some scholars, that Israeli occupation over the last 50 years has impacted men's ability to protect and provide. This has led to a feeling of disillusionment among the male population, leading or correlating with a rise in violence and aggression in the home. So before the pandemic started, 37% of women in Palestine were survivors of GBV, while in the Gaza Strip section of Palestine, this number rises to 51%. According to UN Women, in 2016, rates of early marriage reached 20.5% for females in Palestine. And also according to UN Women, 50% of Palestinian women and 63% of Palestinian men agreed that a woman should tolerate violence to keep the family together. So this sort of highlights the prioritization of family unity and cohesion above women's health and security in the Palestinian territories. According to the United Nations Population Fund, women and girls suffering from active GBV or the threat of GBV don't always have the ability to receive necessary services due to several different factors, including, as I mentioned, the Israeli occupation, COVID restrictions. Also, women and girls do face what's known as the technology gap, where they do not have the same access to internet, computers, and technology as their male counterparts. Also, just living in a conflict setting, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been, occurring for the past 50 years, and the environment has culminated in a lot of violence, and it's not always safe to venture out from the home. And as well as I mentioned earlier, gender norms and deprioritization of women's health. Unfortunately, according to UNFPA, only 0.7% of GBV survivors seek support and assistance in Palestine. And this is illustrated by the tragic murder in October of 2020 by a pregnant Palestinian woman who was being abused by her husband. And when she tried to escape to her family home to seek safety, she was immediately taken back to her husband's residence where she was assaulted and killed. So currently there are several different humanitarian actors working on the problem in Palestine. United Nations Population Fund is the UN agency for sexual and reproductive health and rights. And in the Palestinian territories, they're working to transition services over to telehealth formats, as well as employing mobile teams in vulnerable areas, improving ethical data collection and evidence collection regarding the problem, also creating safe spaces where women and girls can seek refuge, and ensuring a well-functioning GBV subcluster under the Interagency Standing Committee, GBV area of responsibility. And this is the overall humanitarian response to GBV. Also, the Palestinian Authority, which is the interim self-governing body in Palestine, has acceded to a number of treaties and international agreements which seek to end discrimination against women and improve the political rights of women. And lastly, we have over 24 NGOs working in the Palestinian territories. They're also transitioning to remote services during COVID and seeking to provide support to survivors and victims. However, according to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or UN OCHA, the current system is fragmented with varying quality and services depending on the geographical area in which they are provided. So it's not always easy for individuals to know where to access services or how to access them. So some recommendations that I've ascertained to help remedy this problem first include reforming the legal system. The legal system in the Palestinian territories is also fragmented and in many cases antiquated. And there are many laws that don't specifically ban GBV or criminalize gender-based violence. There's also a lot of loopholes for perpetrators of GBV. In many cases, perpetrators of honor killings, which is tragically the killing of a woman or girl based on family shame, a lot of times these perpetrators get away with the crime. So the Palestinian Authority is advised to explicitly outlaw GBV and enforce that law. The second point is to increase the collaboration and coordination of NGOs and other actors so that there's a streamlined referral system. And this could be supplemented by a communications campaign so that maybe over social media, individuals can know where to access services, or maybe this could include posting signs around the community or just a streamlined way for individuals to access care. And then the third point is to increase the number of safe shelters where women and girls can seek refuge and access services and trainings. And underlying all of these efforts, there must be an education of men and boys on preventing GBV and promoting gender equality, commitment by the PA to ensure women's rights and participation at all levels of government and society, as well as GBV programs that are locally led and locally informed. Lastly, the Palestinian Authority should implement United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, which seeks to increase the number of women in peace negotiations and peacemaking. So far, throughout the 50 years of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, only one Palestinian woman has ever sat at the negotiating table, and that was Dr. Hanan Ashrawi. And although the PA does have a national action plan for implementing UNSCR 1325, they do not actually implement this resolution consistently. So I hope that is an informative overview of GBV in Palestine, and I hope that sheds a light on the problem. Thank you so much for listening, and shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Also, congratulations for your knowledge of Arabic language.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Also, in this case, if Anna and Rosa have questions and comments for Sarah, please. And also, in the meantime, I'm checking if we have comments or questions from the audience in the chat. While Rosa and Anna maybe are thinking of their question or comments, Sarah, I would like to ask if in your research, have you observed maybe any actions from the Israeli government, or maybe in some cases from Israeli NGOs in supporting the Palestinian Authority in preventing these actions of gender-based violence?
Thank you, Marco. That's a fantastic question. In terms of the Israeli government, no, I have not come across any research that they are assisting in any way with this problem. However, there are some co-Israeli Palestinian peace organizations, and there's also been protests enacted by Israeli women against the Israeli occupation and kind of supporting women's rights. So there are NGOs working on implementing UNSCR 1325. So that's really heartening. But yeah, in terms of the governmental side, no.
I'm not surprised actually. And you realize, maybe you observed that from the side of the Palestinian Authority, there is availability to accept these contribution from the Israeli NGOs.
You know, I'm not too sure how the PA responds to those NGOs. I know, as I said, the PA has acceded to a number of treaties and has shown support at an international level and in the multilateral arena to end this problem. But in terms of implementation, that's where the gap lies. So that's the issue to address.
Because I know that, of course, there is no strong cooperation between the governments, but there is a sort of cooperation between some Israeli NGOs and the Palestinian Authority on some fields, of course, not all of them. Anna, Rosa, comments for Sarah or questions if you have, please.
I really enjoyed towards the end of your presentation, the call to action suggestions.
Also because there are some points in common, no? In your research.
Yes, actually, yeah, I thought of that. I thought it was interesting that you mentioned that women should be in a place where they can contribute to the decision making. I think that that's incredibly important. That's something that I touched on a little bit, women's participation in changing the context of gender violence. But I thought it was really important. I'm glad, I was happy to see that inclusion because it's important to learn about the situations, but also to offer ways in which we can actively try to combat them. So I really enjoyed your presentation.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks so much for the comments, Anna.
Yeah, so I also really enjoyed.
Thank you, Anna. Sorry, Rosa, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I really enjoyed your presentation, and the thing that really grabbed my attention was that you mentioned that women are affected disproportionately by armed conflict. And I saw that at the beginning of your presentation, you kind of gave an example of that by speaking about how the political problems that Palestinian men are facing kind of reflect themselves into the gender dynamics occurring within the household. So I kind of wanted to see if you could speak a little bit more of that or give like another example, especially taking into consideration like other theorists that consider that borders or checkpoints, since you mentioned that there are a lot of checkpoints and a lot of like steps to go through, are oftentimes like places of violence. And also looking into what's happening now with anti-Asian racial violence, that kind of shows how women are disproportionately affected by racial violence than men, and also taking into consideration that whole conflict between Israel and Palestine. So I know that was kind of like a wide question, but I'm just really interested in how women are more affected by this like political conflict.
Yeah, thanks, Rosa. That's a great question as well. Definitely, women feel the impacts of conflict in different ways and are affected disproportionately than men. One of these is just due to the fact that they experience, gender-based violence, the rise of GBV in conflict settings, and they don't have the ability to really raise their voices because so often they are missing from the peace negotiations and they aren't able to convey their shared experiences and the way that they experience conflict. So a lot of the work that's being done at UNFPA and other agencies really involves trying to include men and boys in solutions. It's so important, to make sure that they're aware of these disproportionate effects and they're involved in the education on the importance of uplifting women, because a lot of the issues stem from, as you both know, gender inequalities in societies and in cultures. And so it's really important to first kind of change those norms so that women's participation is more normalized and that they are able to vocalize their shared experiences.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Rosa and Anna, for your questions and comments. Let me check if we have questions or comments from the audience. I don't see questions or comments from them. Okay. I think that just one other check. No. Okay. I think that we can maybe. No. Maybe we have I see a hand from Rodrigo. Maybe Rodrigo has a question for us. If so, please type the question on the chat. Maybe not. No. Okay. I think that we can conclude our session. Thank you again for Anna, Sarah, and Rosa for your really interesting presentations, and keep in touch. And of course, congratulations for your works, and of course, see you soon in the next events we are going to organize with Wake Forest, obviously, and also to our audience, I give appointment for next session at 12 p.m. AET. Thank you again, and see you later. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, girls.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for joining the session. Of course, thank you, Barry, for your support. Thank you, panelists, for joining, and thanks to the audience to be here with us. As in the past, in previous sessions, the audience will be able to type the questions after in the chat, of course, after each presentation, and each presentation will last, as you know, for 10 minutes plus 5 minutes for the question Q&A. Okay, the title of the session is Literary Representations. And we have 4 panelists. I invite all of you girls to think some questions or comments while your colleagues are speaking, just to support and to have a really interesting debate. Obviously, I will participate in my questions and comments. The first panelist is Audrey Barnett. Audrey is a junior at American University with BA in American Studies with a minor in literature. Her studies emphasize the role of schools and literature in achieving the social goals, such as equity and opportunity. Audrey hopes to devote her career to sharing stories that have been suppressed or not heard. The title of her presentation is Limited Imaginings of Freedom in Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. Thank you, Audrey. Please.
Thank you. And I should just go ahead and share my screen now.
Okay, let us know if you are able to do that. Otherwise, Perry.
Yeah, I'm able to.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, actually. Yes, so as Marcus said, I'll be discussing the limited imaginings of freedom in Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. The nuclear family is one of the most symbolic and highly contested of American images and is at the center of Margaret Atwood's dystopian novel, The Handmaid's Tale. Atwood uses this paradigm to delve into the dynamic between second-wave feminism, a movement that was not just about bringing attention to women's rights issues, but also a movement for some of its members dedicated to anti-racism and equality in the workspace, and conservative women who saw themselves as defending the sanctity of the home and the role of the homemaker. Specifically, she focuses on the family as a means to isolate and discipline the citizens of Gilead, the fictional, highly militarized setting of the novel. Although men are presumably the ones benefiting from the relational and political arrangements made in Gilead, Atwood shines a spotlight on the female actors in the story and the ways women discipline one another. Ultimately, white feminism and conservative women end up both contributing to the rise of Gilead because their notion of freedom for all women is in reality a limited one, reserved only for themselves. Within the world of Gilead, every household has a wife, a handmaid, and a Martha. These women all fill prescribed roles, each with their own rules, with family creation being one of the main goals. We see within Atwood's text how family serves as a controlling technique for the totalitarian regime which runs Gilead. These strict familial units, which Gilead is organized around to make it easier for the eyes, those elected as spies among them, to survey. By having families take center stage, Atwood is making a reference to family values, a term that is, according to Elaine Tyler May, quote, based on heterosexual marriage, children born to married parents, abstinence before marriage, and time-honored ideas about manhood and womanhood, end quote, and is equated to whiteness and being an upstanding citizen. Family values give Americans a false sense of moral superiority and have proven to be incredibly important in this country, as any government assistance is predicated upon a person's ability to showcase their respectable character. Therefore, family values have also become synonymous with conservative politics, a politics that is pro-life, anti-gay, and one where women know their place in the home. In The Family and the State, a long-term political relationship, May details how the institution of the family was divested with the responsibility of preserving social order in America. May writes, quote, the family came to be seen as the source or cause of social problems, as well as the potential solution or cure. In other words, bad families eroded American society and good families would restore it, end quote. A vision of the world that the creators of Gilead believed in. Mothers specifically are targeted for blame as they hold the duty of raising future citizens of the state. Women are imbued with this same responsibility in Gilead and are thus coveted as a national resource. In The Handmaid's Tale, Aunt Lydia is tasked with helping the woman transition to becoming handmaids and assuming their role within Gilead. Throughout the text, we get several flashbacks to the Rachel and Leah Center, the site where this conditioning began. After suffering through a particularly uncomfortable ceremony, Offred recounts Aunt Lydia describing the philosophy Gilead was founded upon, saying, quote, the women will live in harmony together, all in one family. You will be like daughters to them, and when the population level is up to scratch again, we'll no longer have to transfer you from one house to another because there will be enough to go around, end quote. Once this family structure, which situates the commander at the top, is properly instituted, the society will run accordingly, because the home is where citizenship begins. Ideally, the wives and handmaids will coexist peacefully and see one another as mother and daughter, a dynamic positioned within the hierarchy. All the women will be satisfied with their appointed task within the social order and won't ever feel the need to mobilize as everyone's position remains stagnant. Aunt Lydia further elaborates on how hierarchy, coercion, and control will become naturalized, suggesting, quote, there can be bonds of real affection, she said, blinking at us ingratiatingly, under such conditions, women united for a common end quote. Aunt Lydia's enthusiasm exemplifies how this new household arrangement is meant to be seen as liberating for women, restoring to them the rightful domain of the home. Aunt Lydia carries on with her speech by adding, quote, why expect one woman to carry out all the functions necessary to the serene running of a household? It isn't responsible or humane. Your daughters will have greater freedom, end quote. Within this context, freedom is to be found in the nuclear family home setting. This version of freedom allows for permanence and stability, but it also requires complacency, a kind of numbness at least for the handmaids and wives with their particular station in life. This isolated ecosystem of the family, which is labeled as liberatory by the aunts, represents the modern individualism that Janet Jacobson writes of in her article, Sex plus Freedom equals Regulation, Why? Jacobson outlines how regulation is intrinsic to the capitalist notion of freedom prevalent throughout American society. She writes, quote, freedom in this sense is not the repression of activity, but it is the regulated enactment of activity along particular lines, end quote. The reality is the activities that epitomize freedom in our society are still heavily controlled. This regulation most commonly manifests in the form of self-discipline. Jacobson argues that, quote, self-discipline becomes the hallmark of the modern individual and importantly of modern freedom, end quote. The aunts work to instill this self-discipline within the handmaids. A form of self-discipline in the text is performing your appointed task within the family, a structure supported by marriage. Jacobson locates the entanglement of modern freedom and marriage within the Protestant Reformation. She writes, quote, specifically, the Reformation ties the idea of individual freedom to the institution of marriage. The free individual is the individual whose sexual activity is regulated in marriage, end quote. This is reflected not only in real life, given marriage is the American hegemonic ideal of kinship, but in the text, with freedom being situated within the nuclear family. Thus, she proposes a rejection of modern individualism, which is typified by self-reliance, as the solution to the confinements of this limited version of freedom. However, both second-wave feminists and conservative women in The Handmaid's Tale have freedom marked by their own individual progress and self-sufficiency. First and most obviously, conservative women and their advocacy of the home as a place of empowerment for women is embodied by the aunts, as well as the wives to a certain extent. Specifically, the character Serena Joy is meant to embody Phyllis Schlafly. Offred recalls how Serena Joy's, quote, speeches were about the sanctity of the home, about how women should stay home. Serena Joy didn't do this herself. She made speeches instead, but she presented this failure of hers as a sacrifice she was making for the good of all, end quote. This hypocrisy of advocating for women to be homemakers while working outside of the home was true of Phyllis Schlafly as well. This hypocrisy can be found within conservative women's politics at large, as outlined by Renee Schreiber in her text, Writing Feminism, Conservative Women in American Politics. Offred's mother comes to represent the era of second-wave feminism, which Phyllis Schlafly attacks. Offred's mother and Serena Joy symbolize Betty Friedan and Phyllis Schlafly within the infamous debate over the Equal Rights Amendment and the women's liberation movement. Offred personifies the unpolitical woman who's witness to both the rhetoric of women like Serena Joy and the opposing rhetoric of her mother. Atwood draws comparisons between the two groups' speech through Offred's criticism of her mother. While her mother was a staunch supporter and activist for the second-wave feminist movement, Offred seemingly had an indifference towards politics. Often she reflects on the arguments that would erupt between her mother and her husband, Luke. One such argument centered on her mother's belief in the inherent inferiority of men. She discusses how something is missing in men and how they are permanently absent-minded. She ends her speech with, quote, they aren't a patch on a woman, except they're better at fixing cars and playing football, end quote. This belief that men are better at mechanics and sports due to their different biology is representative of gender essentialism, which has been long associated with feminism. Feminists have historically made identity-based political claims with the assumption all women share the same political interests. Schreiber notes in her article that women of color, poor and working class women and lesbians, quote, have criticized deploying the category woman to make universal claims without regard to the differences that exist among women. This exemplifies how the rhetoric of gender essentialism can be incredibly exclusionary to those who aren't in accordance with the white women who dictate the political goals of feminism. Second-wave feminism's activism has a narrow scope due to the fact it primarily serves to benefit white, able-bodied women. Their version of freedom is very much limited to themselves, and Atwood is suggesting this blindness contributes to the rise of Gilead. Angie Maxwell and Todd Shields theorize in their text, The Legacy of Second-Wave Feminism in American Politics, that this era of feminism exemplifies the neoliberal ideals which give us our restricted version of freedom. They state, quote, even Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, credited with catalyzing women's consciousness, can be viewed as focused on individual autonomy and the right to self-determination, implying that personal transformation as a means to bring about social change, end quote. These phrases Friedan utilizes, and which Maxwell and Shields bring our attention to, exemplify neoliberal ideals around self-sufficiency and independence. This narrative of individual enterprise and transformation places the blame of oppression onto the individual rather than the society. In conclusion, Atwood is proposing the rhetoric of both conservative women as well as that of white second-wave feminists is restricted in their imaginings of liberation. In either of their conceptions of freedom, there is noticeable exclusion. Atwood's critiques are conveyed through Offred's observations of the women who have shaped her. Ultimately, Atwood proposes that although there is more collaboration of conservative women being the principal contributors to the rise of this dystopian world, second wave feminism's blindness played a fundamental role as well. And here's my works cited. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey, also for respecting time perfectly. Thank you for your really interesting presentation. And let me check if we have questions from our audience in the chat. Check. I don't think so. Ladies, do you have any questions or comments for Audrey about her presentation? In this case, please, I invite you to express your opinions, comments, or questions.
I have a quick question. First of all, thank you, Audrey, for sharing.
Thank you, Emily.
I was wondering if you had also considered or have read Margaret Atwood's The Testaments and whether that might inform future work in this area as she readdresses some of the roles of women in Gilead.
I have not read that book, but I'm curious if you have, or if you have any thoughts yourself on it.
I think that it might be useful if you intend to take this project further.
Yeah.
Primarily because she returns to the figure of Aunt Lydia
cool.
and really adds some contextualization. I don't want to give too much away.
Yeah.
But
would you recommend it then?
I would.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll definitely check it out.
Thank you, Emily. Talia or Rifat, if you have questions or comments for Audrey, please. In the meantime, I would like to ask Audrey if I can, if you have a specific opinion or idea about the TV series from the Masterpiece, and how can you explain the strong interest in the last recent days and years for this series?
So you're referring to the TV series?
Yeah.
I've only seen a few episodes actually. A part of the course that I took actually we compared the pilot episode to the book, and there were some interesting and noticeable changes. One being like Serena Joy is a lot younger than she is in the text, so that is kind of interesting when considering like the hierarchy between the commander's wife and the handmaid, because previously there was like a difference in age, while they like remove that like hierarchy within the show. But yeah, I mean, it's also interesting. We talked about within my class like Serena Joy being compared not only to Phyllis Schlafly but also to Amy Coney Barrett, and I think it is interesting how like the series has like revived a lot of interest within this text, and how it can very much be like made applicable to current politics. So I think that is something that is kind of like strategic about like the timing of the series and whatnot. But I haven't spent much time with the series, but it's something that perhaps I'll pick up at some point.
Maybe as a next topic of your research could be the comparison between the novel and the series. If you have time, of course, in the future. Talia and Rifat, you have questions for Audrey or comments or not?
Actually, observation. I'm really interested to learn that. Yeah, you're welcome. So I am also working on something which goes with white feminism, but it's actually not representing white feminism. Rather, it's confronting white feminism, like second wave feminism. And I saw that the way you were using or more like criticizing white feminism and use of self-reliance, it's not entirely the way I'm using. So that's very interesting to me. I just wanted to point that out. And yeah, it was a great paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment.
Thank you very much, Rifat. I think we can check if you have questions or comments from the audience in the chat. I don't think so. Okay, so I think we can. Okay, yes. Thank you again, Audrey. We can pass to our second panelist. Her name is Rifat Rezumwana Siddiqui. Sorry, Rifat, for the pronunciation that I suppose is wrong. Anyway, Rifat is a 2019 Bangladeshi Fulbright grantee, was a second-year graduate student, ME, Master of Arts in Women and Gender Studies at the University of Northern Iowa. She completed her Master and BA also from the Department of English at Jieun University, sorry again for the pronunciation, in Bangladesh, of course, in Dhaka. Through her enthusiastic participation in academia, she wants to contribute to the global community. The title of her presentation is Eron Bigum Royek, sorry again, Rokeya's Feminist Discourses in a String of Sweet Pearls. Sorry again for my really wrong pronunciation, in fact. Please.
It's okay, it's fine. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to this presentation. I'm really glad to have you all. The title of my paper is Representing Her Own Kind, Begum Rokeya's Feminist Discourses in Strings of Sweet Pearls. Before I begin discussing the paper, I'd like to spend a few minutes to introduce Begum Rokeya. Begum Rokeya was a feminist author. She was born in 1880 in a noble Muslim family of Rangpur, which is a district of Bangladesh. And when she was born, Bangladesh was part of Indian subcontinent colonized by British Empire. And the social circumstances at that time was not in favor of women, as a daughter was considered a burden, and Rokeya herself had to encounter a lot of obstacles despite coming from an affluent social background. At that time, education was not considered something which is necessary for women. It was a privilege only provided to the men of the society. But Rokeya's elder brother and her sister secretly taught her to read and write. And later, when she was married to a widower who is much older than her, Shakhawat Hussain, she continued her studies as her husband was really interested to promote education for girls. So Rokeya continued to study and produce literary scholarship. Throughout her entire life, she fought to ensure the rights of her fellow women. And in that process, in 1911, she established the first school for girls with only 8 students. After a few years, in 1916, she established another institution for helping out poor Muslim women so that they can gain literary and financial stability. And after 15 years of establishing her school, Rokeya addressed the Bengal Women's Education Conference as the inaugural speaker. And her activism throughout her entire life, she continued activism for supporting women and education for them. And she questioned hypocritical social values such as parda, which was imposed by patriarchy. So for my paper, I'm also going to talk about parda, but before that, I start my paper with questioning where do the women of color stand? Do they lack representation through literature? And Begum Rokeya's literary works and activism are one of the instances of women's rights activism which address women from the global south as the audience. Though she was a prominent activist of the feminist movement in South Asia, her contribution was scarcely known in the Western world. Rokeya's scholarship revealed that their different identities require the treatment which is different from the aspirations offered by feminism. Could it be womenism that serves best for this purpose? In order to find out the answers to these questions, in this paper, I scrutinize feminist ideologies of Begum Rokeya, who is a 20th century scholar from the global south, to analyzing her essays from her collection, Strings of Sweet Pearls. And this paper is informed by the vocabulary of Alice Walker's womenism.
And this paper attempts to study the diverse goals and interests that inspired women from the Indian subcontinent to participate in women's rights movement. Through exploring Rokea's feminist utopian vision and the social context of Indian subcontinent during the British colonialism, I tried to bring forth the diversity in women's rights movement across the globe. And through this paper, I argue that Eurocentric feminist ideologies are incapable of appeasing the demands of feminists from the global south. Emphasizing on their cultural identity, in this paper, I analyze the inclusiveness of Rokea's activism for ensuring equal rights for women of our society. So I begin this paper with a theoretical framework where I talk about Alice Walker's concept of womanism. Walker suggests that women loving and supporting women irrespective of race, class, and sexuality could be one sign of womanism, which is inclusive of all women from diverse cultural background. Understanding womanism is essential for this paper as it interweaves concerns of race, sex, culture, and class with the experiences and the identities of women from racially stratified and colonized world. Womanism was a term coined by Alice Walker as a quote, an alternative framework to analyze and articulate issues important to women equally oppressed by racism, sexism, and classism, end quote. And creating a generalized category to represent women irrespective of race, class, ethnicity, and nationality, Western feminism was operating as monopolized discourse. The concept of womanism thus addresses those issues which white middle-class feminism fails to incorporate, such as wisdom, spirituality, motherhood, communal feelings, and experiences of Black women and women from the third world. So the next section is how the social context of 19th and 20th century global South was concerned with certain issues such as Parda, Sati custom. Women's social status during the late 19th and early 20th century were shaped by their own ethnic culture and the colonizers' invasive culture. Customs like Parda, Sati, child marriage, and polygamy were already prevalent in a society which was now under British colonization. One of the scholars I'm working on, Panicco, explains, quote, it is not easy to define Parda. The word is a kind of shorthand for practices that might include, depending on choices made by families, veiling the face, wearing a concealing cloak, living in a secluded quarter, and never meeting the men outside the family, end quote. So Parda is a social custom rooted in religious practice, especially in Muslim communities where women are secluded from the sight of outer world and of course men, except their immediate family, and as well as they used to also avoid stranger women, which is very confusing, very weird. This custom was a common convention during 19th century, and it is still widely practiced in the Muslim culture and societies. And with this custom, there came other practices like, Parda is the practicing of veiling oneself, but at the same time, they had separate quarters in their home, which is called janana. And also people who used to observe Parda, they were called Parda Nishan. So Rajan explains, quote, in the practice of Parda, the minimal requirement of which is covering the woman's body with hijab or veil, Parda Nishan women or women who practice Parda formally may be further enclosed in the janana, the private space within the home allocated only for women. Those women may be obliged to cover themselves in front of male relatives outside of their families and their immediate marital family. While less formal practices require women to cover hair and chest with hijab, more conservative expressions of Parda require women to be transported in enclosed carriages or to wear a burqa, a full-length outfit that completely covers their body when appearing outside of home, end quote. So women who strictly practiced Parda were called Parda Nishan women, and this term carries more weight than it actually expresses. It attributes certain qualities on women who observe Parda, such as they are pure, chaste, and they have morality, and so on. So the special concept explored by Parda Nishan women were called Zenana. That means the women who participate in Parda, they were secluded and they had their separate quarters, and that quarter is called Janana. And this secluded space usually is part of the domestic sector, a private special space, which was accessed by male member of the immediate family, nobody else, and women of the same religious status. And throughout Ruqaya's work, she described the inhabitants of Janana as cursed Janana inmates. She compared those people with shackled, imprisoned people living in a prison, and then the convention of a conservative society, which actually shackled them. And while doing so, she also pointed out the contrary popular belief where religion is blamed for the imprisonment of women. But, because Ruqaya pointed out that accusing ignorance of her fellow women using religion is not the right thing to do. So she urged her fellow women to realize that the verses of religious scriptures are interpretations by men, and they interpret it in a very different way, which benefit patriarchy. So she denounced those who blindly follow these religious teachers who misinterpret religious scriptures, and rather than addressing the gap, they produce interpretation rather than doing so, they produce an interpretation which is solely beneficial to the patriarchal society. Ruqaya neither blindly followed what Eurocentrism preached at that time, not obediently followed prejudiced values. Rather, she paved her own way to help women of her own kind through intellectual and realistic practice. Her literature revealed her vision of an ideal society which is realistic, not dependent on superfluous image. Despite living in a colonized period, Ruqaya did not surrender to Eurocentric ideals. Though reformation of the social status of Muslim elites were imminent at that time, it required a strategy which is appropriate for them. And in Muslim elite society, blindly following Western values at that time when it was colonized by the British Empire was not something which was appropriate for the Indian culture, and it would have disturbed the Indian cultural framework. So Ruqaya was planning to have something. She was actually attempting to create something which was harmonized with the Indian cultural values, at the same time, which would confront the Eurocentric values. Her response to this reformation allowed women to get access to education, balancing with the religious obligations, where they will nurture progressive ideologies and at the same time uphold their moral values. And Ruqaya also formulated her feminist discourse in such a way that combined practical well-being of women of her society, keeping in mind that the cultural differences between Western and Indian culture. Her feminist discourse is loyal to her own culture and cultural values, which at the same time criticized hypocrisy of the social obligation that assumes religiosity. So Ruqaya openly criticized Parda. She criticized Zenana Sharif despite coming from very noble family, very religious family, and she herself was actually practicing Muslim. So she was only criticizing the prejudices of her society, and her advocacy for women's equal rights, it never stopped. During the 19th and 20th century, it had the advocacy for women's equal rights in the Indian subcontinent had a significant connection to the resistance against social colonial aggression. It would not be wrong to say that paradoxical responses to Parda arose to a nationalist concept and distinct from British imperialism. So while criticizing the concept of this fanatical rigidity of Parda, Ruqaya also pointed out that Parda can also be a way to confront imperialism and a way to avoid or more like question Eurocentric values. And in one of her—
Sorry, Rifat, you have a couple of minutes left.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Doing all this, Rukia continued her she continued her activism for women's rights, women's education, and women's equal rights. And she had an utopian vision for her fellow women of her society, which speaks to the feminist concerns that rise from the dissatisfaction of patriarchal system, hoping to create an inclusive matriarchy. So throughout her work, Rukia envisioned a better future for women of her society, and she worked relentlessly for the sake of uplifting women's social status by ensuring their equal rights as men. She wrote, taught, and spoke against injustice, and she not only criticized patriarchal domination, but also women of her society who failed to recognize their rights by silently obeying the rules of patriarchy. And she believed literature guides people and produce constructive criticism of her peers, urging them to recognize the colonized state of their mind. Thank you so much for being patient with me.
Thank you, Rifat, for your really interesting presentation. And I invite Emily, Audrey, and Talia, of course, to ask questions to Rifat if they have. In the meantime, in fact, I would like to ask you if you could provide us some details about the current women's rights movement in Bangladesh in the last years, on the light, of course, of the recent events in the United States and other countries.
Thank you for your question. So the situation is right now, it's very developed. It's not what we experienced through Rukia's work, because it was just the beginning of women's rights movement. And women back in home, they have equal pay, they have equal rights as men, even though, yeah, prejudices, they are still there. And the concept of, glass ceiling, it's still there, but they are kind of advancing to break that. They are working towards that. As you might know that our prime minister is, the leader of the nation. She is a woman, and also the opposition leader, she is also a woman. So women are flourishing. They are politically active. They are. We also have policies for educating women, girls mostly. So the government policies include like a stipend pay for girls who attend high school and middle school education. So in order to eradicate illiteracy and also to ensure that women are also advancing equally as men, our government has these policies to uphold their status. And women's rights, I would say, yes, we still have a long way to go, but we are actually, yes, advancing, and we are doing a lot better than we were in a position. So I hope that answers your question.
Do you recognize any differences between India and Bangladesh from this point of view?
So we have
the last years, or nowadays.
Okay. Yes. If we are talking about culturally, we are kind of similar, not entirely, because a huge portion of our culture is actually inspired by the religious practice. So I would say it's in the similar state. I wouldn't say, it's kind of like a tie or so. Women in India, yes, there were some issues like sexual assault and cases like violence against women. And that is also very common in Bangladesh. So, I wouldn't say common, but it's kind of like in the similar state. So I wouldn't really compare India and Bangladesh, more like I would consider India and Bangladesh as part of the global South and their state to the state of feminists from the global North.
Thank you, Rifat, for your really helpful information, details on the situation. Ladies, you have questions for Rifat or comments? Audrey, maybe?
Yeah, I want to say thank you so much, because that was really interesting. That was largely new information for me. So I really appreciate this opportunity to learn. I'm really curious, when you were first exposed to this Bangladesh feminist author, whether this has been a prominent figure in your life or someone maybe you discovered more recently, and just, yeah, how this research came about.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So Begum Rokeya is a very prominent author back in Bangladesh. And when I came here for the first time in 2019, I was really shocked to learn that a large portion of the feminist studies are actually centered around white feminism, even though Begum Rokeya is a very strong, prominent author from back home. She isn't well known in this side of the world. So I would say Begum Rokeya and her works are kind of basic for school kids. So we learn about her from the very beginning of our education. And it's maybe because she was the first one to establish the first school for girls. And it's not, something to say, but I sometimes I feel grateful for to be here, because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been here. She was that influential. And coming here, studying about all the feminist ideas, concepts, and as well as learning about intersectionality, I was kind of sad to learn that most of the feminist studies are actually centered around the white feminist ideas. So that's why I thought I should probably do this, because I know that she was a very prominent figure. She was an activist, there is none like her. So this is my chance to represent her. So through her work, the way she's representing us, I'm actually representing her.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all of that. I really appreciate you educating me. I'll definitely have to do some more research on her. She seems super cool. And I agree, it's like super disheartening and upsetting that she hasn't been featured more prominently within feminist studies. But again, thank you for educating us all today.
Yeah, we are learning a lot in this session. Thank you, ladies. Emily, Talia, comments or questions? Emily?
Thank you.
Just thank you. I know that we need to keep moving on, but really enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you again. I don't see any comments or questions on the chat, so I think we can pass to our third panelist. Sorry, Rifat, again for my mistakes in the pronunciation. Please pardon me. Talia Marshall is our third panelist. Talia is an undergrad student at American University, majoring in American Studies and Sociology, and minoring in Literature and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. Outside of class, Talia is involved in student media, orchestra, and environmental justice organizing. The title of her presentation is Don't You Know That You Are Toxic? Victorian Society and Kate Chopin's The Story of an Hour. Thank you, Talia. Please.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Let us know if you are able to do that. Otherwise, okay.
I think
you are.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
And apologies in advance for my French pronunciation because I don't speak French, but this is Don't You Know That You're Toxic? Victorian Society and Kate Chopin's The Story of an Hour. So when Kate Chopin published The Story of an Hour in 1894, Victorian culture was a toxic breeding ground for female oppression. From the scientific and medical field spreading lies to men fulfilling their societally sanctioned roles as patriarchs, being a woman in the Victorian era was as stifling as, well, a Victorian parlor. Emily Toth describes The Story of an Hour as, quote, one of Chopin's most radical works, an attack on marriage, on one person's dominance over another, end quote. The toxic culture of the Victorian era was an impetus for people like Kate Chopin to critique its oppressiveness through literature. Chopin's The Story of an Hour is reflective of the restriction felt by women in the late 1800s, and thus is a feminist critique of society at the time. As the Victorian world became increasingly modernized, doctors made women believe they were unfit for maternity. In The Beauty Myth, Naomi Wolf writes doctors told women that reading too much would make their uteri atrophy. They also portrayed modern conveniences as toxic to women. warm apartments could turn women into invalids. Wolff quotes Friedrich Engels, who claimed that, quote, protracted work frequently causes deformities of the pelvis and that the education of women would sterilize them, end quote. Through these so-called medical opinions, doctors encouraged women to remain in the past as the world moved forward around them. In the case of The Story of an Hour's main character, Mrs. Mallard, this meant believing she had heart problems when in reality the problem was her marriage, not her heart. Similar to Wolff's findings on doctors, early sexologists portrayed women as naturally inferior. In Man and Woman, 1894, Havelock Ellis claims that, quote, abstract thought in women seems usually, on the whole, to be marked by a certain docility and receptiveness, end quote. One of Ellis's contemporaries, Otto Weininger, writes in Sex and Character that, quote, the onset of puberty is a side path in the normal development of man, whereas in the case of woman, it is the direct conclusion, end quote. With the help of arguably false science of doctors and sexologists, women were encouraged to isolate themselves and further entrap themselves in oppressive home lives that made happiness almost implausible. In The Story of an Hour, Chopin demonstrates Mrs. Mallard's freedom through corresponding vernal imagery, as well as sentence lengths. Additionally, Chopin demonstrates the marriage in detail, demonstrating the oppressiveness of Victorian home life. She makes careful choices with Mrs. Mallard identifications, showing the pervasiveness of Victorian patriarchy. Chopin uses natural imagery to demonstrate Mrs. Mallard's evolving freedom. When she first learns of her husband's death, she experiences a, quote, storm of grief, end quote, which soon gives way to a buoyant post-storm calm. After realizing her husband is truly gone, Mrs. Mallard allows herself to experience this new growth of spring, listening to the sparrows twittering and enjoying the patches of blue sky peeking from behind the remnants of storm clouds. As spring symbolizes new life, the nature in The Story of an Hour symbolizes what Selina Jamil and Emotions in The Story of an Hour terms Mrs. Mallard's vigor, passion, and power. Jamil also notes that nature in Chopin's descriptions, quote, bursts with energy and vitality, end quote, a sharp contrast to the entrapped interiority of most Victorian women. These descriptions make the freedom Mrs. Mallard feels palpable. Chopin also tracks Mrs. Mallard's freedom with sentence length. In the beginning of the piece, Chopin's sentences are somewhat regular in length. However, as the piece progresses, sentences become longer and more sweeping as Mrs. Mallard feels freer. At the height of Mrs. Mallard's freedom, the words tumble over each other in lengthy sentences filled with commas. However, as soon as Mrs. Mallard opens the door to a world with a living husband in it, the sentences become shorter and choppier, more fragmented. The final two paragraphs are one sentence each. In contrast to the descriptive beauty of freedom, her re-imprisonment is relayed directly with few adjectives. The freedom Mrs. Mallard experiences upon realizing her husband is dead emphasizes just how oppressive her marriage is. By drawing a comparison between Mrs. Mallard's freedom and spring, Chopin demonstrates how freeing a dead husband could be for a Victorian woman. Similarly, the shortness of Chopin's sentences once Mr. Mallard returns furthers the oppressiveness of Victorian marriage, especially in comparison to the freedom of a dead husband. When Chopin speaks about Mrs. Mallard's marriage, husband, or love, her view of the society as an oppressive one continues to come through clearly. We see this through her relationship with doors and windows, the contrast between married and widowed Mrs. Mallard, and the description of her heart. When Mrs. Mallard hears the news of her husband's death, rather than collapsing as she is expected to, she weeps and quickly shuts herself away in her room, running immediately to the window. By locking herself in her room, she locks out social conventions and allows herself to feel all of her natural emotions, finally free from a culture that wants her to be anything but free. However, though Mrs. Mallard is, quote, drinking in the very elixir of life through her open window, end quote, she remains locked inside a room in her husband's house. Despite feeling freer than ever before, she is still trapped. No matter how free women in the Victorian era decided or believed they remained at the mercy of society, free when looking out the window, but still locked in men's houses, free when imagining a future with voting rights, but still stuck in a society believing only husbands could make political decisions for women. At the end of the story, Mr. Mallard returns and Mrs. Mallard drops dead. This contrast shows exactly how she feels about her marriage. Married Mrs. Mallard is ill and must be attended to gently, while widowed Mrs. Mallard is a reckless dreamer looking endlessly toward the future. Chopin's description calls her society into question. Married women think, quote, with a shudder that life might be long, but women whose husbands have recently died, quote, breathe a quick prayer that life might be long. In the first line, Chopin describes Mrs. Mallard as, quote, afflicted with a great heart trouble, end quote, which could mean cardiovascular issues, but in context likely refers to marriage problems. Mrs. Mallard's family uses this to justify treating her delicately. When the news of Mr. Mallard's death is relayed, Mrs. Mallard's sister tells her in, quote, broken sentences and veiled hints, end quote, as if the truth really is too much. The family's treatment of Mrs. Mallard and her heart is quite similar to Victorian doctors' treatment of women generally. Mrs. Mallard's story and the works of early sexologists demonstrate that Victorian society viewed women as delicate first, then wives, and finally, if they were lucky, women. The final line of the work is the most controversial. Chopin writes, when doctors came, they said Mrs. Mallard had died of heart disease, of joy that kills. While this could be interpreted as a heart attack due to the shock of her husband's miraculous return, the context makes it clear that this is not really the case. Jamil writes, quote, Chopin implies that Mrs. Mallard's heart trouble is not so much a physical ailment as the other characters in the story think, as it is a sign of a woman who has unconsciously surrendered to the culture of paternalism, end quote. She continues, postulating that this repression has caused Mrs. Mallard to be, quote, generally apathetic toward life, end quote. With this in mind, it becomes clear that Mrs. Mallard's death is of disappointment, not excitement. After experiencing a few fleeting minutes of freedom and realizing what it would be like to have, quote, a long procession of years to come that would belong to her absolutely, end quote, Mr. Mallard's return is an immediate reversal of what feels like true freedom. Jamil writes that Mr. Mallard's return causes Mrs. Mallard to, quote, realize in an instant not only that her husband, as a proponent of patriarchal culture, would never allow for a woman's self-discovery, but also that she could never reverse her progress and once again take up the confinement of her former life, end quote. Despite Mrs. Mallard's memory that Mr. Mallard had, quote, never looked save with love upon her, end quote, his role in the oppressive hegemonic structure entrapping her means that his return could only bring Mrs. Mallard darkness. And thus Mrs. Mallard dies of the joy that kills, having experienced a few minutes worth of the freedom of a heart unconstrained by the trappings of patriarchy. Chopin even uses her identification of the Mallards to demonstrate Victorian patriarchy's dangers. As Stephen Doloff points out in Kate Chopin's lexical diagnostic in The Story of an Hour, we don't learn Mrs. Mallard's first name until the 17th of 23 paragraphs, and the narrator uses Mrs. Mallard throughout. We only learn her name once she has had the time to imagine her future and repeat, free, body and soul free, to herself. Her sister calls out, quote, Louise, open the door, I beg. Louise, for heaven's sake, open the door, end quote, using her given name to attempt to call her back to reality. In this instant, even Mrs. Mallard's own name is no longer her own, and her only options are to continue staring out the window or return to stifling reality. When forced to choose the latter option, Mrs. Mallard manages to conjure a third option, death. Doloff also argues that Mrs. Mallard's name was chosen with care as a lexical diagnosis. Mal suggests illness and ard suggests the French noun ardeur, denoting fervor or strenuousness, which could be seen as foreshadowing for the fateful ebullience that leads to Mrs. Mallard's death. The ways Chopin chooses to identify Mrs. Mallard demonstrate just how trapped Victorian women were. After marriage, they were largely identified by just their last names, forcing them to lose autonomy and individuality. In the case of Mrs. Mallard, the one time in the story she is identified by her own name, it is part of the force yanking her back to reality, so even her own name loses meaning. Victorian doctors argued modernity was toxic for women, but it wasn't modernity, it was society. Though society was considering the woman question, it was also forcing the narrative that women were weak and dull beings, forcing women themselves to become weak and dull. Kate Chopin's The Story of an Hour demonstrates just how important it is to have people telling their own stories. While early sexologists like Weininger and Ellis spread lies about female sexuality, women like Chopin were telling the real and raw stories of women's existence. However, work by Chopin and her white contemporaries has been canonized as fundamental to feminist literature. While their perspectives continue to be important, we must resist universalizing the work of white women in the canon, as writers like Chopin cannot speak to experiences that are not their own. It is important that narratives told by the people they are about are emphasized because, as demonstrated by Chopin, when given the opportunity, people tend to tell their own truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Talia, and thank you very much for the presentation on Chopin. Ladies, if you have any questions or comments, as usual, in this case to Talia, please let me know. In the meantime, Talia, I have a question for you. You covered many aspects of her work and also her contribution, no? And her influence to the to nowadays and also to the current women's rights movement. More specifically, in your opinion, what is the most important legacy of her work on our times and on the writers, for example, in our days and times in the US or other countries, considering that she was deeply immersed in the Victorian society? But now, what do you think about that?
That's a great question. When I was doing my research for this paper, I learned that this story didn't become popular until, I'm pretty sure, it was published during the 1890s, and then it didn't really become popular until sort of the second wave feminist movement, which was punctuated by a lot of white feminists again. And I think that the women whose work we canonize as fundamental to feminist literature, like Chopin and Charlotte Perkins Gilman, their work is important in the context of thinking about white Victorian women who they were writing about mostly, but also, as I said, sort of taking them out of or stopping, like resisting universalizing them. So I think when thinking about their importance today, they sort of demonstrate the problems we can have when we universalize stories that shouldn't be universal. So with Charlotte Perkins Gilman, who wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, I learned recently that she was a eugenicist, and one of her, like The Yellow Wallpaper, I think is held up as definitely a paragon of feminist literature. And it is, if you think about it in the context of white Victorian women, as I said, but what are we doing, like holding up a eugenicist? So I think their work is important as we call into question the canons of like every discipline, which is what we should be doing now.
Thank you very much for your answer. Ladies, questions, Audrey, Rifat, or Emily for Talia, or of course our audience. If you have questions, please type them on the chat.
I have a question real quick.
Sure, please.
So you spoke about the formal qualities of sentence length throughout the story. I found that really interesting, especially with this question of, is there a woman's writing? Which was definitely part of the discourse of literary analysis at the time that Chopin was writing, and has come in and out of, I think, favor as a question within feminism. So I wanted to ask if that was part of the quality of your analysis, or if you were not trying to draw larger trends out of that in particular.
That's also a really good question. Thank you. I didn't know that that was part of sort of like what is women's writing? That question I haven't really considered. But when I was thinking about the sentence lengths, it was more as like a literary analysis than a cultural analysis, since the paper is sort of both, if that makes sense. But that's something I'd like to explore further, definitely.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you all, of course. And now we can pass to our fourth panelist. Her name is Emily Lange. Emily is an honors fellow at Elon University in her final year of undergrad study in English literature and philosophy. Her 2-year thesis research focuses on representation and intersectional readings of contemporary speculative fiction. Her article, Creativity and Sacrifice in 2 short stories by Octavia Butler and Maurice Brodus, was published in the fall 2020 issue of the journal FemSpec, and the second article is forthcoming with the Journal of Popular Culture. The title of her presentation is Monstruosity, Community and Reproduction, Linking Disabled Maternity in Contemporary Speculative Fiction. Thank you, Emily. Please.
Thank you. So as was said, my paper title for today is Monstrosity, Community and Reproduction, Lacking Disabled Maternity in Contemporary Speculative Fiction. So this presentation draws on material from a larger thesis project examining the representation of female-identified characters and their intersectional identities in contemporary speculative fiction. In particular, this presentation will focus on two stories from my chapter on the intersection of gender and disability. Startling in comparison with other stories analyzed in my project was the lack of maternity or reproductive themes in stories featuring women with disabilities. While it may seem that a separation of female-identified characters from the patriarchal expectations of reproduction is beneficial, this pattern of absence carries a different weight within the intersection of gender and disability specifically. Even though these stories show an increasing role of interdependency regarding care in speculative societies, we must ask whether the very lack of representation evokes the disabled reproductive body as monstrous. I draw on the work of disability scholars as well as scholars of reproductive justice to frame my analysis, including the work of Rosemary Garland Thompson, Sammy Schalk, Alison Kafer, Andrea Smith, and the combined efforts of Virginia Kalianis and Phyllis Rubenfeld. Much of the scholarship on pregnancy and disability focuses on the ethics of testing for disabilities in the fetus, and while this is a valuable strand of inquiry, my focus is on those who are already marked as disabled when they become pregnant. Pregnancy and reproduction take on a specific character in relation to disability when the body is not othered only because of markers of ability, but the possibility of creating another disabled body. This patriarchal and ableist construction of the pregnant disabled body as monstrous is the backdrop for my analysis. So the first story I analyze is Shannon McGuire's short story, Each to Each, which obscures divisions between ability and disability. The reader is introduced to a future of military technology, which allows modifications to women's bodies to make them more like sea creatures. The nameless narrator is caught in the midst of such a transition, able to pass for human in most situations, but only through hiding parts of her modified body. The narrator of Each to Each is excruciatingly aware of how the non-modified humans perceive her and the crew, noting in regard to the human captain, quote, "We terrify her," end quote. The military mermaids as hybrid forms have taken on monstrous qualities associated with other monsters of myth, such as Medusa. Even outside the realm of reproduction, the hybridization which marks them as other and disabled when forced to conform to human ways of life also marks them as terrifying monsters. While many of the crew cannot walk in the air-filled rooms of the submarine and must instead live in flooded compartments, those who can still move between air and ocean are expected to conform to expectations of human appearance, regardless of their own preferences. When the narrator is sent with others of an all-women crew to investigate a series of strange encounters around the submarine, she meets another modified woman-fish hybrid who encourages the narrator to join other modified women in the creation of a new underwater colony, where they can live outside of the dictates of society as defined by unmodified humans. The narrator supports the other mermaids' vision of a new society, particularly because in this new civilization, quote, "We will not need to change the sea to suit the daughters of mankind. We have already changed ourselves and now need only to come home," end quote. But even though by the end of the story, the narrator is convinced to join the other mermaids in an alternative community, the question of how this group will perpetuate itself remains unanswered. The experience of bodily modification itself, as well as the language used within descriptions of the sea, evokes a sense of rebirth. The saltwater is, quote, "like amniotic fluid," end quote, and the body transformations are accompanied by behavioral changes. Questions of whether military women can or should have children are also present within the subtext of the story. Even though Each to Each does not address the specifics regarding reproductive capacity within the newly formed city of mermaids, the tenets of the community would mean that to be born as part human, part fish would not be recognized as a disability. Indeed, it would just simply be an aspect of life. In some ways, then, the lack of reference to reproductive capacity leaves open the possibilities for self-definition within this new community, but it still inscribes an absence of explicit maternal possibilities for the female-identified characters within the story. The pregnant, disabled body is a monstrosity which parallels the creation of hybrids in Each to Each, even though it does not appear directly on the page. If the military mermaids with their woman-fish hybrid bodies were terrifying, the possibility that they could reproduce such hybridity is even more so within the patriarchal and ableist framework, which conceives of disabled pregnancy as monstrous. Each to Each embraces the potentiality of an interdependent community, but Mia Mingus's Hollow embodies interdependency at its foundation. After a eugenics-fueled war on Earth, those who called themselves perfects decided that they would forcibly remove unperfects to the titular planet Hollow. Since then, the inhabitants of Hollow have created a functioning interdependent society which has adapted the structures of the colony to their needs. The inhabitants of Earth send infants with disabilities to Hollow via miniature spacecraft, which seem to be the primary mode of perpetuating a multi-generational society on the planet. When the unperfects, or UPs, found out that perfects are coming to reclaim the colony, the inhabitants of Hollow must decide how to respond. The arrival of disabled infants through vessels which evoke the Superman capsule is the only type of reproduction acknowledged directly in Hollow. These infants have already been determined as monsters that must be excised from the community of perfects on Earth. The implication is that the only infants within the community have come from Earth, rather than emerging from the community itself. Once again, the absence of biological maternity and paternity speaks volumes by its silence. The opening scene is the arrival of a new baby. West and Siva, two women, evince some maternal qualities in caring for the newly arrived infant, but the role in the receiving center is more like that of a midwife than that of a mother. Siva reflects on her own feelings towards receiving the arrivals when considering leaving the biosphere. Welcoming the new UPs to Southing was a kind of tenderness she had never known, end quote. Rather than attaching to particular arrivals, Siva shares a sense of connection with all of them. While Mingus leaves it to the reader's imagination as to the method of raising children on Hollow, the interdependence amongst the inhabitants provides a hint. Perhaps their new level of reliance on each other and restructuring of physical elements of their environments also led to the restructuring of social environments, including the recasting of family as a communal rather than nuclear units. Like the diffuse representation of disability among characters in Hollow, a communal family care structure might also diffuse the type of care and responsibilities we typically associate with the maternal. When we get a hint of the maternal, however, it comes along with the implication of self-sacrifice. Hollow ends with a letter from the older generation of unperfects to the younger, explaining that they have departed from the biosphere in order to explore new possibilities for other colonies on the planet once the perfects arrive. The older generation left the biosphere to an uncertain fate. If the older generation of unperfects have become metaphorical mothers through the diffusion of maternal responsibilities, then what is the impact of their sacrifice in the context of these patriarchal tropes? Especially with the glaring lack of maternity in this and other pieces of contemporary speculative short fiction, the immediate sacrifice of even the smallest sliver of disabled motherhood marks troubling potentialities where women with disabilities continue to be infantilized, desexualized, and misrepresented. Perhaps the radical acceptance of an interdependent community has an impact on the lack of reproductivity in these pieces of short fiction. A truly interdependent society would prompt questioning of social structures situated around the nuclear family. Labor and responsibility of care might be cast differently outside of categories such as maternal and paternal. Yet, despite these radical possibilities, Each to Each and Hollow are two examples of a larger trend in speculative fiction, which does not examine the possibilities directly. The absence of maternal from a single story might not appear indicative of negative preconceptions, but the lack across multiple works speaks to larger damaging patterns. As remarked by Kalianis and Rubenfeld, refusing to acknowledge women with disabilities as those in control of their reproductive agency negatively misrepresents the lived experiences of many disabled women. Without positive portrayals of disabled pregnancy, we cannot hope to counter patriarchal and ableist definitions of disabled pregnant bodies as monstrous.
Thank you, Emily, for your presentation. Thank you all again. Ladies, you have questions for Emily or comments or opinions about
I have
her presentation? Please, Buffa.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I was thinking about Leonard J. Davis's concept of normalcy. I don't know if you know about him. I was wondering the way you were talking about the normalcy of a body, disabled body, or the way we perceive normal in our life. It actually goes very well with that. So I would kind of suggest you to go to Leonard J. Davis's ideas of constructing normalcy. That is the name of the chapter. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was not familiar with that, so that will be really helpful.
I was super excited to hear your presentation because actually Buftali and I have been in a course about disability, health, and normality. And we actually read Hollow by Mia Mingus, which you discussed within your presentation. And I love that story. I find it really fascinating. And we've read also a speech that Mia Mingus gave, and they're incredible. I've done a paper and some research on disability and sexuality, and within that work, access to future plan or family planning centers. I think that's what they're called, but centers in which you can talk, meet with a gynecologist or talk about fertility or get resources as well. How these facilities are very much created and constructed, the layout of them with this idea in mind that disabled people don't have families or don't have children. And it was really interesting to learn about the physical barriers and just how space can be so exclusive, and just the subliminal messaging of the way in which spaces are planned and created. So I don't really have much of a question, more so just comments, but I think really your paper was incredible. It's really interesting, and it's kind of correlated to some of my own research. So I also just want to say thank you for sharing, because it really was also helping me to think through some of the things that I've myself written about. So thank you for your contributions. I really appreciated it.
Well, thank you. And I think the comment on space in particular is very relevant in the context of speculative fiction, Hollow in particular, where they are reshaping the physical landscape in ways which allow them to move through better. And you see that too in Each to Each, where in some ways the submarines which are transporting these women are constructed to allow for differences in ability, and yet they are still forced to conform to uncomfortable standards of human presentation when outside of those spaces that have been specifically set aside for, okay, you can be different here.
Yeah, that's such an incredible point, actually. I really I love that connection you just drew between the two texts. And I'm checking out that story. I hadn't heard of it before, the submarine one. Would you be able to share with me again the name and author of that text?
Yeah, and I can send a link, actually. It is available online for free.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Read. So that is Each to Each by Shannon McGuire.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Emily. I mean, I think if I remember well, maybe I'm wrong. McGuire is also a musician, or not?
If she is, I'm not familiar with her music.
No, my question was just that if you have explored also her music from her work also in music, not only in writing. Just a curiosity. Let me check if you have more, maybe you or our audience. I think we have. Okay, no questions, I think. Okay, thank you, ladies, again for your contribution and presentations. It was really interesting panel. So thank you again. I hope to see you again in our next meetings and seminars in gender studies. Thank you again. And we have a couple of sessions more, and I think we are going to start in a few minutes with the fourth slot. Thank you again, and see you soon. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ladies. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So hello, my name is Molly Ritter, and in about 5 weeks, I'll have completed my undergraduate degree in Women and Gender Studies at Shannon University. Yeah, exciting. And I'm excited to be speaking with you all today about the research project that I did for my senior capstone, which focused on reducing self-objectification. So over the next 9 or so minutes, I'll give you a broad overview of the program that I developed, along with a few examples of what some of the exercises and lessons will look like. And my hope after graduation, as was mentioned, is to find a PhD program either in women and gender studies or social psychology so that I can continue researching this topic and developing solutions. So as you're listening, if you happen to think of a graduate program that might be a good home for me, please let me know at the end or email me. For those of you who may not be familiar, self-objectification is a form of social conditioning in which a person, usually a woman, is taught to view themselves as a thing existing to please others, primarily men. It is characterized by a form of double consciousness in which a person internalizes an observer's perspective so that they become hyper aware of how others perceive them. A major consequence of this is what researchers call self-surveillance or body monitoring, in which the person is frequently preoccupied with worries about how they look, resulting in reduced flow states, lower cognitive performance or anxiety. And self-objectification has also been linked to depression, self-harm, disordered eating, greater likelihood of smoking or drug addiction, sexual dysfunction, low political efficacy, as well as lower inclination to enter STEM fields or aspire to leadership positions. When I started to explore self-objectification, I was frustrated by how inaccessible the solutions were. All the scholarship was written with clinicians or academics in mind, so solutions were hidden in expensive academic journals and obfuscated by opaque writing. The interventions I found were designed for groups and required a facilitator, or they were too expensive. Finally, much of the research focuses on addressing eating disorders, often neglecting the less severe manifestations of self-objectification. Of all the harms, I would argue that the most significant is that it prevents women from full participation in the human experience and the organization of society. I can't help but think about what we would be able to accomplish if women were free to reach their potential instead of chasing unattainable beauty standards. For that reason, I am less interested in the extremes of self-objectification, eating disorders, than I am in the mundanity of billions of women being conditioned to see themselves as decorative. So in an effort to democratize self-objectification solutions, I spent a year poring over academic journals and studying feminist theory so that I could curate the most accessible, the most practical, and the most promising solutions. In doing so, I specifically looked for options that would do no harm, had substantial empirical support, could be undertaken cheaply, and without the help of clinicians or facilitators. Because all women are vulnerable to this, not just those who seek help for disordered eating, not just those wealthy enough to afford a good therapist, and not just those like me who are crazy enough to incur mountains of debt to learn how to find and read academic journals. As I gathered options for the criteria, I was able to group them into 4 categories: raising awareness, managing exposure, reframing the body, and perspective shifting. From there, I designed a 4-week program with short daily lessons and exercises taken from the research that will guide women through the 4 categories and give them the tools to combat their own self-objectification. And I'll go over those now. So the first step in addressing any problem is awareness. So the first week of the program is devoted to media literacy, feminist education, and sort of a general information about self-objectification. For instance, on day 2, participants would be shown a brief media literacy video about unrealistic beauty standards in advertisements, followed by a short journal prompt. The second category is all about learning to be mindful of what messages we're consuming. One exercise in the program asks participants to create an inventory of potentially triggering activities or circumstances. So for example, I personally had to stop watching romantic comedies, even though I love romantic comedies, because I just found that Afterwards, I was hyper vigilant about my appearance and my relationship status, and it just wasn't healthy for me. But it isn't just about limiting exposure. It's also about cultivating positive experiences that remind participants of their subjecthood. This could be as simple as creating a playlist full of songs that feel empowering, or as monumental as seeking out affirming and supportive community. Now, since self-objectification coerces women into viewing their bodies as objects of beauty or sex, it is necessary to change how we relate to our bodies. So interoceptive awareness is the ability to feel the internal body sensations like hunger or heartbeat, and it is negatively correlated with self-objectification. Functionality appreciation is a way of loving your body for all the amazing things that it can do. And together, functionality appreciation and interoceptive awareness help promote positive embodiment, which refers to a connection with the body that is based on trust, respect, care, comfort, and gratitude. Researchers have found that activities like yoga can be very effective in fostering positive embodiment. Another aspect of self-objectification is that it requires intense, close scrutiny of the body and appearance, like being under a microscope. So the final category offers mindfulness, self-compassion, and spirituality as methods of zooming out, so to speak, and regaining perspective of your worth as a child of the universe. So many of the lessons involve self-compassion meditations and mindfulness exercises designed to help participants notice when they fall into the old traps of habitual body monitoring or negative self-talk, and to have grace for themselves as they learn to break those habits. Spiritual practice is also recommended by researchers who suggest that it fosters a sense of purpose and gratitude that can reduce the inclination to self-objectify. So next steps for my program will involve some of the materials that I've included in it are the intellectual property of other entities. So I will need to get permission to include them or to create alternatives if necessary. I will also need to finalize my method of delivery for the program. I'm leaning towards making it into an app, but I haven't fully decided yet, and I'm still looking into options. And finally, whatever I do, I will probably need to secure funding, which I haven't even begun to look into yet. So that's on my to-do list. And I will leave you with this inspiring quote from radical feminist Andrea Dworkin. It is true and very much to the point that women are objects, commodities, some deemed more expensive than others, but it is only by asserting one's humanness every time, in all situations, that one becomes someone as opposed to something. That, after all, is the core of our struggle. This has been the most condensed version of my research that I could manage. So if you want more information, I would love to elaborate, and feel free to email me if you would like to read the unabridged version. Thank you so much for your gracious attention, and I'm eager to hear any questions or feedback you have for me. Should I stop sharing now?
Yes, Molly, thank you so much for that interesting presentation. I appreciate you sharing that with us. It looks like if we have any questions, please feel free to put that in the Q&A section. But I would also like to open it up to any of our other panelists if you all had any questions for Molly. I do have a question, Molly. I was wondering, with your 4-week program, what made you come up with that time frame? And then is it something that you feel like is very, that you could do multiple times a year, because it seemed very regenerative, and I would love to learn more and email you, speak to you more about that and how I can be involved in helping in any way.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. So the 4 weeks is kind of arbitrary. It was what I felt like I could manage for what I knew. My dream in an ideal world would be that this is something that people used. I know that garnering buy-in might be a limitation, but if it can take off, I would love to develop more than just the 4 weeks of lessons. That was what I felt was a good start to give somebody an impression of like what the program could look like.
Yeah, and I think that's great. I think it's definitely a start too for people who want to just get involved and learn more about it. I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat saying that they would love to see it as an app. So that's a great option.
Yeah, that's definitely promising. Sometimes I have to wonder, like, does anybody else want this or is it just me?
No, it's definitely great.
I have a question. Again, it's kind of a devil's advocate, or, you know, it stems from a comment or one of the very good presentation, by the way, incredibly concise, and that's, you know, that's a great thing in itself. But I enjoyed, you know, seeing how you must have thought so much about these steps one by one and going over and trying to come up with a doable thing, right? And it's a very challenging thing to do. So kudos to you. There is one thing though that as you were talking about you know, raising awareness one, and then managing exposure, and then reframing the body and shifting the perspective. But for the part that is managing exposure, you know, you were saying that it seems to me that certainly at an individual level, you wanted to reduce the amount of exposure to romantic comedies, or otherwise you start, you know, feeling oppressed by all of those the standards. So I always feel that two minds about, obviously you have to do something to protect yourself, but also there is a sense that at the same time, it cannot only be that. Somehow, can we as activists doing this, why do I have to change? I mean, in a way, that's what I'm thinking. Certainly there is always a resentfulness about, why am I the one to change? Why does not the romantic comedy change? And so how do you put this model of individual model to try to protect yourself, mental health, trying to survive, trying to be strong, but at the same time, the other part is society is out there, you need to change. How do we negotiate? How do you negotiate this thing with your program, this step? Can you say more about it?
Yes. So I actually started from the perspective of, how do we change the world? Like, I just don't want to be objectified anymore. I'm sick of it, and I don't want to have to change myself. And speaking as somebody who lives in America, we really value free speech more than we value the lives of women, is the reality. And so as I was looking into policies that had potentially been like proposed, there's almost nothing, at least in this country. And since America produces so much of the media that goes out to the rest of the world, even the countries, and there are many countries that are trying to restrict the amount of sexist and objectifying and sexualizing media, it's almost impossible to do when America just keeps pumping out messages that say that women exist for decoration and men have all the power. So this was sort of like my consolation prize of, okay, this might not change in my lifetime, but in the meantime, I need to figure out a way to be a human.
Thank you. I see your point.
Molly, thank you very much. That was definitely an insightful presentation.
Oh wait, is there another one in the chat?
Let's see. But yes, another question in the chat says, how do institutions, systems, other people allow the space to use the quote that Molly used, assert one's humanness?
Yeah, maybe also if we can, I see that the end, can we leave it for the end for the common one so that everyone will have the same time? Sorry. Thank you.
That would be great. All right. So our next speaker is Queen McKee. And Queen is a sophomore at Wake Forest University, planning to major in sociology with a concentration in health disparities and a minor in Japanese language and culture. And the title of their piece is Pronouns and Object Lesson. So thank you very much, Queen, and I'll open the floor to you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. There. Okay. And okay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Queen. I'm currently a sophomore at Wake Forest University, and my
And this is my object lesson titled Pronouns. And so what is an object lesson? It's an informal research paper about an object. It can be about any type of object, anything. And the most important part about doing an object lesson is covering not only its historical uses and its importance, but the way that it manifests contemporarily. Like, what are the current meanings and relevance you can get from an object, and how does that vary across cultures and social spaces? And so why did I choose pronouns as my object lesson? Well, in my Writing 111 class last spring, our whole final project was about an object lesson. We had to choose some type of object, and we had to argue that it was like clothing. For instance, my professor mentioned that someone in her prior class said that seatbelts could be used as clothing in, say, for instance, the way that they protect you, or how they're not like essential, but you can use them like in that type of sense. And then somebody did beads, another person did black hair as clothing. And so I thought that was interesting. And then I ended up choosing pronouns and argue why pronouns can be clothing and the uses and the meaning and importance around the language you use, not only around pronouns, but also around clothing. And my professor mentioned to me that it seemed like with my research, I was looking more at gender, not necessarily about clothing, but about how gender can impact the clothing that you wear, the way clothing is made. And so I decided, yeah, my interest really is in pronouns. Let me work with that. And then last spring, I also went on the OCCE, or the Office of Career, the Office of Community and Civic Engagement Civil Rights Tour. So we went through the Deep South to a lot of different places. And my friends that I met on the program and I were talking in Kelly Ingram Park, and we just started talking about gender. We started talking about my pronouns, what they meant for me, how perceptions of my gender identity and pronouns were not necessarily true for me, but maybe true for other people. And I was surprised that we could just sit there and have a conversation, and it felt very comfortable, like in that type of place. And so that made me more assured that I did want to talk about pronouns and what they meant. And so the main concept of my object lesson is the difference between the terms personal pronouns and preferred pronouns. Personal pronouns can be defined as, quote, the pronouns that someone uses for themselves. The phrase preferred pronouns should not be used because someone's pronouns are not a preference. The idea that someone's pronouns are preferred can suggest or imply that it's something they would like you to do. It's not required. You could ignore it if you wanted to. And that's very frustrating, because just like how your pronouns are not a choice, my pronouns are not a choice. And so the issue I was having on the Civil Rights Tour was that I and some of my friends like interpreted my pronouns as personal, but other students in the program interpreted my pronouns as a preference. And therefore it took a very long time for them to even address me by my pronouns. And so that was more of the thing I wanted to get across to them, but I didn't know how to say it because I didn't know, say, the terminology for personal versus preferred. And so how are pronouns like clothing? There's a lot of ways. For instance, there's your identification of yourself and how you can identify others through the clothing that they wear. That also goes into self-expression, you wearing stuff that makes you feel comfortable. And then embracement, through wearing clothes that you feel comfortable in, you can embrace not only yourself and how you feel in your body, but also embrace others and their enjoyment and their own self-expression. And I feel like that's a very important part about just the way that you can dress yourself. And so this also relates a lot to gender and sexuality. For instance, through colonization and imperialism and enslavement, there's a lot of things that, for instance, my ancestors, their ideas and their practices about gender and sexuality that I won't know. I won't be able to find research or history. And while I was looking, I did find stuff about North American indigenous ideas of gender and sexuality and practices, but I couldn't find anything, for instance, about African practices and things. And so that's a very big part, not only about the history that is lost, but also the definition of, for instance, the gender binary, or what clothing is depicted or is considered masculine or feminine. A lot of European colonizers who came over saw indigenous people and said, wait, that's, if you're male presenting, like say if you're a man, then, or if you're a man and you're wearing any type of clothing that could be, say, like a dress or a skirt, they would say, no, that is feminine, you can't wear that. And so like the definitions of what can be considered masculine or feminine were based off of colonization and imperialism. So when you look through the lens of what counts as feminine or masculine, say in like a North American context, that's a very key thing to keep in mind, that these things were not always the way they were. And people always had previous ideas. It's just a lot of things happened that caused power dynamics and shifts that silenced a lot of those voices. And then similarly, that relates not only to cultural practices and things that you can find out about now, but also just the way that clothing is made and the way that clothing is defined in relation to gender and self-expression. Terminology-wise, there's a lot of ways you can define this type of clothing. For instance, you could define clothing as androgynous, unisex, gender neutral, or degendered, as I've coined it. And these connotations all have very different meanings. For instance, androgynous is more masculine, degendered or gender neutral or unisex could be more, there's a lot of different styles you could use, but depending on the company and the people that have their ideas of what this type of terminology means, a lot of times, say, androgynous clothing by big fashion companies can be marked as neutral colors. So just like whites and blacks and grays and sweatpants, and that's it. Like, but that's not the way that you can design clothing. Like if it's supposed to be degendered clothing, there's no reason why there can't be bold colors and like statements and design. Like that is a big part, not only of clothing, but just self-expression in general. And the way that these clothes are made also impacts the price. But for instance, if you're paying people what it's worth, like what they deserve to be making for it, something that they can live off of, it would make sense if the clothes were more expensive. It all depends on the company though. And then Big Bud Press is a unisex LA clothing small business company. And I love them a lot for what that they do. I've never seen a company that has plus size POC models at the front of their marketing and their advertising and just everything that they do. I've never seen a company like this that makes unisex clothing that allows that has ethical business practices, but also that when they choose color palettes, they actually make sure it works with POC skin tones and variety. Like they center you in the actual process of making the clothing. And I feel like that's very important. For instance, when I'm in like a store or somewhere in the mall, like when you see mannequins, most of the time, if at all, they're always like white mannequins. So I won't know how any of the clothes look on myself. So I feel like with like their model size guide or just generally with the practices that they do, I feel very comfortable because they actually care about me in not only the design process, but a lot of other aspects I wouldn't have thought of. Like I would have thought of marketing, but not how do they go about matching clothes and make sure they work on a variety of skin tones. And so in closing, the power of language is very important, as well as respecting personal pronouns in that. The language that you use to describe someone or the clothes that they wear can be very important to not only their gender, but the way that they express themselves in general throughout the world. And having conversations like this is a good place to start before going on to things like structural change or policies or trying to change the culture of an institution. Just small things work their way up and pile up a lot. So I feel like it's good to start somewhere. And then this is my works cited for my object lesson. And then this is a link to the my written object lesson where I go into some of this more deeply. And I can send that to you if you would like, and I can email it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen. That was an awesome presentation. Awesome. All right. And once more, for everyone participating today, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat or in the Q&A box. But once more, I want to open it up to any panelists to see if they have any questions for Queen. Hey, Molly.
Yeah, so I have sort of been watching some of the discourse on pronouns, because obviously women in gender studies, and I've seen a debate between people saying we should just all switch to they, them, because gender's irrelevant. But then also I've seen it on the other side about, no, that's taking something away from people who really truly feel like that's theirs. Could you weigh in on that?
Yeah, sure. I haven't heard that argument before, but I know like I've like generally encountered some of that when it comes to like the idea of gender as, say, a social construct. Like we've talked about that a bit in my sociology class. Like that if you create your definitions of gender, then what does gender like, I guess, like mean to you, or what can gender mean? But I think it's like, I think that if you feel the way about your gender, that's fine, and you should just go with that. Like we don't all have to switch. That just kind of seems like very contradictory to the idea of just you defining your own gender. Like, I can kind of see where that argument comes from, but I feel like it's much more beneficial if you just identify however you identify or use pronouns however you're comfortable. So like that's what's most important, and that's also just generally what's best. Like it can be better to make, say, more policies or protections in place in general, but also for communities that are marginalized in relation to just expressing your pronouns or having your voice listened to. So I feel like those changes would be a better way to like help bridge like a lot of the gaps, like instead of having us resort to doing something that would not be beneficial for everyone.
I'm reflecting on on something that in my class I'm reading papers where students did a project on gender socialization. They went to a store and found clothes and toys and then discussed all these issues. But I really liked your approach, and particularly where you're saying I'm thinking about really the difficulty sometimes to explain it to other people who might not be familiar with women, gender, and sexuality studies. And so the idea of clothing, I mean, really it's the object lesson, right? Clothing is, everyone knows what that is like. And it seems that to me that somehow not only the pronouns, I mean, that's very immediate, direct, and successful, I think, but also within the discourse of marketing generally and socialization of gender, even, I'm thinking about an app or some sort of marketing idea where in the future we can be more immediate in reaching out, and maybe have a label that brings a question to open people's minds, and not go there and be inside a framework of the pink and the blues and everything. Say, wait, stop, think, or just challenging. I love the idea because that's what it does, and yet it's so easy. It's like, it's as easy as putting something like a jacket on, right? And then you think, wait, it needs to fit. If you want it to fit, and so the company that you showed, that there is a person of a certain weight, of a certain look, of a certain shade, and that's it. What are we afraid of to show this? You want to see how it looks. So what's the big deal? And so it has to be comfortable. It has, for us, we need to fit in. And so I'm imagining and getting excited about thinking about some kind of marketing idea that will also give us an advantage and a progress in all this, in this area.
Yes, that was awesome. And I appreciate all of you all's feedback and questions. Thank you so much, Queen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So our next speaker of the panel will be from Dana Colaraco, and she is a fourth a year undergraduate student at American University pursuing both women's gender and sexuality studies and political science. And today she will be sharing her research from Involuntary Celibates, a case study in constructed narratives of oppression. So I appreciate you being here today, and I'll open the floor to you.
Hi, everybody. Can you see my screen, hear me? Okay, all of that good stuff. Okay, awesome. Yes, my name is Dana. I'm from American University. Yes, content warning for gender-based violence, misogyny, mass shootings, ableism, and racism. And my project is called Involuntary Celibates, a case study in constructed narratives of oppression. There we go. So this project was done as my senior capstone in women's gender and sexuality studies last semester. Essentially what I did was a primary source analysis of various online incel forums. So just like public forum websites that people who identify as incels were going on, posting and communicating with each other. So this was really interesting to me because incels have a specific way of self-victimizing and kind of putting language of marginalization onto themselves, which I'll talk a lot about. And this was really interesting to me because in my eyes, feminism would be like a liberatory way of breaking free from those ideas of the cis heteropatriarchy that they're putting onto themselves, and yet they do the complete opposite. So just some key terms that y'all should know as we go into it. Involuntary celibates, incels, as I'll refer to them throughout the presentation, are predominantly, but not exclusively, cis hetero white men who are unable to find a partner who is willing to have sex with or date them. They believe in a gynocentric society. So this is the opposite of a patriarchal society. And they believe that society privileges women and that women are on the top of the social hierarchy. Particularly women that they call Stacies. So these are normatively, Eurocentrically attractive, thin white women who allegedly are in control of the gynocentric society because of their sex appeal and access to female sexuality, which is the most valuable commodity in this society from their perspective. Stacies only have sex with Chads, who are your typical masculine, cis, hetero, white guys. And the most interesting part of this is that in incels ideology, sex is the most valuable commodity. So in the eyes of incels, Chads cis hetero white men are only like gaining wealth, power, social dominance, and popularity so that they can have sex with attractive women. So related literature, incels are often grouped in with other men's rights activists, school shooters, and other extremists. And this isn't necessarily false, but incels' worldview and position as non-traditionally masculine and socially outcast men shapes their perspective and their movement differently. Another important thing is very broadly, disability theory states that society disables people through creating an environment that is inaccessible. So it's not that a disabled person is lacking or inferior, it's that they live in a society that structures itself in a way that's exclusionary and marginalizing. This is important because this is what I argue incels are co-opting. They're taking this idea of a society which they believe is gynocentric, is disabling their access to sex and love by structuring itself in a way that only values people who look a certain way and gives power to Stacies to withhold sex, love, and happiness ultimately from them. Another important part of understanding incel culture is there's a lot of arguments that incels are just kind of like using this language of feminists, of marginalized people as kind of like a political pawn. They're kind of just throwing the language in their faces and doing so in a very disingenuous way. As I was going through hundreds and hundreds of these comments on these forums, I came to believe differently. I came to believe that incels are genuinely internalizing this language and like projecting it back outward because they genuinely believe it, true or not true. So I have some quotes here I wanted to read. So first, women only care about the existence of Chads. They literally want every man on this planet below an 8'10" in looks dead. Non-feminists included. They just don't say that because they don't want to look bad, but subconsciously, this is what all women think, whether or not you want to accept this dark, harsh reality. And then another quote, we don't hate women nearly as much as they hate us. It's a reactionary thing. I don't hate anyone unless they felt the same way towards me. Foyd's women have treated me like garbage solely because I don't appeal to them physically. So the idea that they have bought into this idea of, to be valued in our society, you have to look a certain way, you have to act a certain way. So they hate themselves because they're buying into it, but then they also hate society and they hate women for letting this go on, even though they are also doing that same thing. Oh, here we go. So feminist backlash, lookism, and physical appearance. So this was also very interesting to me because incels buy into this idea of lookism. So essentially saying that society privileges attractive people and discriminates against unattractive people. So feminism agrees with this. So I was a little bit confused here because based on sexism, racism, or ableism, there's tons of feminist discourse that agrees and says, yeah, if you look a certain way, society is going to treat you worse. But unfortunately, incels aren't doing this in such a productive way. So they pick physical attributes on themselves. I have some of those listed here on screen. And they blame those specific physical differences for the reason why people don't find them attractive, why they can't find a partner. So they take this notion and they can identify, hey, this is going on. I'm being treated differently because I don't live up to the beauty standards of our society. But then they still blame women, Stacey's, for their lack of pushing up against this. So instead of saying, like, I can turn towards feminism, I can turn away from these standards, they buy into them for themselves, and then they continue blaming and hating women for not breaking away from these ideas that they themselves are not breaking away from. Lastly, disability discourse was so interwoven throughout all of the incel forums that I was reading, whether that was like directed towards other people, other incels, or like talking about non-incels in very like dehumanizing ways, or even a lot of the language was pointed at themselves. They would make posts about how disgusting they felt about themselves. It was very interwoven throughout all of their communications, and then sometimes was being talked about directly. So I have a quote here. The Oxford English Dictionary defines a disability as a physical or mental condition that limits a person's movements, senses, or activities. Since inceldom can limit one's movement, senses, and activities, it meets the criteria for a disability. So this is already very interesting on its own. But there was also incels going a step further, not only claiming that being an incel is a disability because you're barred from certain aspects of life, per se, but also that because because people with actual physical and mental disabilities can access sex, love, and romance, that incels are actually more disabled than actually disabled people and people with any other marginalization. They are essentially the most oppressed people in society. So they really have constructed this whole narrative of their own identity and marginalization based on what they perceive as their physical bodily difference. So to conclude, there are some incels who are violent misogynists, who are men's rights activists and domestic terrorists. That's absolutely true. But it's important to understand how their perception of themselves is unique from those other groups, especially when we're trying to confront these different groups and understand, why are men being radicalized in this way? Why are they turning towards like such horrific things when really, in my eyes at least, they're not so far away from trying to liberate themselves. So incels claim the discourse of oppression for themselves as an attempt to regain social power from the cis heteropatriarchy, rather than saying, hey, I'm experiencing this oppression, and aligning themselves in solidarity with people who are actually marginalized. So just a quote to finish us off from my final paper. In incels' inability to ascend to the top of the hierarchy of privilege, they instead group themselves into the marginalized class of people who were born with an identity that revokes their access from cis heteropatriarchal privilege. This identity, which they believe to be predominantly their unattractiveness, effectively disables their access to sex and love, and ultimately their access to being the oppressor. So that is my presentation. I really have gone so deep into this, so I would love to talk more with anybody who is interested. My friends are tired of hearing about incels. yeah, I would love to hear any questions that you have. I need to stop sharing as well. Okay.
Great, Dana, thank you so much for that presentation. It definitely sounds like you know so much. So I would like to once more, of course, say, please put your questions in the chat or the Q&A and open it up to any panelists who have any questions. Hey, yeah, Molly.
I'm always going to have questions. So for those of us who maybe have people in our lives who are kind of like being radicalized in this way, in your research, were you able to find anything that talked about how to de-radicalize them, how to reach them?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think what I was seeing was a lot of what went wrong, because I was reading like incels' own experiences, like the things, there was tons of forums talking about, like, when I was a kid, I remember the first time that somebody like dehumanized me for the way I look. And I think that's kind of, that's the most specific things I got, was like kind of this widespread idea that we need to do better with how we are socializing men in the United States specifically. Like, we need to be, I think it's hard because the answer is that we need to stop perpetuating ableism, racism, fat phobia, all these things in general. I think it's hard because they so heavily push away from feminism. If you say the word feminism to them, like, they reject it so hard. So I think if you see someone in your life going this way, I think the most important thing is kind of maybe attacking the concepts of like, hey, it doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter like if you are socially awkward or whatever, like maybe you're getting picked on for XYZ things. That's not what makes you valuable as a human. And kind of just like reaffirming those things that, you know, you're great the way you are, because I think that that's the root of this. Is it was so sad and shocking for me to realize that it's not just about sex, it's also about the idea that they do not believe they will ever find a partner who loves them. And that's just like deep sadness, you know, like not believing you're worthy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dana. That's definitely sounds, yeah, like some work that is a community effort to put in for that. I do have a question as well, if you don't mind me asking. I just found interesting, I know you mentioned there's a strong belief in gynocentrism in the community. With this, has there ever been, in your experience coming across these forums, any like conceptualization of, if I do enter a partnership, would that be how they imagine those relationships to go, or would it kind of switch over to more like what we think about traditional, like patriarchy, you know, in those relationships, or how would that look?
So like in the relationships that do exist, like is it female dominated? That's interesting. I think it's a combination of both, and it's confusing because they believe that men should be at the top of the social hierarchy. Like they believe that patriarchy is the correct way of structuring things, but that we don't have that right now. I think that they believe the way things are currently structured is that if a Chad and a Stacy are dating, the Stacy, the woman, is going to like cheat on the guy because like women are sexually promiscuous and like have no self-respect, and all they care about is just like the most attractive, richest guy. So I think that that's how they view these relationships. Obviously, we know like that's just not true. But I think that they believe that even in interpersonal relationships today, that like because the cis hetero white woman has access to her sexuality, that she will always have the power in that relationship.
Wow, yeah, thank you for sharing that with me. And
thank you all so much.
That was great. That was great. All right, so awesome. Our next presentation will be given by Jasmine K. Evans. And Jasmine is a graduating third-year student completing a Master of Divinity with a concentration in Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Wake Forest University School of Divinity. And she is a candidate of ordination under care of the Salem Presbytery of the Presbyterian Church USA, also known as PCUSA. As the recent recipient of the PCUSA study grant and the People of Color Award, Jasmine hopes to use her educational experiences to change the culture of sexism and heterosexism in the Black church. She currently serves as co-moderator of the St. James Presbyterian Women, ministry coordinator for faith formation at Faith Point Fellowship, and as the administrative assistant, for communications at Westminster Presbyterian Church. And Jasmine will present Womanist Voices in Black Feminist Expansion, Dismantling Pulpit Politics in the Black Church. So thank you so much, Jasmine. I look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you, Cameron, for that introduction. Again, my name is Jasmine Evans, and I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see that? Perfect. To begin, this actually was supposed to be a short documentary, but scheduling interviews and editing takes a lot of time. I hope to use my educational experiences, as Cameron said, to change the culture of sexism and heterosexism in the Black church. And I hope to make an open path to ministry for all who are called to use the word of God to empower the marginalized and to call all people together on one accord to the abundant life God has for us, especially for those within the Black church. This presentation has limitations that begin where my experiences end as a Black heterosexual woman. But this presentation is also an act of sexual, sexist, and heterosexist resistance. So what are we even talking about? Black feminism first, as a praxis, a social theoretical framework, an active praxis that centers the equality of the Black woman with the rest of society, considering her race and class equally as identities that are used to further alienate her rather than lift her to her rightful place. It answers the question of why not just feminism. We aren't just talking about sex or gender when it comes to Black women in the pulpit. A simple Google search will show you the difference. So if you Googled women, just in general, the results would be majority white women. And so those ideas are with us even in the Black church. Black feminist thought takes into account the multiple points of oppression that cause Black women's experience to be different from our white counterparts, specifically those women living in the United States of America. And Patricia Hill Collins names these oppressive points as exploitation of Black women's labor or economic oppression, the denial of rights and privileges routinely extended to white and Black male citizens, which is political oppression, and the strategic ways in which racist and sexist ideologies permeate the social structure of the US, which are ideological oppressions. All of these happen inside of the church. And these three foundational pieces are compacted by the other intersections by which we are oppressed, such as race, class, and gender. Then we have womanism as another praxis to dismantling these pulpit politics. And womanism is a methodology and a way of being that separates itself from the oppression of the white woman by centering Black women's voices while fighting against the gender issues that plague the Black community inside and out. So womanism is a form of Black feminism that aligns with Black nationalism because it is committed to survival and wholeness of the entire people, male and female, and all their in between. It is committed to Black women who love other Black women in all ways. And there is a focus on the whole becoming, because creation is relational. And we need one another to survive and thrive. So the aspect of womanism is one that I believe sets it apart from Black feminism. Okay, so what are these pulpit politics you speak of? Why do they matter? Basically, the pulpit politics are the unspoken, often enforced rules of who and what is allowed behind the sacred desk, in the pulpit, on the platform. Generally, that person is a Black heterosexual male. Kudos if he's married and he has 2.5 children. He must dress and look the part, often low haircuts, clean looks, suit and tie kind of men, nice shoes, elaborate robes, clergy collars, okay? Within the Black church, who is not allowed? Black women, whether heterosexual or otherwise, and Black men who openly identify as anything other than heterosexual. So where did these pulpit politics come from? So I want to share a little bit of some research that I wrote in another paper. So the adaptation of ideologies forced on Black people from slavery and the Jim Crow era made acceptable through white male-dominated media. That's where these pulpit politics come from. Yet the Black church is still holding women to these standards as if these standards have somehow uplifted the women they claim to support and adore. One would think that the Black church would have evolved by now, but it remains complicit to its own oppression and further the objectification of its members. Those ideologies include, but are not limited to, the Mammy, the Jezebel, and the Sapphire. Inside of the Black church, though, the ideologies change just a bit. So there's a single woman who is married to Jesus in the church, who must spend all of her time working in the church until a man finds her worthy of marriage. Then there is the wife archetype, whose main goal is to teach other women how to be Christian wives. There's the Jezebel, who may have children out of wedlock or refuse to subscribe to the purity and modesty theologies that the previous two women champion. And all of these women are subject to the scrutiny of the male gaze, and they scrutinize each other. Finally, there's the older church mother, similar to the Mammy, who is the caretaker and the ultimate enforcer of the patriarchal norms of the outside society that permeates the Black church. While all of those roles are problematic and focus on the male as an outside source for qualification, they all are seemingly acceptable forms of womanhood in the Black church. So notice within these pulpit politics that neither of these ideological women hold any real office, authority, or say-so in the church. Thus, a woman's claim to a calling in ministry is strange, odd, or even queer. All of those archetypes, whether in society or in the church, are relegated to servitude, and that servitude can be in relation to people who are beneath her in some way, serving children and other women. If the woman is leading, she is usually leading in a traditional gender role, like the kitchen, or as a secretary, or teaching other women, and that is still required to be subservient to the man in charge of the entire congregation. These ideologies, again, are all derived from slavery and the Jim Crow era. So when a Black woman shirks all of those roles for one that puts her in the pulpit, a place of power, authority, and ultimate servitude, she must acquiesce to another male-accepted presentation of womanhood. And this acceptable form of womanhood is strictly heterosexual, appealing, yet modest, intelligent, yet unrealistically humble. She must be well-maintained, never flashy or unique. Her voice must be strong and delicate. Her hair must be neat and tame, never eccentric. And the Black woman preacher, teacher, pastor, and minister cannot be too controlling, nor should she be a pushover. She must be memorable at best. So how do we use these frameworks of womanism and Black feminism to dismantle the pulpit politics that pervade the Black church? So first, we'll talk about Black feminism, which is a way to level the playing field. It acknowledges the three ways that women are oppressed and then removes them from the Black church. So economically, women give more time and resources, but earn less wages. Ways to change that is to restructure the way that we give. Politically, we have less of a say-so in male-dominated spaces. So when the church is run by men only, others' say-so diminishes. And so by removing the political influence that we have in today's society and removing that from the Black church, we would have a place where everyone who's present has a say-so. We can also use Black feminism to deconstruct the ideologies that are present. So we're supposed to look and act a certain way, and removing that framework, as I mentioned before, is massive. We have to create a spirit of self-determination for all who don't identify in ways that fit into what the Black church says we should be. And those roles are not theologically based. They are based on European and white Western methods of being, which are actually inherently violent and diminish what believers call the imago Dei, or the image of God in us. Secondly, when it comes to feminism and the praxis there, the preaching moment is a representation, as a moment of representation and resistance. So with that being said, I'll share a little bit of my own personal experience. I grew up in a church that didn't allow women to preach or teach other men. And what that taught me as a young girl was that women were less than. Women had nothing to teach men. Men were not interested in the intellectual or the theological growth of women if it meant that men couldn't have a say-so. And it also taught me that women should be required to stay in her place with other women and other children. So every time I heard a woman preach, through the exposure of my mom, who she exposed me to people like Juanita Bynum and Jackie McCullough, which are Black pastors and ministers, that narrative began to change for me. And the very act of a woman asserting herself in the pulpit began to dismantle the pulpit politics that I had come to understand and accept. So when I became whole in my understanding of the power of womanhood, or even otherhood, being other, when I became to understand the power of being other, was the only way that I was able to see a way forward and to begin to associate myself with healthier communities of faith. So this is my why. So I just have a couple of questions. This is my daughter. Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Haley, and I'm 12 years old.
Okay. This interview is unrehearsed, and I did give her the questions ahead of time so she could think about it. So Haley, who belongs in the pulpit?
Anybody who has the capability to do so, I think.
Anybody?
Yes.
So women belong in the pulpit?
I think so.
Okay. The other question is, how does it make you feel when Black women preach?
It makes me feel good about myself. To see them doing good things and helping lots of people.
Okay. Do you think it's fair that there are some churches who don't let Black women be pastors or preachers?
No, I don't think so. I think that they should be able to do it if they have the same if they're the same as the other man, then why is the man any better, I think.
Okay, same,
just because they're a man.
Okay, the same what, if they can preach the same or what?
If they've got the same background, the same degrees or the same, all of the things you have to do to become a pastor, I think that you should just because they're a man doesn't mean they're the greater candidate,
That makes sense to me. Okay, so you feel like gender doesn't separate people from being able to be in the pulpit?
No, I don't. I think, wait, are you asking me if that's a problem or if...
well, is it a problem?
Yeah.
It's a problem?
That they don't let Black women,
Yeah. I think so too. Why do you think they do that?
Because, well, back, then a lot of women didn't have a lot of the same opportunities and were kind of just not doing anything, I guess, because men didn't let them. And so I think that they feel that women are incapable of doing a work. Or maybe they just don't like women to do that stuff, I guess.
Okay. Well, you said some very interesting things, so thank you for letting me interview you today. So both of these frameworks call us to disengage from the binary. What does that mean? It calls us to reimagine a church that is not bound to whiteness. And by whiteness, I mean a system of power where men dominate, where people are oppressed, and where cash and capital rules, and where every person is for self instead of the whole. These two frameworks are important because they help us to begin to reframe what we know and have accepted for so long. And they provide a different experience to the generation behind us while dragging along those who will come along with us in the here and now. And it means that things are not always just black and white. I don't know how to go to the next slide. Here we go. Why is this important? For freedom, for empowerment, for equality? My conclusion is that I would argue that the Black woman's presence, regardless of her sexuality, and leadership roles within the Black church are far more beneficial to the whole, and it frees the Black church from further internalized oppression present in our white male-dominated society. It's my conclusion that using a womanist lens of centering the Black woman and focusing on the wholeness of the entire people will expand Black feminist praxis within the Black church, which will ultimately dismantle the unspoken and discriminatory pulpit politics that still exists today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, for that. Y'all had an awesome conversation. I'm so glad we got to tune in.
Thank you.
All right, and so once more, another time, do you all have any questions, any of the panelists or participants?
You mentioned that you learned about the power of being other, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times we find a lot of solace in being a part of a majority group, right? We find a lot of solace in identifying with everyone else. And I think a lot of times when people are marginalized or oppressed, we don't see the power in that moment in being something different. And I think me finding my power in being other actually was saying that I'm being oppressed because there's something good about me that people are afraid of, right? What is it that people are afraid of? People are afraid that I hold the gospel truth, right? And that I'm able to discern the biblical text just like anyone else. People are afraid that my personal experiences as a woman, as someone who is Black, or as someone who lives in America, or as someone who is low to middle class, has actually something to say that will radicalize the way that we live in America, right? Or the way that we do church, or the way that we see God, and how we relate to who God is. And so living into that moment and taking the power of being othered and turning it around to use your voice is actually kind of where I'm coming from with that.
Right, that is awesome, Jasmine. And I see that Queen has to step out, so I'll say one more time, thank you so much, Queen, for your presentation. And Dr. Balzano, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, because it's, I mean, I see the chat is going with all of you, you know, as you were all talking, and but it's 1:08 and we have to stop just before 1:15. And I do have so many questions, but maybe in order for our three panelists to say something, maybe it would be good if you all can say, in terms of the work that you have set ahead, what is your next challenge? Somehow, do you envision, you know, something that you will have to, you know, a knot that you have to untie as you move ahead, or some kind of a challenge in this kind of work, or you know, in your presentation that you referred to in the presentations?
Yeah, if I could go first, I would say my first challenge is taking this academic work and this theoretical work and actually putting it into action in the context where I lead. Is one thing to talk about a theory that's radical It's another thing to go back to people who you know and love and have been there all your life, and to speak those things and to work in that context. So that's the next knot, to actually put the theory into practice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can go next. I think Jasmine, like what you're saying resonates with me as well. It's so like I dove into a very specific like niche topic, and because it was just drawn, like I was just drawn to it, and now it's kind of hard to see like where does this go forward? Like how can I actually, you know, try to de-radicalize the young men and like in America who are falling into this pattern. So it's hard to kind of turn it into practice. So that would be my next challenge.
And for me, the next challenge is kind of more practical than any, or like more logistical. I need to figure out how to get into a PhD program where I can continue growing my research. I am very aware, like as I did this project, it was like, oh, look at all this stuff I don't know yet. So that's the next thing is you know, for instance, there's the intersectional aspect of objectification that really has not been looked at in enough detail. And there's just so much we don't know still. So that's the next challenge for me.
Thank you. It's you know, it's always sobering when you see what's ahead, but it's also a good way to tackle the challenge when you see it, right? And yeah, the PhD program, you have to find a good fit that will allow you to grow and and look more into the intersectional lens or any other you know, perspective that you need to expand on. We have 5 minutes. I don't know if actually a little less than 5 minutes. I don't know if there is we want to finish here or you want to. I don't want. I think that it's up to you. Oh, something in the chat.
Great, thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely look into that.
Come here, Cameron.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
All right, perfect. I'll just say thank you all so much for all your insight today. I think it was a wonderful panel and I appreciate being here. And I think you all have some great things going on. So I'm excited to see what your futures look like and hearing about your research in the news someday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the work you're doing and for participating in this panel. Yes, we'll put people in touch if they want to. We are here as the organizer, moderators. You can talk to us in the future. Thank you again. We'll jump on to the next panel. I have to leave. Bye.
All right, so I'd like to welcome our visitors, especially to panel 4A of our symposium today, with the topic being negotiating power throughout history. We have 4 presenters this hour, but 2, as I understand, have submitted presentations via video. So let me just introduce our, Barry, do you have a particular order that you need this to go in because of the video presentations, or just follow the program order?
The program order will be perfect.
Okay, great. Well, then our first presenter today is Paulina Martin, who's an undergraduate student at the College of the Holy Cross, where she's studying history with a concentration in gender and peace and conflict studies. And as an undergraduate, she spent a semester at University College of Cork in Cork, Ireland, studying Irish reproductive rights, social movement history. And she also spent a semester in Washington, D.C., where she worked in the office of Senator Elizabeth Warren. This semester, Paulina was completing an honors thesis on social purity, nationalism, and early women's suffrage in the United States during the Progressive Era. So Paulina, welcome. I think you've been told that I'm to limit you to 10 minutes, so I'll break in if your presentation runs longer. but we look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Martin, and I am a student at the College of the Holy Cross.
To Guard Our Girls, White Women, Nationalism, and Forging Citizenship at the 1895 U.S. National Purity Congress is a project I'm currently working on as a year-long undergraduate thesis. I started off this project by asking a question fascinating to me. Why is feminism what it is now? I wanted to know what led to its current hegemonic ideas and members, and that led me to where there were breaks in the movement, notably the 1970s sex-positive versus anti-pornography debate. But a lack of sources, exacerbated by the pandemic, invited me to move backwards into the early women's movement until I could find a viable source that still allowed me to ask questions of feminism. I landed on social purity. While researching, I came across a nearly 500-page document, the Papers of the National Purity Congress of 1895, held in Baltimore. This collection of speeches and letters is large and, from what I saw, understudied. As I began to read it, I saw how it illuminated the thinking of purity reformers, many of whom were white women and overlapped with the suffrage movement and early women's rights. And that begged a new question. What sentiments led to the popularity of 19th century social purity? How else were those sentiments used by women's rights leaders to garner power and thus advance their rights movement? Now, my thesis says that a struggle against power changes in the future of the nation drove the National Purity Congress. Using the hegemony's desire for national protection, white women argued for their place alongside white men as civilizers, upholders, and reproducers of a white Christian America. And by uplifting these ideas of patriarchy and white supremacy, white women built mainstream feminism on the exclusion of women of color. This project aims to contribute to scholarship on social purity and turn-of-the-century nationalism as it intersects with the early women's movement's grasp for citizenship. Now, in my paper, I first argue that nationalism was the driving force behind the National Purity Congress, using language from the conference to support that claim. Then I look at how the nationalist agenda was tied into suffrage, a key action item for early women's rights, and how the language used at the National Purity Congress allowed that to happen. So first, what do I mean by nationalism? I define nationalism as a force that constructs a narrative of the nation as an already existing or potential state. The goal of nationalism is to construct a community in opposition to otherness by articulating a state's character and vision. Nationalism can be defined by creed, believing in the nation's values, or by culture, looking and acting like the dominant group. The white hegemony of the United States during this period argues for the latter. Nationalism informs who is and who is not afforded citizenship or power, rights, and opportunities. Social purity was in its essence about the fear of the US changing. Reformers wanted their community, in other words, their nation, to stay the same or to be protected in its white patriarchal form. Now, since I don't have time to explain each argument in full, I'm just going to pick one thread to highlight for each chapter. So in this first section, one of the things the National Purity Congress asserted with a nationalist or nation-protecting mindset was shielding their women, white middle-class women, from disease of body and spirit. Reverend William Sabine argued in his speech that sensuality is the parent of epilepsy, syphilis, and leprosy. Another reformer described the disease of passion eating through skin and muscle and bone and marrow, eventually infecting the brain. The story that I opened the paper with is one told at the Congress about an anonymous girl called F.A., described with a fair complexion, who lost a child and then died herself because of a disease given to her by her non-virgin husband. Reformers were concerned with sexually transmitted diseases infecting women and children contracted through vice or sexual promiscuity, especially with dirty, aka non-white lower-class prostitutes. Other speakers asserted that more than viral disease, imbecility, disabilities, abnormalities, and morality can be passed along through bloodlines. Reformers reminded their audience that children recklessly brought into the world will have poor instincts and that the children of bad people will also be bad. In other words, we, the white pure class, must reproduce only with other white pure people. Now, since women are reproducers, shielding women protected children and the family, and protecting the family protects the future and thus the continuation of the nation as it is known. Another thread I trace in this paper that I won't go over now was talk of women captured and trafficked by non-white men, similarly affirming this fear of the other in relation to women who symbolize the nation, so fear for the nation. The idea of protecting women and children, a common war language phrase, is on display here at the Congress. Social purity was set up to maintain men as protectors and upholders, and the nation in its white Christian form as the beneficiary, vis-a-vis women and children. But white women subvert some of this power. In this talk of protecting the helpless women, white women use their voice to say, we can be useful too in safeguarding the nation. They weaponize the nationalism oozing from this defense of white womanhood. They assert that they can protect whiteness and femininity if they are given additional power. So one way that they do this is by expressing their inherent abilities, and this is seen through the National Purity Congress. So reformers repeatedly described the failure of men to restrain themselves from vice and claim that women have unique abilities to remain pure and protect the home, which is their sphere. They argued that white women, who are already so moral, could uplift the general morality of white men. One reformer stated that if given power with suffrage, white women would, quote, fortify the pinnacle which their one sex now occupies and bring the other to her level, unquote. Speaker Julia Ward Howe noted that this would ensure that the white race remained dominant. Quote, if we bestow equal care upon the two sides of our arc, our social fabric will stand so firmly that countless generations shall not cause it to move or fall, unquote. Since women and men were created as complementary parts, both needed to hold their weight to create harmony. One reformer upheld that women's lack of political participation was the cause of the double standard, the idea that men and women were held to different standards, which caused men to slack off morally, and of prostitution. Good, white, middle-class Christian women would vote to help frail sisters if able to, they would say. A member of the Women's Christian Temperance Union asserted that until women can vote, there can be no correction of vice. These white women wanted to be accomplices in the nation-building project. They took it upon themselves to perform rescue work, visiting and setting up charities for Black or poor white people. Americans' anxieties with female kidnapping and coerced prostitution, in conjunction with this increasing number of immigrants, overlapped with this last decade of dramatic mass political mobilization for white women's suffrage. That was not coincidental, but instead highlights the importance of racial anxiety to the success of white female power. And these ideas have been studied previously under what's called the fair sex theory, which is an early American term for and idea of white females that positioned white women as above non-whites and below white men. It came with notions of femininity as soft, domestic, caring, sympathetic. It has been historically used for white women to grab power through what researchers note as the patriarchal bargain. Women upholding dominant ideas of patriarchy to be allowed the most amount of power possible within the oppression. So I conclude my paper with these photographs of white slave trafficking. They supposedly depict reality, right, but they were staged. History looks back on the social purity movement as a phenomenon rooted in hegemonic fear over a tumultuous nation, not in overwhelming trafficking rings or disease. My thesis asserts that tensions from a changing country led to a rise in nationalism, used and propagated by the burgeoning purity movement, and purity advocates tasked themselves with more than individual abstinence, but with the salvation of the nation. That nationalism was also used to fuel white women in the purity space toward increased citizenship, notably the quest for the vote. This claim invites conversations about the ethics of progress. Is it just to advocate for increased rights for some, as white women did, if rights for all feels presently unattainable? Now I just want to conclude by saying thank you to my advisor, Professor Stephanie Ewell, and my second reader, Professor Sanjog Rupaketti. Thank you to the leader of the thesis writers, Professor Gwen Miller, and the whole history thesis cohort at Holy Cross. And thank you all so much for listening.
All right, well, we would follow an in-person presentation with some question and answer time, but of course that's not possible in this context. But does anybody have any comments or thoughts about issues that were raised in this presentation? Anything anybody wants to say? All right, well, then we can move on to our second presenter. Lizzie, will you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Yes, it's Lizzie Ikonomopoulos.
Ikonomopoulos. All right, so Lizzie Ikonomopoulos, it comes to us from the University of California, where she's a fourth-year undergraduate feminist studies researcher, working under feminist studies professor Dr. Laurie Oakes and also Professor Eileen Boris. As a member of the student sex worker community in Santa Barbara, Lizzie conducts research, advocacy, and organizing with the sex worker community in her locale and in online spaces. In her free time, Lizzie likes to take walks on the beach with her puppy Yoda. I enjoy that myself, Lizzie. Watch movies and make ceramics. And Lizzie, the title of your presentation is?
Yes, so the title of my presentation is Solidarity, Resistance, and Survival Strategies of University Student Sex Workers Then and Now.
Wow, terrific. Well, we look forward to hearing from you. Take it away for us.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to share my screen and start presenting. All right, so thank you everyone for being here today and listening to my presentation. I'm really excited to present. This is my first symposium. But yeah, so thank you. So as I said, my presentation is Solidarity, Resistance, and Survival Strategies of University Student Sex Workers Then and Now. I have university students in parentheses because I'll talk about it a little bit in a second, but just the way that the literature is, the available literature, and the way that my research question has unfolded over time. So the question that I have come to after some negotiating and revising is, what are the agency negotiation, survival strategies, community building, and resistance methods university students who identify as workers in Santa Barbara's commercialized sex industry employ? How do these findings inform the spectrum of agency that student sex workers navigate? And how do my research interlocutors disrupt the binary understanding created between the sex trafficking victim or victim criminal and the empowered sex worker? So it's kind of cool to come right after Paulina, who was talking about a history that came right before, I think, where my research is starting. And second, I'm asking too, what are the community and solidarity building efforts employed by UCSB student sex worker organizing, the student sex worker organizing group, Red Umbrellas SB? How can university student sex worker activism, such as RUSB, grow through the cross-racial and intersectional solidarity that has historically and contemporarily been employed by queer and trans feminist Black sex worker collectives? So a little bit of background is that right now, what I've found in interviews and literature is that across the nation, undergraduate and graduate students are, with university students with diverse backgrounds, identities, and motivations are engaging in the sex industry as many different forms of sex workers. In Santa Barbara specifically, as well as other urban areas, student sex worker activists seek to address the intersectional and disproportionate impacts of erasure, discrimination, stigmatization, and criminalization of queer, trans, Black, Indigenous, people of color, sex workers, as well as advocate for the rights of decriminalization across the sex worker identity. So a little bit more about like my positionality with this research is that I helped found a sex worker organizing group. Specifically, we organized around our student identity because that's how we met. But we do focus on a whole plethora of issues that are applicable to people that aren't just students. And a little bit more about like how I got into this work too, is that my so I've been like commodifying my sexuality since high school. And when I got to Santa Barbara, like I didn't really know any other people who had like done what I'd done. And I was like not really having a name for it. And then I realized like there's a lot of other people who were doing different kinds of sex work, and we were all separated. And so we were trying to find ways to, like, everyone kept saying, we want to congregate, we want to have space together. How can we make this happen? So that's kind of how this org started. We just all like found each other on Facebook, kind of serendipitous. But the thing is that there is still a lot that we can learn as a university student sex worker group, specifically from Black sex worker, queer and trans feminist collectives. Historically, queer and transgender Black sex worker collectives have historically called on Black feminist ethics, theorizing, and praxis in order to create grassroots organizing that supports the needs and centers the voices of current and former Black sex workers. So the thing is that there's people that have historically been erased, such as Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, Miss Major Griffin Gracie, very, very important people to not only the trans community of color, but also to the sex worker community. And so those are some of the histories I want to call on and learn from in order to improve the organizing that we do as a student sex worker group. Also because just Black and queer and non-binary and trans leadership is so important for meeting the needs of the people that do sex work. And so that's why like centering this leadership and this organizing is really important for improving our activism. And so this is a year-long project. So at this stage, I've conducted some interviews, I've done some participatory research, but like the main thing I've been doing this quarter is literature review, figuring out like where my research is situated within the literature that's already been made. So I have like a few notes. Obviously, like as an academic, we are called on to use peer-reviewed literature. However, like luckily in the feminist studies department that I'm part of, we don't always say that it has to be peer reviewed or it has to be scholarly literature for it to be feminist literature. So there is student sex worker text, there's sex worker activism text, and there's Black trans feminist histories in text and archives. They're just not always peer reviewed, meaning that, you know, the people writing them aren't PhDs who have gotten published and had their things written over and over again. That's important because obviously I want to call on the voices of sex workers themselves in order to inform my research. And if these voices aren't in the academy and institutionalized spaces, I can't limit my focus just to peer-reviewed literature. So that's just like a short note about that. The other thing about like the university student sex worker scholarly literature that's going on right now is that it's not often like done by gender, sexuality, or feminist studies PhDs or professors. It's often done by psychology and criminology professors. So hopefully like the feminist intervention into that brings some feminist ethics that I think are needed at this moment. And then again, yeah, with the sex worker activism literature, most of it's not peer reviewed. However, it's like so informative, written by sex workers. And there's also like movies out there too, like Live New Girls Unite, Pay It No Mind, and Major, which go into the history of sex worker organizing and activism. Let's see. So specifically with like the feminist studies scholarly literature, there's a lot here. Just for like sake of time, I found that a lot of times in the literature, the researchers were trying to justify sex work and justify like the agency and the reasons behind doing it, without always focusing, I think, on like the survival and resistance that's already going on. If people are going to do it, like, why theorize it? Why not just like go forward and like learn how to make the lives of sex workers better? However, like there is this whole literature in feminist studies, which I think the presenter before me just like really well laid out, and in history, American history, of sex work exclusionary radical feminists is what they call themselves, SWERFs, where they do believe that sex work is the ultimate cause of misogyny in America. And so I do have to still attend to that literature. I'm not really sure how, because it like makes me mad to read. But hopefully like I will learn how to like incorporate that in a way that I can argue calmly. And I'm also a Black Studies minor. So like as a Black Studies scholar, this is like a huge perspective that I want to also bring to the literature, because you can have feminist literature without ever talking about Black people. However, you're never going to have Black literature without, or like you can talk about sex workers without talking about Black people, but I don't think that's like very productive to what I'm trying to do here. So just with this one, I think that there is a lot of intersections of power at play that this literature is hopefully helping me work through. And these are just like two shout outs that I wanted to give. Dr. Mireille Miller-Young does her research in Black women in pornography. She's amazing. She's a teacher at my school. And then Mia Fisher is another great author writing about transgender sex workers and transgender experience. And then just like really quick, my methods are I'm doing remote interviews, participatory observation, and content analysis. And yes, so that's that. I didn't want to go over time, but thank you so much. And I just wanted to, yes, again, like conclude with just saying that I'm like very, very grateful to be working under some awesome faculty advisors. Dr. Lori Oakes and Dr. Eileen Boris are both amazing people in the Feminist Studies department. And I highly recommend like reading their all their published papers. And also just like another shout out, the shirt that I'm wearing is the Black Sex Worker Collective. They're on Instagram and Twitter, and they're like a great group. And yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lizzie. Does anybody have questions or comments for Lizzie following her presentation? Thoughts, questions? Our group is a bit wizened today since some of our presenters had to go to video. The COVID reality has caused many exigencies for all of us. It's fascinating talk you've given. I'm just curious, what if you had to say you have an ultimate goal for your project, what do you hope it achieves for people?
Yeah, I think
because it seems to me that you have a feminist frame, which is I want what I do not to just be academic for some, for 5 people to read. I want it to make a difference in the world, right? So what is that difference that you hope?
Yeah, thank you. That's like such an insightful and thoughtful question. And of course, like, with all research, especially because I work with like sensitive populations, sex workers, like I have to justify risk benefit analysis. So that is a big question that I'm thinking about, like, what's the benefit of doing this research? What's the intervention? And I think one really simple answer is that like, I want to make my organizing that I hope to do like for the rest of my life more intersectional, centering the voices of the people who really like have the most needs in the community, and like making sure that like Black, queer, trans leadership is like at the forefront. So that means like stepping back a lot. But like at the same time, I think that there is like literature going on about student sex workers that doesn't always like, it often puts them in a binary, like they're empowered and they're doing great, or they're like victims and they're young and they have no idea what they're doing. And it's like, what I find a lot with like my friends, my community, is that like it's just not that simple. Like, we learn a lot of times in like gender, sexuality, like binaries don't work. And so that is one thing I really want to like get at, that like this binary is not that simple. And that doesn't mean that we should like just throw away sex workers either. Like it means that like labor rights are the issue here. So like hopefully that is something that can come to the forefront, and it won't be such like a back and forth between, sex work bad, sex work good. It's like, it's happening. Like, let's learn how to make it safe. And like, let's talk about like the labor right violations that are going on a larger scale. Because as we know, like sex trafficking is not the only type of human trafficking that goes on. So I think getting to the destigmatization and also not complexifying the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions or thoughts for Lizzie? All right, thank you again for joining us. Let's see, I think our next presenter is also presenting by video. So Barry, I'll turn it over to you for that.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Futcher. Pronouns are they, them, and I'm a current Master's of Social Work student at the University of Pittsburgh with a Bachelor's in Psychology and Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies from the same institution. I'm a queer, non-binary researcher that studies LGBTQIA health and archival research. This includes studying the effects of gender-affirming hormone therapy and cardiovascular health of trans and gender non-conforming populations. I've also been involved in numerous projects that examined local queer publications in Pittsburgh, primarily focusing on the 1970s, and wanted to expand my perspective by analyzing national gay print, which brings me to my presentation today. I was particularly interested in comparing publications produced in urban versus rural locations and seeing how those geographical locations influence the publication in terms of the social and political topics that each covered, how they operated, their level of community engagement, how they were able to financially sustain themselves. For this project, I chose to analyze the Gay Liberator and RFD. This study was conducted in the summer of 2020 when I was still an undergraduate student at Pitt. The Gay Liberator ran from 1970 to 1976 and produced a total of 48 publications. RFD started in 1974 and is still releasing current issues, but will only be discussing their first 22 that were produced between 1974 and 1979. These specific publications were selected because they provided necessary information for gay people across the United States while catering their content to topics relevant to the geographical location of their readers. This is a difficult balance to achieve, but I feel like both publications accomplished as well. They were each run by a collective, that is, a group of people who live in the same home unit. The Gay Liberator was initially run by a staff before the core individuals who ran the magazine moved in together and made their home a space for the publication's production. In addition, they allowed this space to be a safe haven for gay people to visit, hang out, and meet other members of the gay community who live in or near Detroit. This was an especially important resource to have in a city where there were few spots for gay people to socialize outside of bars and clubs. RFD, on the other hand, was founded by a collective in Iowa who believed communes were a sustainable means of living. RFD's collective was a bit different, as they owned the land that they lived on and had to gather their own natural resources. As a result, they frequently featured stories that discussed their rewarding experiences of living in a commune with a collective of like-minded individuals and their experiences running a farm. Despite the differences in how each collective was run, themes of community, togetherness, and connectivity were present in both the Gay Liberator and RFD. The Gay Liberator was produced by the Detroit Gay Liberation Movement that was inspired by the Stonewall riots in New York. They initiated political advocacy and collaboration with other groups fighting for liberation and were aligned with the Black Panthers and the feminist movement. This was pretty unique for a gay group because in the 1970s, there was discord between different social movements. There was a lot of homophobia in the Black community, and there was a lot of racism and sexism in the gay community. This was frequent discussion points in the Gay Liberator because the group recognized the importance of unity and having the social groups stand together as one. They featured political content focused on the intersections of gender, race, and sexuality in Detroit, discussing intersectionality before the term was coined. There was a large focus on police brutality in the city, and Vice reports were included in every single issue. Reports discussed things like police going undercover to arrest people for being gay, police raids of gay establishments, warnings of places where police often would monitor and surveil for gay people. This was often accentuated by racism as well. RFD formed as a response to a lack of gay country representation, and they wanted to connect the gay community to each other from around the world. RFD is almost entirely comprised of reader submissions that are more personal anecdotes, poetry, experiences with gay country life, recipes, and music. The publication is grounded in its connection to nature and spirituality, as many articles and advertisements involve gay communes, farming, and living off of the land. Both publications were unique in that they gave a free subscription to incarcerated individuals and had a section dedicated to showcasing prisoners' work and perspectives. They were both pro-prison reform and wanted prisoners to have access to resources and tools for liberation. RFD allowed inmates to connect to the outside world, giving them a creative platform and encouraging pen-pal relationships for correspondence. The Gay Liberator primarily featured articles on the horrendous prison conditions, homophobia from guards and inmates alike, and advocacy efforts that were actively being pursued to help inmates and inspire prison reform, not just for gay prisoners, but for all. Both publications heavily relied on subscriptions, sales of their issues, fundraisers, and donations for financial income. They each sold merchandise for their magazine and hosted fun events to raise money. RFD primarily advertised reader-run businesses in the form of articles, personal ads, poems, and letters. An example of this implicit advertising in RFD is allowing goat farmers to write about their experience of the goat farm industry while simultaneously plugging their products that are available. The Gay Liberator consistently advertised local businesses. This included gay bars, X-rated cinemas, and bathhouses. But despite this, they did have a strict rule against ads for sexual solicitation. They also relied on readers to sell their magazine, and they were able to sell it for a higher price in order for them to make a profit. The staff of both publications acknowledged that they had bias in deciding what content was included and excluded from the issues, and actively encouraged reader-submitted work so that they could more accurately represent the gay community at large. Gay Liberator was primarily comprised of editorials and articles written by staff, but they did always feature a few pages of poetry and other user-submitted articles. RFD was 100% readership-driven. Their staff did frequently share personal experiences, opinions, information on how the issues were created, but they did prioritize readership articles. They were open and transparent with readers about the publication and its financial state, which was pretty dire in the beginning, and they often encouraged discussion on controversial topics. They wanted to accurately represent both sides of debates. RFD and the Gay Liberator provided information for the gay community that fostered togetherness and social awareness. These publications balance each other, as RFD was more devoted to self-care, connectivity, and spirituality, while Gay Liberator was more focused on political activism, social justice, and making legal changes. Both of these publications were instrumental for their time. RFD's fall 2020 issue actually published my article on this topic that incorporates my experiences with this work and primarily focuses on RFD's history. There are numerous ways to take this project into future directions. That obviously includes a continued interest in examining queer publications to bring forth an accurate picture of LGBTQ+ history throughout the years. Analyzing the publication's content informs research of the social topics that are being discussed, and more importantly, what issues were being ignored. What were people not talking about in these publications? I think collecting oral history from queer individuals is one of the best ways to supplement archival data, as it provides a personal, emotional aspect to the research and allows multiple perspectives to be highlighted. Were the publications accurately portraying the community, or did they only focus on issues related to a certain subset? These are questions that need to be asked and addressed. Thank you, Wake Forest University, for sponsoring this symposium and providing a platform for critical discussion on gender and sexuality. If anybody is interested in talking about my research, or if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. My email is ref59@pitt.edu. Thanks again. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Well, I think we can move on to our last presenter of the hour. Last but certainly not least, Alex Swan is joining us as a senior from Spelman College, where she's majoring in international studies with a concentration in cultural studies and minor in comparative women's studies. Her research interests center primarily on the overlapping impacts of trauma, anxiety, and empathy, and how these affect the success of Black students in the current education system. Over the past summer, she investigated how the identities of queer students are formed and regulated at an all-women's historically Black college, focusing on trauma and anxiety within the identity formation process. She's also a member of Spelman's social justice program, and she focuses on bringing civic engagement to the community. She hopes to pursue a PhD after concluding her undergraduate studies. So Alex, we look forward to hearing from you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today. And can you see my screen? Oops.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Thank you. So hi, everybody. My name is Alex Swan. I'm a senior international studies major at Spelman College, and my presentation today is entitled Gay is Not Okay, Queer Identities at an All-Women's Historically Black College. So I want to begin this presentation by providing a little bit of background information about Spelman. Spelman is an all-women's historically Black college located in Atlanta, Georgia. It was founded in 1881 as the Atlanta Female Baptist Seminary, and the founders pictured on the screen are Harriet E. Giles and Sophia B. Packard, two white abolitionist missionaries from Massachusetts who lived together, never married, and never had children. Spelman is an elite private Christian liberal arts institution that currently has approximately 2,100 students enrolled, and it is ranked the #1 historically Black college in the United States. Spelman is located in the West End of Atlanta, adjacent to Morehouse College, which is an all-male institution. And so I'm centering my inquiry on this all-women's HBCU with the question, how are the identities of queer individuals formed and regulated? It's really important to address issues of sexuality at Spelman because as an elite HBCU in the Deep South with ties to the Black church, Spelman provides insight into larger understandings of heteronormativity and homophobia within the Black community. Now I'll provide a little bit of background on my research's specific concerns about queer student life at Spelman. Afriquity is a student group that strives to offer safe, creative, and liberating spaces for Spelman students across the entire spectrum of the queer community and also including allies. And despite the widespread rumors of queer culture at other all-women's institutions in the media, historically, Spelman has not been the most accepting place and queer people have faced a lot of violence at Spelman. The picture on the right on the slide is from a protest regarding the climate in 2018 when Spelman announced their new policy that they would begin accepting trans students. And during this time, one trans student was physically assaulted by 3 other Spelman students. Taking on this type of work is difficult in Spelman's environment. One professor and activist, Dr. Beverly Guy-Sheftall, who has attempted to do this work on campus, says, "It has been difficult to create what I would call a queer-friendly campus because we haven't acknowledged as an institution the deep and persistent issues around homophobia that exist in the community, and HBCUs are a microcosm of that. This issue of Spelman's homophobia is deeply rooted and systemic within the Black community, so one solidarity letter against a hate crime will not change what is ingrained in a culture." Next, on to Black respectability politics, which are a major point that we are going to discuss today. Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham coined the term politics of respectability to describe a newfound political phenomenon and racial reform tactic in the Black community that emerged during the progressive era. Reform politics were for 2 audiences: Black people who were encouraged to be respectable and white people who needed to be shown that Black people could be respectable. These politics are especially evident at HBCUs, which were formed to create respectable, college-educated Black people. Respectability politics also inform policies that are in place today, and as long as these norms are in place, the colleges will only bend their attitudes so much. Another core aspect of my research is religion and the Black Southern Baptist tradition. Many HBCUs were and are still funded by Black African Methodist Episcopal churches and the Black Baptist Association. This gave the Black church a major amount of input into the way HBCUs are run, and some of their traditions and values stuck in HBCU culture long after the churches directly left. One of these aspects is the gender and sexuality roles as interpreted from the Bible. And so this includes very heteronormative and patriarchal structures. And even though today women are serving in greater roles for more visibility in the church, they still do not have institutional power. This is similar to queer people who either are not allowed in many Black churches or have to abide by a don't ask, don't tell policy and hide their identity while they're present in the church. And so these cultural norms also shifted down to HBCUs. And then third, respectability politics and Morehouse. So revisiting Spelman's proximity to Morehouse and Spelman have a brother-sister relationship because of their proximity, and this creates a really specific culture within Spelman. Morehouse also engages in respectability politics, specifically around how to treat women, and the respectability politics pushed on the men of Morehouse transfer over to Spelman women who are pushed into assumed and compulsory heterosexuality in order to fit in with the rest of the students at the schools. And now on to trauma, which is another major part of my research. So the effects of homophobia and heteronormativity are oppressive and need to be addressed, but they are also really traumatizing to queer students who are trying to figure out their identities. My research tries to understand how the structure of respectability and homophobia impacts students at Spelman and also connects to the trauma that they experience. I studied acute trauma, chronic trauma, and secondary traumatic stress. And I also studied resiliency, which is one's ability to thrive despite stress and adversity. Resiliency is a trait which many queer students have been forced to develop to survive in the world and at Spelman. And as for my methodology with this study, I have conducted 10 semi-structured interviews so far, and I'm definitely looking to conduct more with self-identified queer students at Spelman. And I have also evaluated Spelman on the Campus Pride Index. The Campus Pride Index is a national form that campuses use to measure their current queer-friendly status. And so now I have some initial data from my interviews that I would like to discuss. Throughout the interviews, a couple of common themes emerged, and one key theme is the evidence of compulsory heterosexuality pushed by Spelman's culture. This experience relates to the common theme in multiple interviews that students used to talk about men with others in freshman year to fit in and bond. Heterosexuality and discussion of Morehouse's men is a really hot topic, especially during our new student orientation week, where we have the brother-sister exchange, and we are each paired with a brother-man of Morehouse. One of my interview subjects, Brielle, said, the people who come to Spelman, they expect that they're going to meet a Morehouse man, and that's what people talk about at new student orientation and things like that. So coming out isn't as easy when these are the discussions being fostered in the beginning. Once two of my interview subjects figured out that that was the reason that they were expressing heterosexuality at the beginning, they no longer felt the need to talk about these heterosexual topics to bond with other people, and they started feeling more comfortable coming out as their identity as lesbian on campus. And so examples like this indicate the heterosexist practices that Spelman integrates into everyday life in the school environment and our general culture. And so also in the interviews, various types of trauma were identified by the interviewees' responses. Logan mentioned one example of acute trauma, and acute trauma is trauma which is experienced as a one-time event, by saying, now that I think about it, the one time I came out was actually kind of violent. But I remember one time, all of the students were going around and being like, you know, we have to practice tolerance because even if we don't agree with certain people's lifestyles, we have to accept the fact that they just want to do with their bodies. And it was just almost like they were giving themselves a congratulatory pat on the back for being like tolerant. And I was like, this is literally on the heterosexual privilege checklist. There was a lot of bigot things being said, like one girl was coming out with this pseudo history about like Black people are only gay because of slavery. It was just like all of these crazy things that were happening that I was just like, I don't understand why the professor isn't checking this. And so going off of Logan's quote regarding her professor, another similarity I saw between interviews is that professors are not adequately trained on how to handle discussions on gender and sexuality, even though it's in our curriculum that everybody has to go through. So that's something that Spelman should consider to ensure safety for all students in the classroom. And then finally, we have an example of secondary traumatic stress that was named by Ty when they said, I remember the year before we came, there was a lot of like real life violence taking place on campus toward queer students. And then also people who don't present exactly as like the high feminine woman at Spelman are definitely treated differently and targeted by public safety in a way that super feminine women aren't. So the whole idea of being watched and surveilled extra has definitely limited my gender expression in different ways. And this quote by Ty is an evidence of secondary traumatic stress response, as hearing about and witnessing traumatic experiences of other people can cause fear in the subject themselves. And the physical assault of the student in 2018 was widely associated with anxiety in interview subjects, even in those that aren't on campus on the time who may have heard about the incident. So the lack of response by administration and public safety as a result of this assault also contributed to a lot of feelings of secondary traumatic stress. And now onto the Campus Pride Index. Spelman is unlisted on the Campus Pride Index website, which means either the organization did not officially analyze Spelman or we've chosen to hide our school on the site. And through my analysis, Spelman scored a 22 out of 49 on the index, which is not a strong indication of support. And so finally, with one of the repeated themes from the interviews being that Spelman needs to reevaluate how they treat queer students and provide resources, I would like to pose a question. Before posing the question, I would like to read Spelman's mission statement. Spelman College, a historically Black college and a global leader in the education of women of African descent, is dedicated to academic excellence in the liberal arts and creative sciences and the intellectual, creative, ethical, and leadership development of its students. Spelman empowers the whole person to engage in the many cultures of the world and inspires a commitment to positive social change. So when thinking about Spelman's mission statement, I wanted to pose the question, how can Spelman claim to be committed to positive social change while queer students are continually ostracized on campus? And finally, I have some of my suggestions for Spelman. With this research, I aim to find methods of identity formation for queer students, analyze the trauma incurred, and propose solutions to Spelman and potentially other HBCUs to assist in preventing trauma to queer students and the inevitable identity formation process that occurs during college. So thank you to everybody for listening, and I'm open to answering any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. Are there questions for Alex after this presentation? Any thoughts or questions? Well, I have a couple for you, Alex. I'm curious to know, of course, I think when you are gay or queer, and certainly when you're doing work for gay or queer people, it's a little like triage work, right? You're looking at where the bleeding is coming from most if you're trying to do something about that particular emergency in the moment. And so it's obviously extremely worthwhile to think about these issues in the context of Spelman itself. But do you have plans to take this theme into wider areas, perhaps even to prior points? Because the lives of queer youth can be so horrific long before they reach higher education. And in fact, if you look at the stats, right, our groups are largely underrepresented because of dropping out and other issues that arise from bullying and stigma. So it seems like the ideas you have here could be carried into sort of consciousness raising and policy formation in sort of earlier phases of a person's life.
That's a really interesting point that you bring up. I definitely agree, but I think that I have to figure out how to address this with Spelman specifically first, as they aren't really open to criticism or anything that it's not positive reinforcement and positive feedback. So as soon as I figure out a way to like deliver this in a really digestible manner for some of the leaders who are stuck in some of the norms that I was mentioning, then I think I can start thinking about how to bring it to other spaces when it's in that other format.
Wonderful. Well, I certainly wish you the best of luck in that. It's a very worthwhile goal. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Any other questions or thoughts for Alex before we transition, I suppose, to the closing remarks? Well, it's been a pleasure to be the moderator for such an efficacious panel. I'm glad all our presenters could join us, and as well as our guest attendees. And I wish you all the best of luck in your important work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome everyone again to the final session of the arts, creativity, and renewals. And we are having here Shanique Mothersill. Shanique is currently a first-year graduate student at Florida Atlantic University, who is working toward her second MA, yay, in the Center for Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies, after completing an MA in Pan-African Studies and a certificate of Advanced Studies in Women's and Gender Studies at Syracuse University. Congratulations. And, her research interests include Black women's neo-colonial lived experiences, Black sexuality, poetry, decolonizing knowledge, and Black feminist theory and praxis. The title of her presentation is Flesh, Blood, Sweat, and Human Spirit, a poetical study of the LGBTQ++ protest placards.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me? All right. All right. Let me just say thank you so much for having me. And I'm really excited about the opportunity. Before I begin, I just want to say I have a toddler and he is sleeping. So just in case he wakes up, I have to probably ask you for a minute just to probably give him something to watch, and then I'll come back. Hopefully he stays asleep. All right. All right, so using poetry as a non-neutral decolonizing tool to travel through my analyses, my research examines protest posters and placards from recent 2013 to present protests led by LGBTQ++ BIPOC coalitions in the US. Using poetry, I explore how images, signage, bodies, theatrics, and props negotiate varying LGBTQ++ experiences, histories, concepts, and theories. I focus on the ways in which these protest placards communicate, clarify, express, define, instruct, and organize the complex processes of protest movements and how they document and expand an inexhaustible language of BIPOC, LGBTQ++ human conditions. I contend then that these protest placards as a glamiferae of artistry and resistance are living theories of flesh, blood, human spirit, knowledge, sweat, time, and place. So poetry enables me to show how these protest placards are a site for the composition of theory, a ground for conceptualizing oppressions, a locus of the heterogeneous subjectivities, and the political construction of human revolutions. In other words, these protest placards are themselves acts and moments of Black feminist theory, queer theory, and Black feminist or Black queer art theories. Wanda, I'm not sure if you got my... Yes. Could you share screen for me, please? So that was just the introduction, and then I'll go into each part. So I'm going to read 3 poems that I wrote. You could just go to part 1 right here. So it's the third slide. That one, yes. So we'll start there. So I'll read 3 poems that really that I really used to, get into this research. So first of all, I used poetry, and I'm glad Tasha and you, Wanda, were talking about it before, because like Audre Lorde, it is through poetry that we give name to those ideas which are, until the poem, nameless and formless, about to be birthed, but already felt. And I used Dion Brand, Tiffany Yannick, and many other poets to kind of guide me through my analyses. And then my main reason is because I want to build upon Black feminist and LGBTQ++ poets, the work of those poets who have brought poetry into kind of a political conversation that resists normative academic scholarship. So my first poem is entitled Roots Deep, Black and Other POC LGBTQ++ Choruses. Remember the sounds of the horns first pointing to the moonlit hill itself, introducing the roots of your deepest questions, making available the tools to interpret the state of you and him, the big man, the supposedly universal nature revealed, the violence and injustices, a logic of everything, permanent and end of all existence, the logic fared by Mother Nature. It is here, the first snaps and thundering discourses, consulting and convening all dykes, flamboyant Black boys, lesbian Black sisters, trans, gays, serrating the methods of preparedness and alertness and war, out of bed, boots strapped, taken to the streets, establishing the resistance, the political activism, conversations of you, with you, about them, in their legalizing systematic face, questioning immediately and ever since, clothed in the technologies of the mouth, tongues and bodies, formalizing organic systems of struggling against the homophobic mentalities, systems, policies, practices that turned off your moon. Remember the grammatically correct generic human writings and shoutings and screamings for the same fucking in bed with same sex, even down low penises, the generic chalk and logic of the HIV body, diseased and dead, gay kind, white and Black and in-betweens, the befores and afters, signs, though you were weak, a prayer of crying that combated was needed constantly at the door of the dishonest, murdering machinery, the healthcare, unqualifying the revolutionary language of your dominance and right to live. They engineered intimate conditions for you not to see, but you saw the signs, the eugenics and the pseudoscience, supposedly credible, colonially comprehended. Remember standing against and revealing the paucity, the flattening of difference, the white heterosexual universality that dismissed your non-heterosexuality, a Black fucking and loving, the exclusion of the LGBTQ++ village living down the hill, up the road and across the way. Remember the unrests, musing in marches, riots, rebellions, and revolutions, leaning on the act of solidarities, witnessing the nativism of your mechanisms of defense, built outside intimately the revelation that made you MC your liberation, resting from the object or subject meanings of batties and pussies, the emptiness of such knowledge, validated discrete and indiscrete commitments to the Euro-American great master possibilities. But your history is the exercise of defiance that fucks them up. And then please go to part 2. All right, and then I think part 2 is going to take me up to 10 minutes. This one is called Poeticizing BOPC LGBTQ++ protest placards as flesh, blood, sweat, and human spirit. And then the poem is called BIPOC LGBTQ++ protest placards, a poetic definition. Sacred, cardboarded, bannered, postered, painted, penned, penciled, markered, chalk, vertical, horizontal, diagonal, circular, rectangular, squared, triangle. Mechanical, photocopied, recycled, recorded, electronic, held, carried, static, moving, high, low, heavy, lightweight. Words, omissions, fragments, lines, blanks, sentences, silences, layers, spaces, colors, shapes, marks, syntaxes. Human, flesh, blood, spirit, knowledge, language, sweat, time, place, images, signs, bodies, theatrics, arts, visual productions, props, machineries, objects, surfaces, experiential, communicate, clarify, transcend, express, witness, discover, define, impose, organize, instruct, speak, heighten, redeem, order, continuous, produced, exchanged, consumed, heard, seen, smelled, touched, tasted, transcending, infinite, uninviting, conscious, profane, spiritual, particular, central, dominating, soliloquy, preaching, orating, lecturing, absorbing, conversing, structures, utterances, tones, notes, humor, temper, timbre, mood, ring, sound, style, paces, split, ethos, multiplicity, quiet, loud, rage, scream, cry, run, walk, talk, sing, dance, feelings, doubts, worries, stresses, laughs, murmurs, theory, community, village, home, mouth wide open, fists high, fists low, grip locked deep, chaos, existences, war, is Black and other POC protest placards, older than old, older than your bodies, great grandma's bodies, grandma's bodies, mama's bodies, is how they survived the story knifed in the souls of their pussies and cocks, non-pussies and non-cocks, even that of unborn babies, the knife that moved, that is moving even now, is your breathless breathing, calling out for every Black and other POC LGBTQ++ mama, is how you eat, drink, sleep, bathe, pee, shit, vomit, with anger and fight, together, locked arms, eyes closed, eyes open, praying for a better day, is how you fight for freedoms against their unfreedoms, is how you theorize against racism, sexism, misogyny, xenophobia, patriarchy, fat phobia, maternal deaths, homophobia, transphobia, anti-queerness, XXXXX, is how you chew up, spit out, and bury your nasty thrones, is how you hate them for hating you, is how you ain't their subject, is how you fight with every ancestral spirit, every sacred land, every teeth, mouth, and tongue, is how you come hearts in hands, is how you come despite their shit, is Black and other POC LGBTQ++ protest placards. And I will end there. I have another one, but it's gonna go over 10 minutes.
Maybe you can, maybe you can, if it is appropriate, you can share some of the next one, but it's going to, I understand it's going to be maybe another piece. So again, we have questions, if you have some questions. Otherwise, I will comment. I didn't know, but it's a segue in the conversation we were having, right, with Tasha, and I invite. I certainly don't want to. I know I'm the moderator, but I always feel conscious about talking because I don't want to, I don't want to be center stage all the time. So let's see first if either the panelists or the audience has anything to say, and then I'll say something. Oh, we have something in the chat. So I'll read it. Thank you for your talk and poetry, Shani. The placards you draw our attention to and poetize are evidently profound. They form an archive or a living library of marginalized knowledges. Beautifully put. My question is, after the protest, where do they go? Physically, epistemologically, does that location matter? That's from
Yes.
Celeste.
Oh, thank you, Celeste. Yes, it does matter, because when I was doing the research, one of the things that I discovered through studying these protest placards is that it's almost as if the LGBTQ++ community created through these protest placards almost like a vocabulary of not remaining silent that they could now pass on to the next resistive generation, the next activist generation that is coming. So it's inherently you know, kind of Black feminist epistemological kind of artistic work, but it moves and transcends in such a way that it can be passed on. So the physical placards, the cardboards, and whatever they write on or whatever they use or hold, those may get destroyed, but especially in this time, the digital age, so you know, images of it, but there's just something about holding on to this anti-homophobic, anti-queerness, anti-racism that these protest placards carry. That's both a theory of like the revolution, well, like the resistive history of LGBTQ++ community, but also a method that helps them to move through these oppressive struggles, basically.
Let's see if there are other questions, but if you do have questions, you can type them and then you can hit them at the end, because we can also, and I will do that. I won't ask my question now, because maybe it would be good to move to Skylar, and then we can have a conversation for everyone and even individualized. So at least everyone will have one question and then free range afterwards. So Skylar Bergeron is a third undergraduate student at St. Lawrence University in Canton, New York. She is majoring in global studies and Spanish and minoring in gender and sexuality studies. And she is from New Hampshire. Skylar's presentation is What's Your Ghost? Exploring Ontology, Interphobia, and Settler Colonialism through Zine Making.
Thank you. Okay, I will share my presentation. Just let me know if you can see it. Should be up now. Perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you, Wanda, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. So today I'll talk about a creative project I worked on this fall that synthesizes two areas I'm interested in, which is gender studies and decolonial studies. So for this project, I made a zine, and it's here. It's titled What's Your Ghost? And if you're unfamiliar with zines, they're like tiny homemade magazines that historically have been created by marginalized and underrepresented populations. They're a platform for self-expression, creative activism, and theorizing. And I think that the most important rule about zine making is that there are no rules, and they can be about literally anything you can imagine, and they can look however you want them to. I drew a lot of inspiration for my zine from the website, the Queer Zine Archive Project, or QZAP, which features so many zines exploring different aspects of queerness. I was really curious about how a lot of these zines are creative projects that can also be educational, therapeutic, and even politically radical. And so I wanted to see if I could work academic discussion into an accessible and also creative medium. So I'm going to talk about the argument that I make within my zine. And so my thesis for that is that my zine explores the meaning of hauntology and how it can be used to synthesize discussions of settler colonialism and curative violence against intersex people. It attempts to expand hauntology's possibilities as a theoretical tool and explores how theory can also be a transdisciplinary process that culminates in both social justice work and a celebration of our complex and infinitely diverse selves. I also really wanted this project to have a self-reflective component, so I invite you all to ask yourselves, what are my ghosts? What haunts me? The photo on the side is directly from my zine, and I'll show more of these throughout the slides. Each page features a different quote from either an intersex or Indigenous scholar or activist, and the slide headings are also clips from the pages of the zine. So intersex people have atypical physical sex characteristics that don't match dominant medical expectations of male or female bodies. There are many different intersex traits, which can be physical, hormonal, or genetic. People with intersex traits claim all kinds of gender and sexual identities. The word hermaphrodite has historically been used as a derogatory slur, and though some intersex people have reclaimed the term for themselves. And finally, being non-intersex or having typical sex traits is called being endosex. So curative violence is a term originally coined by disability studies scholar Eunjung Kim. Many intersex folks are subjected to so-called normalizing procedures, usually when they're babies. Surgeries performed on babies and children are not consensual, especially because their parents are usually not provided with enough information to give informed consent. And these procedures include cosmetic surgeries on the genitals, hormone replacement therapy, and routine invasive medical examinations. So according to intersex and disability studies scholar Celeste Orr, these procedures constitute curative violence because they attempt to cure the supposedly diseased and disabled intersex body by making it appear normal. These procedures claim to fix intersex bodies, even though the vast majority of people with intersex traits are healthy. And the idea of cure here disguises the demand that human bodies adhere to the sex binary of male and female. Those who undermine that sex binary are vilified because they deviate from normative ways of being. So Avery Gordon is a major hauntology scholar, and I draw primarily from her ideas here. Hauntology is a theoretical tool, and it's used to explain how things from our past act like ghosts who return and linger. It's useful in understanding the effects of trauma, which is not experienced as a linear process. Elements that haunt our bodies and minds, like trauma, are both present and absent at the same time. Hauntology can help us understand this feeling of having lost something that never was, but could have been. Intersex is often described as a specter or a ghost that must be cast out of the body through exorcism. In reality, curative violence creates more ghosts than it exorcises, or explains that wounds left behind by curative violence haunt as ghosts of abusive systems and compulsory modes of being. Curative violence often steals potential futures from intersex people before they even form. Many intersex folks who are disabled, sexually abused, or sterilized by the medical establishment feel haunted by a loss of body autonomy or grieve the loss of physical sensations that they never were able to experience. So hauntology can be a way to describe this phenomenon of feeling things that are neither or both present or absent. So intersex medical interventions, oops, sorry, not sure. So intersex, gosh, sorry, I feel like I'm missing. Okay, here we go. Triangulating hauntology, curative violence, and settler colonialism can help us develop a new method of decolonial practice. Settler colonialism is defined by certain logics, and two of its key components are called exocolonization and endocolonization. In his book, Global Palestine, John Collins writes that exocolonization is more obvious and includes the processes of resource extraction, cultural incorporation, and the creation of empire. Endocolonization refers to the more subtle structural exploitation of the colonized population. Some modern examples of endocolonization include omitting the history of genocide from school curricula, militarized repression of movements like Standing Rock, and the mass incarceration of Indigenous people. So returning to hauntology, a native population is also a specter that the settler must exorcise from the land and its history. The settler colonial project's goal is complete elimination of the native population in both physical and cultural spaces. This is done by denying the very existence of the native population. But the roots of indigeneity will never actually be eliminated. The simple reminder that Indigenous people still exist haunts the settler imagination. Colonized people live in those in-between spaces, since even though they physically exist in geographic space, they experience a social death in which they are erased from cultural and historical reality. This is not to say that all intersex people are Indigenous or vice versa. All threats to the settler colonial project lie in possibility. Allowing Indigenous, intersex, and other marginalized groups to thrive challenges the idea that the settler belongs in their hegemonic position. So let's see. So have you ever thought about what your own ghosts are? Think about what lingers in the in-between spaces of your life, what shadows trail behind you that you cannot name, your blurry memories, your phantom pain. Your ghosts can stem from so many different life experiences, and it might surprise you to realize where they come from. Even if it's difficult to name these things, and even if you wish they didn't affect you, your ghosts are as real and as valid as you are. It's okay to feel angry. Anger is something that we should try to make into something productive, even in small ways. We can try transforming our anger into passion by channeling it into action steps. But I also think it's important to remember that even simple self-reflection can be radical, powerful, and transformative. And the actual zine goes a lot more in depth. So if you want a PDF copy of it or a physical copy, you can just feel free to reach out and I'd be happy to send it. And I just want to thank the organizing committee, everyone who came to engage with these really amazing presentations today, and as well as Dr. Orr, Celeste Orr, and Dr. John Collins, who have helped me throughout my entire academic career so far and with this project.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Skylar, for again a visually rich presentation as well. So let's see if we have questions for Skylar first, because so we will complete. Each one will have one, and then we'll move to the to everyone else. I'll wait a little bit. Maybe someone will write something. If not, I'll start because maybe this will give some ideas. So again, I would like to start from the place where you think about activism in the form of creating the zine. It's creating something gives one the opportunity to be in control of words, language, and somehow reality as well. It's you had the word curative, and in a different context, but I was thinking that in a way it's not only for creating something makes us feel that, but even on the receiving end, we feel that you asked us the question at the beginning, right? And you wanted participation. So the e-zine is certainly participation. So where can you tell us more about, for you, this process of activism and creativity, where how do you negotiate it? Or where does it come from?
Well, I've never really made or created something that was both academic and artistic. I've always like written papers, just like simple papers, and I was thinking a lot about how a lot of things in academia are inaccessible to those outside of it, and things like papers are often not everyone is able to reach that content and be inspired for change, to make change that way. So with this project, I thought I wanted to explore the possibility of conveying theoretical information, but in a way that was more accessible in terms of its like the medium, but also creative and self-reflective, because I think that it makes it easier to digest with a self-reflective element. And I, like myself, I'm also a white settler and I haven't experienced curative violence personally. And so in that way, it was kind of a way for me to expand upon this topic that I only recently learned about and that I don't have lived experience with. But by thinking about something like ontology, it's kind of a way to extend the same theoretical ideas to multiple experiences. So even if what I'm writing about isn't my personal experience, I think many of us can see aspects of pain and just like the idea of living with trauma, no matter what that looks like. I think that's something that everyone can at least relate to and then channel into their own activist work or just daily lives on a variety of topics, and not just with intersex rights, but everything.
It is. Thank you, Skylar. The idea of somehow trying to have an entry point to this and being an activist, finding a way to being in the business of women's and gender and sexuality studies somehow means that we need to be activists in some way. And so choosing the format in which we organize and then convey our thoughts is, I find it so important for me, and I learn from that's the beauty of it. I mean, in the symposium, the variety of methodologies, and in fact, even I was thinking that Tasha's still images, they're still in the back of my head somehow with this, even with the words of, the affect, desire, capitalism. There was a poetic form of expression because somehow, even obviously, you're going to organize the thought. And, I'm still haunted by this meaning, and then it was it had a segue in Shannon's images, that even with the images that you showed us, Shannon, I mean, I think how many of us can really relate to that? We heard the sounds, we saw the signs, through your words we were able, and the words that you have somehow you have taken apart and let in you too, Tasha, somehow that thinking about these original thoughts, and we are seeing, and the zine as well, because you have taken these words and put them like poems on the page, or so we are thinking about a reality where it seems to me that we are communicating a discourse. We are part of we are constructing a discourse, but it seems to me that you all have done it by breaking the pattern of something that let's call it the white narrative, or let's call it the narrative that the traditional narratives that we are used to. You take the same words, but how many times do we hear even shit, for instance, we have to apologize for. You put them there because with all the emotions in there, and let them speak for themselves, and going back, almost like going back to the land, and to this original. There's a sense of original experiences and emotions that we are there to, as witnesses, passing the torch from one to the other, to do activism in the form of poetry, in the form of art. And do you think, so what, in some ways, you all have chosen to do this, to this form, this activism through art. In what way do you see yourself an activist, an artist, some part of the change that is going to come about? How do you define your actions, your poetry, your analysis, your, is in writing? I mean, that process. In what way do you think, this empowers you to move towards the future? Do you see, what do you think would you want to see? Do you advocate for others to do the same? How do you see change coming, for the next years? Using your art, using other issues, do you think that this is, art can actually be a solution for how separated we have become politically?
I could try to respond. I don't know if I would say solution, but I think it's a particular, it can be it's to an extent, art is like, it's a moment, but it also moves. So it's something that you experience, but it speaks. You can hear it, and sometimes I say you can smell it, you can taste it. So it's more than just say, okay, this is a theory, this is, I'm just gonna put this on paper and say this. I think art, it does something to you. And I think because of that, especially when we think about how millennials are operating now, I'm speaking like I'm not a millennial, how we as millennials are operating now, I think it's gonna move and continue to do things. And then it's gonna change over time as well. And then particularly for my project, thinking about how I decide what the processes that I went through to in terms of choosing this as my research site, I really had to think about it, because as a cisgender woman myself, how do you then begin to write about an experience that I don't directly have? And I remember just thinking that as an ally, not just to the LGBTQ community, but because I wouldn't, but an ally to the way in which things are moving, I would say. That's one of the reasons why I decided to do it. But I think also it's how we exchange these things and how they're consumed. That's gonna do something that, again, I don't think it's a solution, but it does something. It shakes, it, activates, it gets us to think. And then using certain words, that was also another process that I had to go through. Do I use these words? How will it be received? Or should I go ahead, study the protest placards, and then communicate it how I saw it fit based on what I saw? So, yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, one thing I can tell you that I like the word you used, as I was thinking in my mind activist, but you said I see myself as an activator. And I'm thinking I have a daughter and she does slime all the time, so she talks about the activator. And I like the idea that you're creating things, you're an activator. So maybe that's going to be my term from now on. Thank you. Yes.
Maybe I can go just building on that. It was reminding me actually of a thing that Fred Moten talks about, of like preparatory poetics, of like seeing kind of, I think, his own poetic writing as a kind of rehearsal or like an anticipation of something. And Shanique, what you were just saying about like art or poetry being a kind of a thing that you smell and taste and whatever, it's like the practice of an experience of freedom within the context of like unfreedom, if that makes sense. But I was also interested that both of you were kind of drawing on mediums that are very like temporary. And I think even that fact of like having zines or placards or posters or whatever that will be, that are not like meant to be permanent in any way. And then drawing that into a kind of thing with hauntology and Avery Gordon, like I think that also speaks somehow to your question about art and its function in kind of political movements of like this continual process of like destruction and renewal, and like poetry or imaginative work or art or whatever being the space that we kind of come into contact with that. Yes, I'll leave it there.
Tasha, what you were saying about like how our certain mediums or media are temporary, I think that's also, like, I hadn't really thought about it before, but I think that's also something that kind of drew me to zines, because it was something so new to me, is that usually, you know, you make like one master copy of it and then you photocopy them to distribute them, and sometimes like they're really messy, sometimes they're just like you just cut and paste things, sometimes they're handwritten. And I think I like this idea of where, you know, you make a photocopy and every time it's not going to look exactly like the original. And I think I think for purposes of like activism in the future sense, I think I don't know, I'm personally drawn to this idea of like messiness and kind of informality, and you know, like also in terms of like thinking about like journalism and media studies, how like citizen journalism is becoming more popular because everyone has access to like videoing on phones, and how like citizen media is becoming almost just as reliable as like dominant media sources, and that's, I mean, that's not really they're not really the same thing, but I think, I don't know, I think that there's definitely a lot of power in giving authority or kind of validating like these messy sort of like informal underground ways of creating and advocating. At least that's what I'm kind of drawn to.
You know, it's also, yeah, it's also about discourse. You know, the idea of placards, for instance, how many times we saw, you know, protests and they are thrown on the ground. And, you know, I think that Tasha was saying, or maybe Skylar, I mean, they are temporary. So, and yet they carry so much meaning, and yet they're so fragile. And I was thinking historically in the past, you know, you actually, Shanique, you had a picture of, I think it was in the 60s or 80s, I can't, you know, one of the black and white pictures. And people have always done it, and people have done it. I come from Pompeii. They had done it on the walls in Pompeii, but it stayed, and we see that because it was on the walls. But so much, and I'm also thinking that so much of the history, often we don't even know, you know, our, you know, great grandparents, do we know the names? Or we, you know, somehow that we are, it's easy to forget these things, and yet, you know, what is it that makes a difference? Well, now the social media may be taking pictures and photos, but also what makes a difference is all of us and all of you and all, you know, writing about this. You know, somehow, you know, the you know, poetry describing this action somehow is also, a way to make it more material, to propagate it, to make it, and it reaches different people in different ways, even for people who maybe didn't go to the protest and they can relate. So, the act of writing and the act of discussing this in theoretical terms is also a way to expand the creativity of this and to make it not temporary, but also, for future reference, for future use. So I've got to ask Shanik, what was your third part, or what, can you give us some something of your third part?
Okay, all right. So I'll just, it's a shorter poem, so I'll just read it then. All right. So you could pull up just the part 3 of the slide so that they could see the pictures that.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Let me share.
So it's the 5th slide right there. Okay. So this part is called Down by the Riverside of BIPOC LGBTQ plus protest placards, a resting place ahead. And for this one, if you could imagine a woman giving birth vaginally, that's kind of how I came up with this one. So it's called Feel the Head Mommy. Stiff BIPOC LGBTQ plus tummy ahead, contracting the holy portal to God. Every great grandma, mama, blinking a tintinabulation prior, evanescent but ready for war. Foot swollen, sweaty, washing the concrete of the unkind hospital hallways, pressed by your footprints. Did I die here before? Many Black and other POC LGBTQ plus deaths. Exiled while unlearning the system. Many Black and other POC LGBTQ plus buried, expelled. Many Black and other POC LGBTQ plus tombstone, other, sunrise, rape, sunset, the system. So help you God. Help your Black and other POC LGBTQ plus baby. Don't let them kill you. Don't let them kill you. You are your own advocate on the unfamiliar bed for pushing. Your body's opening, for you don't want the cutting, the unnecessary cesarean, welcoming of your belly open with the knife branded for the other. But your neck snaps into the septernal by the river of Black feminist epistemologies, gripping your baby. Mama LGBTQ plus learned protection, the only one there is against their othering movement, the only time you will be still. You, mama, push. 1, 2, 3, push, mama. Protect your baby. The system sees an other, a pathology of the screaming spirits, LGBTQ plus histories, under white breaths, legacies of ACT UP. Each trimester knows what Black and other POC LGBTQ plus is to come. Resistance is the pregnancy birthed in you. Pain did activism. Pain did. Activism said the delivery code is the prenatal birth of your fight. You are knowledge, naturally breathing your baby out. For you, inside the knowledge of God. Every nurse in view, another birth, another other to body bag. Inside the truth, they are white. Your accent is unintelligible. Your otherness can bear all pain, but lynch them. Protect your babies because your mucus plug walked into your induction. So reimagine your fetal monitoring, the othering script of your breastfed child, the only milk of mother's love. Unlearn your Black and other POC LGBTQ++ body gave colostrum, heavy, guided by the touch of your Black midwife and her history. So Black and other POC LGBTQ++ feminism, othered again and othered again. But you feel the head, baby born, name her protest placards.
Great way to about creativity, right? About creation to end it. Thanks for sharing it with us. And the last question, maybe even brief to everyone, where are you going next with your thoughts, your activation and your projects?
I can try to answer, although I'm not sure I have a very good one. I'm actually interested. I really love that you brought in the Avery Gordon thing, Skylar, because I'm interested, hopefully, in doing a project that's about waste and about how waste kind of haunts landscapes, but also how it haunts bodies. So like bodies that come into contact, for example, with like toxic chemicals and all of this stuff about kind of porosity and porous bodies and how we like absorb our landscapes, and that's the kind of vague gist. So yeah, that's where I'm hoping to go. And in terms of activating, you've probably maybe seen there's a lot of stuff going on in London at the minute to do with kind of police violence and sexual violence. And yeah, so I'm hoping to kind of bring some energy into some organizing that I'm doing around that. Yeah, but we'll see.
Thank you.
I think the baby woke up. But for me, so thank you, Tasha. And I really think that is going to be an interesting research on waste and just kind of how it affects bodies. I look forward to hearing more about that. So I want to do my PhD kind of, and the project that I want to focus on is poetry and the ways in which it kind of decolonizing knowledge at the intersection of scholarship and you know, Black people's lived experiences. So definitely I'm gonna continue in terms of doing this kind of poetic work or poetical work, just to see how best I could continue to decolonize the way we have known things. And then in the community, I'm thinking about creating movement or like an organization that intersects the art that is kind of non-academic but does the same kind of work. So that's what I'm kind of thinking through, how to get the community involved in the same kind of work that I've been doing here in academia.
Thank you. Skylar?
I think my biggest objective is to finish undergrad. I feel so, I still feel like a baby. I have so much to learn. But fingers crossed, I'll be studying in Madrid, Spain next fall, starting in August, hopefully. And I would love to do research there, potentially on kind of like the migration patterns of their female nursing nurse population and the gender division of labor in the healthcare sector in Europe. That's a loose idea, but I'm really excited to hopefully do that. And yeah, I don't, I'm kind of just seeing where everything takes me at this point because I have a long way to go.
Sure, and maybe it's an unfair question because it's so you're all young, and certainly it's something like you have a crystal ball, but it's I was inspired by Tasha's idea of dreams, and and also by all of your talks on creativity and activation and all of that. So I would say that if Marco Marino, my colleague, is here, I would invite him to put his screen.
I'm here, Wanda.
Yes, and because really there is so much that this session has brought into the conclusion of the symposium, where we started talking about representation and this the resilience and resistance and all that we have gone through in this year. Even as Skylar was saying, maybe I'll go to Spain. Yes, please. We want some life back. And we all know, and we all are sharing this experience, and everywhere, really, the idea, even to hear Tasha talking about police violence, gender violence. I mean, sorry, just in few days ago, you have heard even, violence targeting Asian Americans, Asian Americans, and we know the ongoing social injustices, white supremacy, xenophobia. It's really unbearable, and we do need, and I want to thank all the participants for this injection, really, of hope. It's like the more than the vaccine, is really like you have all these ideas, and thank you for participating and for answering our call. I'm very grateful.
Especially for your stimulus to the activism. One of the most important keywords, no, Wanda, raising from this symposium.
Yes, and so we will continue, talking about this, in visualizing it, is always raising awareness, teaching, studying, getting your undergraduate degree, getting your PhD degree, continuing, moving along. And we're here. Progress is going to, we are going to come, and progress has to be ready. So thank you for coming from these different parts of the world towards this great goal. And best wishes for Thank you again to the attendees. Thank you again. I want to thank Barry, who is
thank you, Barry.
our hero in technical help. And Marco, do you want to say a few words to conclude it?
No, thank you everyone for your involvement. It's really stimulating for us, also from this part of this side of the ocean, and especially in time of pandemic. So I would like to say hi to Skylar, because St. Lawrence is one of our main partners. Unfortunately, Skylar will go to Spain and not to Sorrento for next semester. Of course, Spain is Madrid is a wonderful destination. Anyway, we'll have other students from St. Lawrence this fall. Maybe some of them will Ari or fellows in some classes. Anyway, thank you again. And Wanda, I think that we can maybe we can decide today to organize this meeting, this symposium regularly, not one time per year, because due to the great success we have registered. What do you think about that? That's to give our audience another message of hope and involvement in the future, no?
Yeah. So I'm just aware of the time, and I want to, and then we have a child that's waiting as well.
So please stay tuned, because you receive in the next future, more information from us.
Yes, be safe, be well, be happy, be strong. We are with you.
And be involved. Thank you again.
Thank you all so much.
Bye-bye.